in a garden, how to cook. That's an important one. And she also taught me how to make my own booze. Oh, yes, taught me how to make my own booze. So, that was a good thing. But, she was always the person I could call, at 3 in the morning and say, hey, because I don't think she ever slept. I said, Mom, you want to go perch fishing? She'd go, get here in a half an hour and I'll make you breakfast. Okay. But that was Mom. That was Mom. And so to all the mothers out there, happy Mother's Day. And as a matter of fact, I'm doing this at the top of the hour because I don't want to run out of time. If your mother loves fishing or something, I am not exaggerating. I think the greatest gift I ever gave my mother, and it took me, I think, 35 years to figure this out. I gave her a new rod and reel combination. I didn't give her flowers on Mother's Day. I gave her a new rod and reel fishing combo. And I think that was the greatest gift. She cherished that. She loved it. Flowers are there for a couple of days and they get pitched. That fishing rod, it was like, I got to get my rod. It was like her pride and joy. So pick up Mom a new rod and reel combo. It's not going to, it'll make her feel good. Besides, then you have to take her fishing because you bought her something like that, Yeah, right, yep. Oh, my goodness gracious. Let me tell you. First of all, you have to tell all your friends. I am not exaggerating. Tell all your friends to listen to us either on my website at chauncey'sgreatoutdoors.com, or you can, go to the ESPN app, download it for free off of your, app file, whether you got Android or Apple. And, it's a free download. And then just click on the Chauncey Great Outdoors picture. It's I always say it's my younger brother, And that way you can listen to the show anytime you want or listen to it right now on the stream. So please remember that and keep us as the number one most listened to outdoor radio show. On this week's show, this really big show we got going on this week. Yep. First of all, we're going to have Mike Reynolds, our good buddy, turkey hunter, educator, extraordinaire. Oh, my goodness gracious. He is out turkey hunting today, so I had to tape an interview with him before he left for turkey hunting. And this guy is really good. We're going to be talking about turkey hunting and all the different things with the weather been so screwy as it is. And then we're going to have on Doug Eide. You're thinking, who? Doug Eide. Eide's Guide Service. Great guide service just over the border, a lot of the southern lakes of Wisconsin and things like that, southeast Wisconsin. We're going to be talking about opening weekend and what we're looking at for the next couple of weeks, what activity and stuff like that. So you may even want to take a notepad and mark down his phone number and give him a call and set up a guide service because you will really catch some fish and have a great time. And then we'll have the Aiden Fishing Report in the last segment of the show to talk about what my grandson Aiden is doing in the great outdoors fishing. I have no idea because I haven't opened up his file, and I open it and read it. That way I get the full Aiden effect. That's a very important thing. One of the things that Captain Tony's out on the lake right now, and so we tried to give him a buzz, but just went to voicemail. So obviously he's either too far out or the motors on the engine are running pretty loud. But he is absolutely having an unbelievable. When the weather's been good, and I mean, he's gone out in 2 foot, 3 foot waves. That's not bad. If you've done it before, if you're a novice first time out, you don't want to go out in a 3-footer. But the people that have been going out with Captain Tony, 5-man limit, 2 hours or less, 3-man limit, an hour and 10 minutes of coho salmon, and oh God. I had some coho salmon. Baby, was it good? Had it there, put it on in the broiler, sprinkled some spices on it. Oh, God, they are so good. They are much better tasting than your Chinooks and your Lakers. This time of the year, you just can't get enough coho salmon in you. And besides, I think if you went to the grocery store, it'd be about $12.99 a pound or something like that. So get some salmon and just eat a few pounds. But Captain Tony, I know he's been staying close to the shore. He's been running maybe 12 to 25 foot of water, and that's how everything's been close to the surface. Dodgers and flies, dipsies. I don't think he's run any downriggers right now, but I mean, it's been absolutely unbelievable. So, Captain Tony is going to be doing well and should be doing well. And remember, if you definitely interested in doing some stuff with him, you can go to his website at diamondghostcharters.com. Let me repeat that, diamondghostcharters.com, or just give him a call on his cell phone at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. So we did that. Real quick, boy, I'm gonna condense a 10-minute speech in about 2 minutes. An archery hunter up in Wisconsin last year received the first ever Hunter Ethics Award. This guy was out bow hunting, shot his deer took off, trailed it, lost the trail with the dark, went out the next day, worked at, trying to find the deer, checked with some of the neighbor farmers. They allowed him to go on his property, did all of this stuff. He found this massive buck. As he walked up to this massive buck, this buck stood up and started to move, but it wasn't his buck. And so he, made sure that the deer lay down. He harvested the deer, but he knew it wasn't his deer. So he asked the farmer's property and stuff like that. He actually found the hunter who originally took the first shot at that deer, and the deer would have passed in due time, but he just speeded the process, which you never want an animal that hurts. But what wound up happening is he gave that deer back to the guy. It wasn't his deer, even though he, took its life. It wasn't his deer, so he gave it back to the guy because it was a massive wreck, and he got Wisconsin's first ever Hunter Ethics Award. Gotta love that. Good guy. That's why hunters are always real good. Tell you what, when we come back, we'll be talking with Mike Reynolds. You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors.
Hey, sportsman. Midwest Outdoors Magazine is the one outdoor magazine that's all about helping you enjoy the outdoors for only $19.95 a year. That's right. They cover the waters we fish close to home and those special waters that we want to travel to for that favorite fish, whether it's Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Minnesota, wherever. With 10 issues a year and more than 1,000 articles each year, each issue is filled with articles by outdoor experts on where to go, what to use, and how to use it, including my article on local waters every month. You also learn from local and regional experts with a monthly marked lake maps, full access to the Midwest Outdoors Digital Edition, Insider Weekly newsletter, and much more. So go to MidwestOutdoors.com and sign up today. You can't go wrong. Waterworks Marine is taking deposits for the 2025 London Low boats powered by a Mercury outboard at that low Waterworks price. That's right, Waterworks is your one-stop for any and all service this season with 5 fully certified mechanics in Mercury outboards and other brands. But if you have a boat and need service, parts supplies, or just want to repower that boat with a new Mercury outboard at some special deals, only make one stop at Waterworks. If storage is a problem, don't worry. Call Waterworks Marine at 708-798-9700 and get their secure storage rate just for you at a price you won't believe. Give them a call at 708-798-9700 or go to waterworks.com or stop in there at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills and tell them Chauncey sent you.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about scouting.
For more information on joining a scouting unit in Northeast Illinois, dial 847-433-1813. That's 847-433-1813. On Diamond Ghost Charters on Lake Michigan, the two words every fisherman loves to yell is "Fish on!" And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're looking to go on a salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters. It's a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day with friends, family, and co-workers, all on Lake Michigan with a 2, 4, or 6-person charter. So let Diamond Ghost Charters out of Winthrop Harbor hook you up with a chunky summer coho, a trophy fall king, or a lunker lake trout. They're all waiting for you with Diamond Ghost Charters. Don't wait. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, "Fish on!" This segment is brought to you by Diamond Ghost Charters. Give them a call at 847-838-2037 and get ready to yell, "Fish on!"
It started out just like any other cast, except this time I hooked up.
This is Kevin Van Dam, and you're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors.
The drag of my reel was smoking. Monster Bass, please don't break my line. The sun was coming up over my favorite little bay. Little did I know, today would be the day.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Chauncey's Great Outdoors. And yeah, we're coming a little bit close to the end of the season up here in the northern zone for turkey hunting. Gobble, 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 I say. No, that's foghorn leghorn, isn't it, Mike?
It is foghorn leghorn, yes it is.
I love that guy. I love foghorn. But really, we've got my good friend Mike Reynolds, turkey hunter and turkey hunting educator extraordinaire. And when you get him, Danny Hayes, and me in the same blind, the turkeys don't need to get shot. They just fall over dead from laughing. Is that about right?
It is a good time. Yes, sir, it is.
Hey, this has been a weird season. This has been a weird season. Because, you know, we had really warm days, and then it got cold, and it got wet, and that all has to affect turkey hunting, doesn't it?
Yeah, let's don't forget about the wind, Chance, at the beginning.
That wind?
Big winds, and sustained winds all night, which is unusual. We watched the turkey in the roost that was out on a point that he was tree surfing all night long. I don't know. He had to have taken a nap during the day because he could not have slept very well at all.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And, you know, that's the one thing is, you know, you're turkey hunting, any kind of hunting, but you're such involved in the elements, you know, and we only have that limited time from, you know, daybreak to about 1 in the afternoon. It'll drive you crazy to try to figure out what they're doing, because I think you were the one who said if a turkey could smell, we would never be able to shoot one.
Yeah, it's not actually me, but I got it from the Southern boys that I used to know in my pro staff life. They're convinced that if a turkey, as well as they can hear and as well as they can see, if they could smell us, it'd be tough. They say it'd be tougher than trying to get a deer.
Yeah, because they just, you know, they are really good. Now, you said you saw them in the roosts, which means they were hanging onto a tree limb. And turkeys, most birds, what a lot of people don't realize is that when they go to roost or sit on an edge or something in your backyard, even your bird feeder, when they wrap their claws around that stick,
yeah.
When they wrap their claws around it, there's a tendon in the back of their leg that locks them, right?
Yeah, when you see a bird that's squatted down on a limb or on a fence post or on just anywhere where they're perched and they're squatted down, God designed them so that when they squat down, a tendon locks their feet in place. That's why this turkey could be out on this windy point and not fall out of the tree. Mm-hmm. Between his feet being locked on the branch and his tail acting as a rudder to give him balance, he was able to spend the whole night in the tree. So they're relatively safe when their feet are locked, but it still can't be pleasant at all.
No, because you're getting knocked around by 40-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah, it was that morning. I think it was Tuesday morning of opening season, of first season. It was brutal. We didn't think there'd be any turkeys on that point, and it's a relatively common roost site. There's almost always birds out there, but this was a morning we went out to the blind, and we didn't expect much, and there was a guy out there, which kudos to him.
But you didn't expect him out there.
No. There shouldn't have been anybody on that point because it literally faces northwest, and the wind all night long was sustained at 20 miles an hour, and there were gusts, depending on who you listen to, up to 35. So he was getting beat up through the whole night.
Yeah. And, the interesting thing about turkey hunting is, they have their own agenda. Nobody knows what it is. But Mike and I have been out, and, before opening day of turkey season, which was, 4 weeks ago now, and we're glassing this valley, and you could count 40, 50, 60 birds in this valley. And then opening day, it's like they moved to Iowa or someplace.
Yep.
It's like, what happened to them? Where did they go? And they just have an agenda on their own that is so hard to figure out. If we could figure it out, we'd have a turkey in 10 minutes. But, if you got in your turkey, I know the Hayes family did real well. I think Danny got his turkey. His youngest daughter, Abigail, got a turkey. Who else? I'm not sure if Berkeley got one or not.
I don't think Berkeley got one. Garrett got one. Danny actually got two. Danny had two or four come in and two left.
Well, that's a good thing. When you have two permits in your pocket, you could do that.
Yeah. He said he likes having two permits. He doesn't know if he's going to have two permits next year. He says he might spread it out because his hunt was over so quick.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. That's very true on that one. But, the other thing, too, is there's such a stealth bird. I mean, we've been in the blind, and, all of a sudden there's a turkey standing next to the blind. And when I'm saying next to the blind, people, I'm not talking 20 or 30 feet. I'm talking maybe 2 feet. And,
literally next to the blind. Yeah,
and my good friend, Mr. Reynolds here gives me a little tap in the back of the head, and he points down. I'm like, oh, my God.
Yeah, it's amazing for as big as they are. And I don't think a lot of people realize the birds that we're hunting are probably between 18 and you get a big one at 25 pounds. But let's just say they average 20 pounds. They're walking through the woods, and sometimes you can hear them, like, because they have 2 feet, they sound like a person coming through the woods. But other times they just seem to appear out of thin air. And it amazes me how they can be so quiet and so big at the same time.
Now, one of the things about turkey hunting is the toys. And I do mean the toys.
Yeah.
It's like, do we really care about turkey hunting, or are we just enjoying a time out in the field with the toys? I think it's the toys. And, I mean, there's so many different things. There's a slate call, which is a round stone or plastic that you rub a wooden dowel, for lack of better terms, against it, and it makes a noise. You can have a box call, which I like box calling because I think you get some really good tones out of it, and you're not as, shaky with scraping on a slate call. And then there's a mouth call that I'm getting better at it. Mike has been yelling at me for years, slow down. And I have slowed down.
Slow down.
And I have slowed down, but you can get that certain rhythm in it. And then there's probably a couple other ones that I'm not even thinking of. The gobbler, which is nothing more than a bellows that you shake, and it sounds like turkey's gobbling. There's a spring hen box or something like that where you just push a button. That's the simplest one. I like that one a lot.
Pin. The push pin call is my favorite call to give to somebody that doesn't know a thing about calling turkeys, because you immediately can do it. If you can push a button, you can figure out how to make a turkey sound on this call.
And that's why Mike gives it to me.
Yeah. And you forgot about my favorite call. I love a tube call.
That's right. Well, that's because you're the only person I know who has one.
Yeah. The Southerners call them snuff box calls. We call them tube calls up here. Yeah, that by far is my go-to call. I love that call.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, just give that, and I cannot tell you. I mean, yes, you want to harvest the bird. It's great table fare. There's nothing wrong with this at all. But I just think the first time you ever, even if it's your 200th hunt, and you get out in that blind or you're laying up against a tree and you pick up that call and you go, give him a little call back, and then all of a sudden he calls back to you. It's like, oh, baby, it's on. That is the excitement, right? That very second is what I do it for.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I'm going to guess that 99% of the guys that hunt turkeys with any regularity will agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Pulling the trigger and dropping the hammer on one is a great thing. And don't get me wrong, I agree with you. They make great table fare.
Mm-hmm.
They're really good. But just fooling them to the point where they answer you, and if you can see them, then you get them close enough, even if you don't get to shoot them. I don't have very many unsuccessful hunts because I don't gauge it by the number of birds I take.
Mm-hmm.
I usually think about, did I have a good time? Was it fun? Was it exciting? Did it get my adrenaline pumping? And if I answer yes to any of those questions, then it was a successful hunt.
Oh, yeah. And I don't know how to exactly say this, but when the Three Musketeers or the Three Stooges, me, you, and Danny, are in a blind, and we get that first call of a turkey, the three of us look at each other's face, and you could just see it in our eyes like, oh, yeah.
I'm thinking the Three Stooges would be more correct. Yeah, it's a comedy show. When the three of us are in a blind together, it's definitely a comedy show.
Mm-hmm.
But
oh, God, yes.
That's part of hunting for me. And again, I'm guessing 99% of the guys out there, whether they're hunting ducks or geese or elk or deer or bear or maybe not bear because that's kind of a lone man sport, but any of the pursuits where you're with your buddies, that's the most fun. I mean, you've duck hunted and goose hunted. Sitting in Timmy Seipold's blind, you'd sit there for a couple of hours sometimes with no action, and then all of a sudden there's action.
Mm-hmm.
And it's great, but in the downtime, you guys are laughing and joking and eating and ribbing each other, and that's the fun part about it for me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it is. Well, I mean, this is the last season in the Northern Zone. Southern season's got 2 weeks yet, I'm pretty sure.
No, they're closed, Sean.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got it reversed. I apologize.
Yeah, you had them backwards. Yeah, they opened up a week before us.
They're shut down. And it's a great sport. It's a great... As Mike, under his guidance, under his calmness, under his... I can't say whatever. You and your brother, just have Bill Reynolds. You have taken me so far from being the greenhorn, doesn't know anything from anything, to somebody who is not afraid to go out by himself if he wanted to. But it's always fun to do it with somebody else.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you've come a long way. When we first started hunting together, we were no experts back then either. We're still not experts. We still learn stuff every single time.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that ever tells you that they don't learn when they go out, then maybe you shouldn't listen to them, in my opinion, because there's always something to learn and there's always something new. But you were a very good student, and you've come a long way, and you've taken your fair share of birds, so you know what you're doing.
And just to remember the comment that I got from a psychiatrist that worked for the Veterans Administration, when I was teaching him how to work calls and stuff, and I told him how addictive turkey hunting is, and he says, it's crack cocaine with feathers, Chauncey.
Yeah, it is addictive. The good thing about it is, if you go out once and you don't like it, maybe give it another try, but if you don't like it after the second time, you probably won't like it. But I've not, in all the years that we did seminars, and I've been doing seminars since the mid-'90s. I've only met one person that said, it's not really for me. Most people come back and go, oh, my God, I can't believe how much fun it is. Or, oh, my God, my buddy and I had such a good time, and we missed, and we did this, and we did that. And it happens to everybody. The missing part, and I can give you a quick story if you have time. This past season, I was out first season. I was in the blind by myself. I had birds gobbling. I had birds come up the ridge towards me. I also had a small herd of cows on the same ridge with me. And while I had a strutting, gobbling bird at 11 yards, that I had my gun up, I had my safety off, and I was ready to shoot him, I had a cow at 5 yards in direct line with this turkey. And I will go to my grave convinced that this cow and this turkey had a deal going. The cow blocked for the turkey, kept me from shooting him, and then when he faded away, the cow moved off to my left. And I don't know if they communicate, but it sure seemed like that cow did not want me to shoot that turkey.
That was his buddy.
Yeah.
That's a great story, Mike. That's a great story. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show this morning, my friend.
Thank you for having me, Chauncey. I appreciate it.
All right, you're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors. Waterworks Marine at 186 6th Street, South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills is celebrating with two great programs. One is the Lund Bonus Days to get a certificate for $500 on the purchase of a select 2025 model with a Mercury outboard. Or check out the Low Set for Summer Sales event and make your summer fun one you won't forget. Find that durable, trusted low that you've been dreaming of with a Mercury outboard with the best sale of the year that ends May 31st, and you can save up to $4,000. So whether you're looking for a new Lund or Low powered by a Mercury outboard, or you want a fun certified used boat from Waterworks, call them at 708-798-9700 or stop by at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, or go online to waterworks.com and get ready for a summer full of fun on the water with Waterworks Marine.
I fish. I also clean local waterways so others can fish and swim. I help build public boat ramps for easy access to the water. I provide fishing and water safety education for kids. I maintain a healthy fish population so tomorrow's anglers can enjoy a catch. I prevent unwanted species from spreading into waters where they don't belong. I restore the condition of rivers to help fish and wildlife thrive. I fund long-term plans to protect our lakes and streams. I do all of these things and more, all because I buy a fishing license. When you buy a fishing license, you do a lot. In fact, every dollar from a license purchase protects and maintains your local waterways for future generations to enjoy. To learn more about how you can get your fishing license, go to takemefishing.org. That's takemefishing.org.
When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the two words every fisherman loves to yell is, fish on! And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, fish on!
We are the keepers of the wild, America's original and most invested conservationists. For more than 80 years, we've been committed to conserving wildlife and the natural landscapes that define our nation. From rugged alpine ridgelines to peaceful tall grass prairies, we've supported the conservation of more than 36 million acres of American wildlands. Our funding has led to cleaner water, fresher air, and improved wildlife habitat. From abundant fish and waterfowl populations to robust deer and elk herds, nothing is more important than maintaining wild spaces for adventurers to explore and wildlife to thrive. We are America's hunters and target shooters, stewards of the American outdoors.
You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors Radio Network. For more information, contact us at chaunceymedia@aol.com.
This segment is being brought to you by Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, where every boat sold is a fun certified boat.
1 pike, 2 pike, 3 pike, 4.
Let's hit the lake again and catch some more. My name is Chad Shawalski.
And I'm DJ Sweeney, and I got a little story about a slimy green meanie.
Hi there, this is Chelsea Cartnan, and I'm from Ghost River Lodges, and you're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors.
Yeah, and careful where you hold them, they're ferocious as hell.
They got a mouth like a gator.
And the body like a hog.
They'll bend your rod over.
Like you're snaked on a log.
But that's the type of fishing
that we both like, I wanna.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Chauncey's Great Outdoors. And I am speaking to a guy who's just like a good hunting dog, but he sits on a boat and he can smell where the walleyes are. He can sniff where the crappies are. He knows where that smallmouth bass is in because he sniffs the air and he can tell you right where they're at. We've got Captain Doug Eide from Guide Eide's Guide Service, which is a great inland fishing service on, Jesus, so many lakes, right? I mean, Geneva, Delavan, Baloo, but Como, I mean, it goes forever. Doug, but you love fishing Delavan and Geneva, don't you?
Delavan's 2 minutes to the boat launch from my driveway.
Oh, it's a good reason to like it then.
Well, so being a fishing guide, the times you don't have trips and you want to stay tuned in on a bite, come home, eat dinner. I got the boat in the water in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of hard not to tune that in.
Oh, yes, it is. But now, we just had the opener for Wisconsin, okay, which means game fishing is open on the inland lakes. You know, not the rivers. It's open year round. We had that with your good buddy Adam, the conversation last week. But you know, you on these inland waters, it must be a challenge just to try to figure out with air temperatures, water temperatures, wind, more wind.
God. Okay, so we'll talk about a typical week in Wisconsin, and I know that you're not that far south of me.
No, not at all.
Starts at 35 degrees in the morning. About 8 o'clock, it warms up to about 40. About 8:30, the east wind comes at 20 miles an hour. By noon, it's 40 miles an hour. And then all of a sudden, you'll have that, you know, consistently for 3-4 days, and you'll be like, oh, my God, it's not windy today. Well, if it's not windy, you better tarp everything down because we're going to get 2 inches of rain. So Mother Nature has been brutal again this year. But actually, my water temperatures are coming up. Geneva was 52 Friday when I was on it. Delavan was, well, so everybody's going to tell you different things, but I can tell you this. At 6 in the morning, Friday morning, Saturday morning, and Sunday morning, my locator said it was between 57 and 59. You get yesterday afternoon where, you know, you got the sun beating on the top of the water. When we got off, it said it was 62, which I know that's just the first few inches of the water getting warmer. But surprisingly enough, Delavan has been very good to us. A lot of big females that are just fat with eggs. I put a bunch on Instagram the other day, or actually last night. It looks like we're going to have a real healthy spawn this year. It's been weird. It's either a 3 or 4 pound large female, or it's them 12-inch males. So they've been pretty good. I haven't chased much else. Phone keeps ringing for bass, but like it always does around the opener. It's kind of hard for me to not chase them. And right now we're not in that normal spring pattern where water's getting into the low 60s, where we're getting 40, 50 a trip, but we're still getting 20, 30 a trip. So we're not dying. We're not doing the best, but we're definitely having a good time. And everybody's happy. That's all that matters, and the phone's ringing. So
yeah, and Mother Nature is never the same 3 minutes in a row. Okay, I would imagine that with this cooler spring that we're having, and I know you guys got hit with a lot more storms than we did, and you got some cold fronts that were like massive. But I mean, that's not giving a chance for those lakes to warm up, because once those lakes start warming up, you see weed growth, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the important thing, too, because when you get that weed growth, you're going to start pulling in a lot of fish from hanging a little bit deeper, because they use the weeds to hide in. That's why they come into shore. Well, they come in to spawn and everything else, but, they're like, I don't want to be in shore with something with bigger teeth than I have going to come and eat me,
Well, so me and my brother Ed, Friday morning, Friday about noon, we went over to Geneva so we could grab lunch for the way home. So we stopped and grabbed 8 gills real quick. And we're driving around, and I was like, a lot of these places that usually have standing weeds right now just don't have them. I think if you take the last couple of years, I just think we're a couple weeks behind. But if you notice, we had a better ice cap this year than we've had in the last few years, too.
Oh, yeah, yes. We have a lot better.
Oh, our ice fishing season was just phenomenal. I get a couple more like that, and we made memories for a lot of people. It was very enjoyable. But no, we did drive around Geneva. Bass were scattered; they weren't consistently schooled up. Smallies were starting to be. Some of the smallies we've seen in the 14, 16-foot edge were actually paired up. And I thought, I think it's just a couple degrees cold for that, but they do what they're going to do, and
when they're going to do it.
Books I read.
Yeah,
right.
They do.
This one thing I've noticed: the fish do not read the same books I read. But I thought that was a little bit early. But no, I just think Geneva needs a couple more weeks. But like I said, if Delavan's producing what it's producing, and we're making memories like this, and again, the car's not even warm when I put the boat in the launch. So it's kind of hard to not go to Delavan.
Oh no, and everyone, we're talking with Doug Eide and Guide Eide's Guide Service, but really, when you go out with somebody like Doug, this is what you need to bring. You need to bring in a couple layers of clothes, because you need whatever you're going to wear, and then always have a rain suit or something that goes over everything. Even if you don't use it, it will help to keep you warmer. And then if it gets warmer during the day, as Wisconsin weather is, you could take a layer off. That's okay to do. You need your valid Wisconsin fishing license. You can buy a couple-day license, or you can buy a year-round license. It's purely up to you, but have it before you get there. And you need to have a little cooler for your fish, because Doug also believes in releasing in the grease besides catch and release, right?
It depends what we're doing, but yeah, I do. We run a lot of panfish. We run a lot of panfish trips during the week, and that's what I'm promoting.
Yeah.
If you're going to keep fish, we're going pan fishing. I'm not a big fan of putting a bass in my live well.
Yeah.
And I actually have had a few people where we've had the conversation where I'm like, I've explained it to a guy last year. I said, brother, that's one of my coworkers, man. I was like, you got to understand that. He's like, how does that work? I was like, I come out here and try to catch it. It bites. We take a picture. I let it go. It's called co-working. It's like, you know how many years it took that fish to get that big?
Yeah.
You know how many more kids are going to catch that fish, or how many more anglers? You want me to put you on some big crappies or some big gills? Let me do that for you. You'll be happier. They'll taste better. And but I do understand it's people's right when they buy their license.
Right.
But we try to be, with the game fish, we try to be more catch and release.
Yeah, and when you're talking crappies and bluegills, and and we're not talking little bitty blues, we're talking slabber bluegills. I mean, those are they're so good in a frying pan. Yes, okay. But then the camera, you've got your cell phone, you got a camera, or bring a camera, but that's all those things.
And you don't need to bring a pole. You don't need to bring anything. Just have the clothes, something for lunch for yourself if you're in a full-day charter, some cans of, something to drink. It's always good to have a little extra cookies for the guide. I've learned that over the years,
That's a fact. Well, that's the difference, when we're done at 10, usually, we're not really done at 10.
Mm-hmm.
But you start putting chocolate chips down my throat, and I quit looking at the clock. Because then I'm in my, there's nothing like thermos, coffee out of my thermos and a couple chocolate chips, and I dip them right in my coffee, too.
That's right. But, when you got somebody and I only like to have guides on that are licensed by the state, insured, and have been doing it for years, so you're getting somebody of quality, and you have all the gear all set up, all the lines are fresh, the leaders are there, everything is done, and you've got what the fish are biting on in the boat with you. So why should you bring anything? Just show up with your clothes, license, leave the cooler in the for the fish in the car, and...
Honestly, I have this conversation a few times a year.
Mm-hmm.
Should I bring anything? What do you mean? Well, tackle-wise. Well, I'd rather you didn't. Why not? Well, I'm going to give you you're going to get some of the nicest tackle out there. I don't want to sit here and fix your stuff in my boat.
Right.
We're going to fish.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, it's even like Lund gives me this beautiful boat every year. Well, they don't give, but they definitely take care of us on it.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, "Oh my God, I'd be out in this thing all." Man, I hate the boat ride.
Mm-hmm.
I want to catch fish. I love being in the boat. I don't like the boat ride because I want to stop. I want to be on fish. I didn't come out here to drive around.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely don't want to fix your tackle.
Oh yeah.
It's a good one. Hey, well, I've had this pole for like 4 or 5 years. First cast, boom, there goes everything. I was like, "What's that about?" Well, maybe the line's a little bit old. Well, it's a little bit. Well, I haven't changed it before. Here, man, let's just put that away. I got you. I promise. I got you. Right.
So one of the things I wanted to ask you is if somebody wants to get a hold of you to set up a guide service to go out fishing on, the hot lakes that are happening in southern Wisconsin, and we're talking just over the border, folks. So we're not talking a 3-day, trip up north. What's the best way to set up a guide service with you, Heidi?
Guidefishing.com or 262-993-7729. One of my customers, when's the first time I talked to you? 5-6 years ago, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was doing really good on the muskies in the fall on Geneva. One of my customers said, "You know what and I got him his first muskie, and I got his buddy his first muskie. We had a really good morning. And one thing he said was, I heard you on Chauncey's show, and Chauncey said, your exact words on the show were, he'll get you out, he'll get you on him, or he'll try to get you on him, and he'll have you home in time to watch the Bears game. You don't have to go to northern Wisconsin and drive 8 hours." And the guy said after I heard that, he's like, "I'm waiting for Chauncey to say the phone number again so I can call you."
And the phone number is 262-993-7729. And if you go online to Guideide, Guideide, fishing.com, you're going to see some great photos, and it's just a great time to go out with somebody who's going to be... You're getting a new friend in the great outdoors when you go out with Doug. That's all I'm going to tell you, everybody. You're getting a brand new friend that you're going to go out many, many times in the future. Doug, thanks for coming on the show this morning.
Hey, Chauncey, it's been a while, man. It's really good to talk to you, buddy.
Good. You've been listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors. Waterworks Marine at 186 6th Street, South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills is celebrating with 2 great programs. One is the Lund Bonus Days to get a certificate for $500 on the purchase of a select 2025 model with a Mercury outboard. Or check out the Low Set for Summer Sales event and make your summer fun one you won't forget. Find that durable, trusted low that you've been dreaming of with a Mercury outboard with the best sale of the year that ends May 31st, and you can save up to $4,000. $1,000. So whether you're looking for a new Lund or Low powered by a Mercury outboard, or you want a fun certified used boat from Waterworks, call them at 708-798-9700 or stop by at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, or go online to waterworks.com and get ready for a summer full of fun on the water with Waterworks Marine.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about scouting.
When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the two words every fisherman loves to yell is, fish on! And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, fish on! Chauncey's Great Outdoors is brought to you by Waterworks, the #1 Lund and Low dealer in the Midwest, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Midwest Outdoors, the magazine for the true Midwest sportsman, MidwestOutdoors.com. Paul's Pizza and Hot Dogs in Westchester at 31st and Wolf Road. GP Italiano, a true family Italian restaurant, or a restaurant just for you and that special person, at 11 South LaGrange Road in LaGrange, Illinois.
You gone fishing?
How do you know?
There's a sign upon your door. Gone fishing.
You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors on ESPN AM 1000 in Chicago.
Where you left a row half done, you claim hoeing ain't no fun.
I can prove it, though.
You ain't got no ambition.
He ain't got no ambition. I got ambition. I'm going to go catch some fish. That was my daughter, Sarah. I love hearing her voice in the morning on Saturdays. It just does my heart real good. Hey, a couple of things before getting into the fishing reports. Do you remember about a month ago, the big ice storm that went through Wisconsin and really hit upper third of the lower peninsula of Michigan and the upper peninsula? I mean, we're talking millions of acres were wiped. I mean, branches down everywhere. Well, when you get branches on the ground and not a whole lot of rain, you get a fire code danger that's way too high. So please, it is very important that you check if you live in these areas or you've got a summer place that you go up to these areas. A lot of them, they're asking you not to burn because the fires will get out of way, just take off. So they've got certain areas. Chipping debris and using it for landscaping, that's a lot better idea too. But, you really have to be careful. The areas that, are allowing burning and stuff, when you have you're burning stuff, you don't, I got to go inside, get a cup of coffee, go to the bathroom, whatever. No, you don't leave the fire. You do not. I don't care how big it is. You do not leave the fire. It's very, very important. And keep your burn piles small. You don't have to have, I'm going to throw all the stuff and burn it. No. Keep them small, and that way it's much more in control. Have buckets of water or a garden hose or whatever. But please, these parts of Michigan, they are like a tinderbox. And if they take off, it's going to be even worse than all the ice that, took down millions and billions of branches out there. It's really, you got to watch it. You just have to. And the other thing, too, when you're burning these things, don't go, oh, honey, go get the garbage bag. I'm going to burn all the plastics and, foam. And, that stuff could be, toxic. Don't do that. That's why we put things in recyclables and garbage cans, etc. And, we take it to dumps. It's, don't just burn it because you're just throwing more stuff into the air. It's very, 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 important to do that. But that's on that front. I can't tell you how much fun I had on Thursday. You're like, Chauncey, you have fun every day of the week. Right? Yeah, Hannah's looking at me going, yeah, he does. But on Thursday, I met up with a couple guys from the IDNR, Seth and Scott, and I also met up with the Forest Preserve District below the main dam at Bussey Lake. When I go fish Bussey Lake, 90% of the time, I will fish below the main dam. Why do I fish below the main dam, Chauncey? It's just a creek. Well, we went down there. We got 19 muskies that we shocked and put them in the boats, in highly oxygenated water, etc. And then we moved them back up into the main lake. They'd come over the top of the dam. There was one 40-and-a-half-inch muskie. We're going to be posting photos on it in a couple days here on Chauncey's Great Outdoors Facebook page. But, a 40-and-a-half-inch muskie. And, that's over 20 pounds. And when you got 20 pounds of muscle, it was kind of fun to watch these big grown men getting their butt kicked by a fish. They are just strong. And they have teeth. But we also caught below the main dam 47 walleye. I'll say that again because I heard somebody's head bounce on the kitchen table. 47 walleye, 33 largemouth bass, and 2 northern pike. And a partridge in a pear tree. It's really, that was, a survey that we do twice a year, and we take all these fish, put them back in the main lake. And it's like a recycling program, I call it. But really, isn't that unbelievable? That is unbelievable. And that's Tampa Lake, and that's fishing right in, probably within an hour of your house, wherever you are in Chicago. Crappie fishing, I know, has been a little bit better at Saganaski Slough. You're starting to see some crappie being caught at Jackson Park. At Saganaski Slough, right at sunset, you'll see the parking lot in the very southeast corner by the dam fills up with people. Probably half of them aren't fishing. They're just out there to watch the sunset in a beautiful evening. You can't go wrong with this. It's just a really cool thing to watch, and I love doing it. A couple other things. We got to get to the Aiden Fishing Report, so I don't forget it, which is sponsored by our friends at Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Give them a call. Say, hey, Chauncey told me to call you guys. You got some good deals on boats. And the staff there will set you up, and if you need some work done on a boat, do the same thing. Here we go. Aiden said, Papa, Dad and I went out to South Haven right after school one day because he wanted to check it out. Most fishing was pretty good, I thought. Guys in boats were catching fish from 15 to 90 feet of water. We stayed closer and caught mostly coho salmon. But the guys that went out deeper caught lake trout and king salmon. Spoons and small crankbaits are catching most fish right now. The boys on the pier, now they're boys, on the pier are also catching some coho salmon, but fishing somewhat slowed down for those people. But some fish are still being caught. Spawn and shrimp were catching most of the fish off the pier, or they were casting spoons. Nobody reported any perch to me, so that's what's going on. Hope to see you in a couple of weeks. Keep finding anything in the garage that I can use for fishing because we're putting our boat in the water on Saturday morning. Oh, the big boat's going in. Okay, that's cool. Cool. And the fishing report from Aiden is brought to you by our friends at Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills. Okay, smallmouth bass and salmon, that's the basic staple on a lakefront. Perch are closed in Lake Michigan, Illinois waters until June 15th, so that means it's good to, you start fishing on the 16th. Remember that. We're also seeing the chain of lakes, a lot of bass in the backwaters. If you check out the Blarney Bassmasters Facebook page, woohoo! Hey, boys are holding some nice stringers of bass, boy. Let me tell you, they're Fox River, we're seeing some catfish, also some smallmouth bass being caught on the Fox. My friend Dave Dewey said bluegill fishing has been all right. Most of the fish are being caught in the bays around the marina piers. Rock bass are starting to show up in the shallows, 5 to 6 feet of range. Fathead minnows and nightcrawler pieces are what you want to go with right now. Perch are also in the shallows and 5 to 6 foot. Smallmouth bass fishing, slow. Largemouth bass, a little bit sporadic. It's got to warm up, but you know what? If you stay close to shore, that's where we're finding a lot. We're catching a lot of our bass within 5 feet of the shore. Whoa! Well, that's Hannah telling me we got to get ready for the baseball game here. I always like to leave you with the Native American proverb, and this one comes from my friend Apen Sui Majawat. It says, Mother Earth gives her love in a special way to the women. The moon also gives special powers to women. She uses these powers to nurture, heal, and guide the people she loves and cares for. Wow. Pretty good, Apen Sui. Please remember, this Mother's Day weekend, whether your mother's here or maybe she's up in heaven fishing or enjoying the outdoors, we borrow it all from our children's children. We'll see you next week. Where? Right here on Chauncey's Great Outdoors, everybody.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. There's still time to show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just a few minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. So visit proflowers.com/sports or use code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
You mean to tell me that you went home and swiped a ball that was signed by Babe Ruth, and you brought it out here and actually played with it? Yeah!
Are you one of those people that has to know how much the Babe Ruth ball is actually worth?
I was gonna bring it back, but it was signed by Babe Ruth! Yeah, you keep telling me that. Who is she?
We'll keep it right here because today is your lucky day.
The Sultan of Cloud, King of Cloud, the Colossus of Cloud, the Colossus of Cloud, Babe Ruth!
It's time for Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, sponsored by ERC Delivery and Huggins and Scott Auctions.
The Great Bambino!
Happy Saturday morning. I'm Tom Morgan with the Robert Edward Auctions President Brian Dwyer, Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, and our producer this week, Hannah LaMotta, will be joined around 7:25 by the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, and in for Nancy Huggins this week, Americana Steve. Steve will be in for Which Ended Higher, and stick on, hang with us for the final segment. We've got some email questions for him, and he's got some items that he'll tell us that are coming in the Huggins and Scott auction, which the bidding begins on the 15th of May. And meanwhile, Brian, we've got the Robert Edward auctions. The May auction bidding began a couple days ago, and some big prices already. I saw Ty Cobb 1915 Crackerjack number 30 PSA 6. That's up to $27,000. The 1915 cards have the backs that are upside down, and the 1914s, the backs are right side up. That's how you can tell them apart if you're sitting on a group of those, or if you ever see one, you want to know the year. But I would think, Brian, that a PSA 6, that's a nice grade for that card.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely a big grade for that card. Ty Cobb, obviously one of the keys to that set. And then another way that you can differentiate the 14s from the 15s is that the 14s are often found with a lot of caramel staining because they were actually inserted directly into the boxes of Cracker Jacks, whereas 1915s you could order, just by paying a small fee and getting the set delivered to you. So 15s are usually found in higher grade. They can be clean. They can be found without caramel staining. And this PSA 6 is one of those cards, a really, really sharp, clean card of Ty Cobb.
It's a beauty. Then there's some, the 1933 Gaudy Babe Ruths. I saw you have 3 different lower grades, but just from yesterday to today, a couple of those took big jumps. The 1933 Gaudy Babe Ruth number 53 SGC 1.5 is already up to 5,250. An SGC 1.5 of the Ruth number 149 is up to 4,900. And an SGC 1 Ruth number 144, 3,500. So those are all off to great starts. And that, Brian, I got a lot of emails this week, and a couple of them I'm going to talk to Steve about. But there's a couple I wanted to ask you about. Really some neat stuff from our listeners this week. Now he had some photos, one of our listeners, and I want to talk to you about the types of photos, type 1 to type 4. Okay, one thing he had, which was really pretty neat, Jackie Robinson stealing home, and we figure out the date was August 22nd, 1948. It had the Acme telephoto, the info right at the very top of the photo, and they had August 22nd. And I looked up the box score, it was 1948. And then on the back, there's an Acme stamp on it. Now, doesn't that mean there's a real good chance that's actually a type 1 photo with that info on the typed onto the front and the stamp on the back?
It does, yeah. I mean, we'd have to see it in person and see some pictures of it, but yeah, those are good indicators. I mean, there's a lot of news images from that period that are desirable, collectible. Jackie Robinson stealing home, obviously a great image. But like you alluded to, there's a lot of different types of photos, and type 1 is the most desirable because that is the one that is most current to when the event took place. I think a 1 to 2 year range of when that photo was produced.
Yeah, and printed off the original negative. And typically when they're stamping like that, that helps. Now, the other one would be a monster if it's a type 1, but I think maybe this is a type 4, which is printed a few years later. This one, it's a classic, the 1915 Boston Red Sox starting pitching staff. Now, this one, of course, it has Babe Ruth as one of those pitchers, which is an early Babe Ruth. But on the back, there's a Sporting News stamp on it. And that tells me that it's probably was printed later on. It says authentic, and it's got the Sporting News. It's like a hologram on it. Have you ever seen that on like a more recent type thing? That is what it seems to me. That's what it would have been.
Yeah, again, the similar to the Robinson, would have to see it in person to know. But based on what you've described, Sporting News sold part of their archives at one point in time and distinguished photos that came directly from them by placing holograms on the back of their photos. So it could be a recent reproduction that was sold for purely collectible reasons, or it could be a more vintage type 1, type 2 type photo that came directly from their archives. So I wouldn't necessarily write it off based on the hologram, but definitely worth investigating. And even if it is a type 4, because it is such a significant photo, Babe Ruth as a pitcher, 1915 rookie year, you can still see those type 4 photos go for thousands of dollars, because the type 1s are hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well, this says, he gave me a blow-up of the Sporting News collection hologram on the back. It's www.johnrogersarchive.com, Sporting News Collection Authentic at the bottom. That's what it says on the back. So if he wants to send, he's got a few other things. If he wants to send those in, we're happy to send them in, and then you guys can do the research and get the authentication, and they'll run as run, correct? You just let them go then.
Yeah. The John Rogers Archive stamp likely means that it is a more modern production. Some sellers, resellers would take old negatives and run images of them for collectible purposes. But yeah, if you send the pictures to me, to Randy, we can take a look at them and obviously let you know the best path forward.
Now, a Jackie Robinson, if that's a type 1, stealing home a cool action photo, does that have a shot for $1,000 or $2,000?
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, Robinson stole home more than the average player, but still not that many times. And anything Jackie Robinson, we've talked about it over the years, has been really increasing in value. So if it's a good shot, if it's in good condition, I think it could easily be a 4-figure photo.
Yeah, very good. Now, another item that an emailer sent, he had Upper Deck authenticated, I guess, Ripken and Griffey jerseys and a couple baseballs. But he also, after we did a little digging, I asked him if he had anything else. When I ask you about this, he had a few 1936 National Chickle cards. He had a DiMaggio, that the R312, that it looked like it might have had a crease in it, so it's probably a 1 or a 2, I would think, condition-wise. Would that be one that, when you got it, would be worth getting graded in any condition?
Yeah, I would still grade that in any condition, because it's early, it's collectible, it's DiMaggio, and it's worth $20-25 just to protect it, and I would still recommend getting that graded.
Yeah, and another one that I thought was pretty cool in there was he had Honus Wagner and Archie Vaughan on the same card. I would think with 2 Hall of Famers and Honus Wagner, I don't think that set is the most valuable set, but that might be one that looks like it might be a little bit higher grade. That might be worth getting graded also.
Yeah, definitely. There's like you said, it's not going to surprise anybody by selling for tens of thousands of dollars, but there's still a strong collector base. So probably same thing, would get it graded.
Yeah, so pretty neat cards. I don't see those every day. I'm sure you see those a lot more than I do, but it's always neat to see stuff like that you don't see every day from my end. So we'll be sending those in. Ripken, Griffey jerseys don't sell for a fortune, but they're always going to be collectible, the signed jerseys that are authentic. So good stuff. And then we have some more emails. We'll get to Steve later in the show. Some other items that I wanted to talk about. Yeah, a few things. Well, we're talking about Jackie Robinson. There's a PSA 1 1948-49 Leaf rookie. That's at $3,800. That card's been doing real well in any grade. And there's a DiMaggio 1939 Gaudi Premiums, a sepia version, a PSA 1.5. That's at $250. How does that card usually do, Brian? The DiMaggio 39 Gaudi Premiums.
Yeah, they do well. I mean, it's early. DiMaggio's rookie year, 36, as far as cards are concerned. So you've got a 36 card that's very rare. Then you've got a 37 card, and then you've got 38 Gaudi. So 39 premiums right there in the first few years of his career, and collectors love them.
The sepia version, I like the looks of that. Really cool looking card. Now this leads to, Vince, a quiz for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Now, Ty Cobb and Sam Crawford were in the same outfield together for quite a time in the early 1900s, both Hall of Famers. What statistic are they number 1 and 2 all time in?
Oh, that's interesting.
Major statistic.
What about on-base percentage?
That's actually, and I don't know where they rank in that, but that's a great guess. I don't think they're 1 and 2, but that's actually a great guess.
Okay.
I do know, though, that they are number 1 and 2 in most triples ever. Isn't that something?
Okay.
Sam Crawford had the most triples ever. Wahoo Sam Crawford. In 19 years, he had 2,961 hits. His 162 game average was 309, and he had 309 career triples. Isn't that kind of weird? How the stats
I would be curious to know how many triples against Tris Speaker in the outfield that either of them had if they played against each other often enough.
I would say 0 because that's where triples went to die, Vince, and Tris Speaker's mid. And third, guess who was third on the list for all-time triples? Cobb had 295. Third, another Hall of Famer, Honus
Ricky
Wagner.
Henderson?
Honus. Oh, that's a good guess too. But he hit more home runs too. Ricky Henderson, all the leadoff homers. Anyway, the Sam Crawford has one of the 1914 Cracker Jacks in the REA auction. Card number 14, PSA 2.5. That's at $950. So, Brian, any Hall of Famers from the 1914 Cracker Jacks, they were harder to get. Those are doing great right now.
Yeah, turning in thousands of dollars in some cases, even in ones or 1.5s.
Yeah, really something else, big time. Now, let's see. We're going to get from Steve some of the big things that are running in the Huggins and Scott auction with bidding beginning on May 15th. Here's something that ran in the Huggins and Scott winter auction that I wanted to talk about. I was looking through some stuff. Mickey Mantle, 1952 Topps rookie, number 311, PSA authentic. Now this one, you almost couldn't have done more to it. There was a hole in the front, creases all over. I mean, it's about as low, as beat up of a card as you could have, pretty close, and still run it. And just so you know, if you have something like that and you're thinking, even though it's a Mantle rookie, it's not going to be worth running, it got an authentic, and it went for, including buyer's premium, $16,200.
Nice.
So that card, literally, that's an example. If you have a Mickey Mantle 52 Topps, card number 311, any condition, it's worth meeting up with us and sending in for an auction. tcrowntom@gmail.com is my Gmail. Some really interesting stuff. The last couple days, it was like boom, boom, boom with some cool emails. And I like responding to people on them. So that's always good to do. Now, just right before the show, Brian, one of our listeners sent me something asking about the 1951 Wheaties. Now, I don't know if he's got the premiums, but he said he has a group of 51 Wheaties. I have 52. They don't do all that much. 51, some of those premiums, especially like Mantle, those can do pretty well, huh?
Yeah, we actually have, for anybody that wants to see the difference, we have a 51 Wheaties premium photo of Mantle in the current REA auction.
Oh.
They're much more desirable than the box cut cards, so the box cut cards still have plenty of followers, but the premiums are very cool. They're black and white. They're about 5x7, and they are scarce. You don't come across them all too often.
How's the Mantle doing?
Last I looked, it was at hundreds of dollars, but it should sell for low thousands because it's 1951, so it is a nice alternative to the Bowman, the rookie year, where you get a full Mantle batting image as opposed to just the shot of them shoulders up that you get on the Bowman card. Plus, you can get into it in a nice mid grade for a couple $1,000s, whereas even a low grade, like we just alluded to, will go for big bucks on the regular Topps and Bowman cards.
Boy, that's for sure. I can't believe that. It looked like they had, I don't know what it might have been a puncher, like a hole puncher hole in the card. And still, that's what it's authentic. It's that's what people are looking for. Get those big cards in any type condition they can get at this point. So pretty cool. Good for people who are, who have some of the better condition ones that they've been sitting on for a while. Boy, those, what do you think a 9 would go for at this point, Brian?
$12 to $15 million.
Oh my!
Wow! Man!
Oh my gosh! I remember when one went for over $1 million, and it was like, oh my gosh! No, that's
well,
something else.
I'll tell you a funny story. So back in the mid 1990s, REA had one of the 3 PSA 10 1952 Mickey Mantle cards up for auction, and it was put in the middle of the catalog. Today it would be Sing It From the Mountaintops, front page of the paper, front of the catalog. So back then it was a little bit more pedestrian of a card than it is today, but it didn't sell. It had a reserve on it, and it didn't sell for, I think it was like $125,000. And they brokered it after the auction to somebody who was willing to pay less. But today there are estimates that a PSA 10 could be $30 to $50 million.
Oh gosh! I remember when I first started doing a radio show this was in the early 2000s. It was over 20 years ago, and the guy I was doing it with, we had a debate. I was saying PSA 1 Honus Wagner tobacco card at $50,000 was, you got to get it. That as the higher end kept going up, the ones were going to keep going up. And we actually talked about trying to get a second mortgage and get one, but our kids were going to be starting college. It was like, no. But at the time, $50,000, I think, aren't even the PSA 1 Honus Wagners now over $1 million?
Yeah, one just sold the other day, actually, in an authentic. It had been fully restored for about $1.98 million. And a couple years ago, a Honus Wagner that was ripped in half, totally half the card missing. The other half wasn't even around. Went for about $600,000.
Oh my God! Wow, that would have been a good investment. At least I had the right idea. I never actually got it, but I think my wife just passed out at that, hearing those prices. But
let's try to find the other half, guys.
Yeah, it's out there somewhere. Bulldog's up in the attic right now, I think, looking for it. Well, it's time for a short break now, Brian. Good luck with the REA May auction. Go to collectrea.com. You can search high to low. You can search by most bids, low to high. It's always fun to look at stuff. When does bidding end on that, Brian?
Bidding ends a week from tomorrow, so it'll be the 18th of May. Everything in this auction started at $10. So, like always, we focus on some of the big valuable pieces, but you can get in there. You can buy stuff for $10, $20. There's a lot of variety and worth checking out.
Very good. We'll have a good week. We'll talk to you next Saturday.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Now, after the break, we will be joined by Americana Steve in for Nancy Huggins, and the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, for Which Ended Higher. And also then Steve will stay on. And Vince, you'll be giving us the year that you want to pick for between 1909 and 1969. You're going to tell us after Which Ended Higher?
Yep. Sounds like a plan to me.
All right. Very good. Well, hang in there. We'll be right back.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com. Game day in Chicago. You know what that means. Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. It's the perfect call whether you're at the bar, at a tailgate, or cheering from your couch. Wherever you are watching, it's always Sam season. Swing by Almost Home in Wrigleyville to grab a Sam Adams American Light today. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
Is your old air conditioner running all the time, but not cooling your home? Stop wasting energy and money. Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today for a complete AC cleaning and tune-up. And we'll include, absolutely free, a 1-year, no-breakdown guarantee, all for just $89.95. That's right, we guarantee your AC will cool your home for an entire year or your money back. Call 866-4-SEASONS.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4-SEASONS.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private feel, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Now back to Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Sponsored by ERCDelivery.com and Huggins & Scott Auctions on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined by Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, our producer Hannah LaMotta, the Bulldog Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond, and in for Nancy Huggins, Americana Steve. Steve, thanks for joining us this week. A lot of people sending emails and asking about items. We'll get to that on the third segment, but you're a popular guy, Steve.
Well, that's nice to hear, Tom. Thank you.
Yeah. People giving some really good compliments on the show when they send the emails, too. And they're talking about everybody, Vincent, Steve, the Bulldog, everybody. So it's always good to hear from the listeners. And we're going to get right to things here. Now, I wanted to mention the Bulldog was going to talk about, let's see now. Otto Graham. Yeah, I had an item. Oh, you know what? That was a 1953 Bowman football complete set. There were 3 uncut sheets that ran for $55.20 in the REA recent auction. I wanted to get to that, but we just had so many emails I couldn't get to everything. So the Bulldog's going to fill us in on Otto Graham afterwards, but that's where that would have come from, the tie-in. He's not in our which ended higher items. These are some really high items. All of them are $30,000 or more.
Wow.
That they ended in the auctions, including buyer's premium. So let's get right to them. You guys can tell us which ended highest. First item, John F. Kennedy, single sign baseball. Next item, that ran in an REA auction. Franklin Roosevelt, single sign baseball. So a couple of presidential baseballs, single sign. That ran in an REA auction. Next, from a Huggins & Scott auction, April 20th, 1912, Red Sox opening day, first game at Fenway Park ticket stub. And finally, Bronco Nagurski, 1935 National Chickle Rookie PSA 4. Just to give you an idea, an SGC 8 sold for $111,000, including buyer's premium. This one was a PSA 4. So it's 4 big-time cards. The first 2 ran in REA, the last 2 in Huggins & Scott. And we're going to let the producers are still at 0. So, Hannah, see if you can put the producers on the board. You guess first.
I'm going to go with the White Sox one just because I'm a White Sox fan.
There was no White Sox in here. Red Sox.
Red Sox, my bad. We'll go with the Red Sox.
Okay, Hannah going with the Sox, and the red, white, she doesn't care, just so they're Sox, but we'll do the Red Sox. First game at Fenway, ticket stub. Okay, let's go to Vince. What do you think, Vince?
I think you've created a diversion with the first 2 presidential auto baseball, so I'm going to go with the Bronco Nagurski.
Vince going with the Bronco. Okay. And then we've got let's see, Bulldogs in first with 5 and Nancy with 4. So, Steve, what do you think?
Well, I think there's probably not a whole lot of baseball signed by either one of those presidents, and I would bet that the JFK would be more valuable. But that Red Sox ticket from 1912 has got to be pretty darn rare. I'm going to go with that too.
Oh, we've got Steve going out on a limb for Nancy. All right, doubling up on the Red Sox opening day, first game at Fenway ticket. And that leaves the Bulldog. You got a couple open for you, or you can go out on a limb. What are you going to do?
Well, I'm not going to Beantown, and as much as I'd like to go with the Bronx, one of my favorites, I can't do it here. I'm playing to win. I've got to go with JFK.
All right, the Bulldogs going with JFK single sign baseball. Quick story, Whitey Ford was on the show with us. He was looking on, he had gotten a dozen JFK single sign baseballs from President Kennedy's father in spring training like 1962. A guy came in, got him. He and Mantle, and I think it was Kubek and Berra. Mr. Kennedy wanted to hear stories from them. He did. They went. Whitey Ford said, if I could bother you, can you get a dozen these baseballs signed? Nods his head. They showed up a month or so later. So he gave one to each of the other guys and kept the rest. And then in the early 90s, he's on a plane and he reads in Sporting News or something that they're selling for like 30 grand. And he gets on the phone. He goes, guys, you got to find, calls each one of them. Guys, you got to find those baseballs. They're selling for like 30 grand each. And he said, Yogi's still up in the attic looking for it. Not one of them kept it. Like they lost them, let the kids play with them, whatever. But Whitey Ford, I know, kept one because it ended up, I knew somebody who saw it. I don't know if he ever ended up selling it. And he's passed away since then. But what a great story on that. Okay, well, here we go now. We've got all the picks. The lowest of the 4 items, okay? Steve Nancy's not going to be happy. It went for $33,600 in the Huggins and Scott auction, the ticket stub. Not bad at all, but it was the lowest of the 4. That's got to be a record for the highest low total on a which ended up here. Next item, next lowest was the Bronco Nagurski. 34,800. So big time. This is going to be 2 weeks in a row. Nobody's gotten it right. The Bulldog, you got the second price, the 39,600 for JFK. But Franklin Roosevelt went for 45,600, including buyer's premiums. So if you have any presidential single sign baseballs laying around the house, you might have something. Send me a Gmail, tcrowntom@gmail.com. And Bulldog, didn't Otto Graham go to Northwestern where you went?
Well, I was there for a while. Yeah, he was ahead of me. And by the way, Graham, there's a card that could be worth a lot because he's quite an athlete, and I saw him play. He came out of Waukegan, by the way. His father, I think, was a band director there. He was a multi-sport athlete, very good in basketball, football, and he went to Northwestern, and they didn't have much of a passing game at that time until Lynn Waldorf decided, hey, this guy, I'm going to try this kid in the sophomore year to play against Minnesota, starting the game. Unfortunately, he came down with a virus like flu that week, but they put a mask on him, a mask to play, and he came out and electrified the crowd. He threw 2 touchdown passes against Minnesota. And by the way, Minnesota then was like Alabama today. They were the powerhouse. They were the national champions, defending champions. They won it again that year. But it was to no avail because one of the guys that went down, when he threw that second pass, the guy a lineman had gone down the field, and the referee called a penalty on it. So Northwestern didn't win it. However, the Gophers won that by a very surprise play. Bierman was the guy that was single-wing power plus all the time. Before the game, he told the officials, we may try a trick play here. What happened was they sent a guy through the middle on a plunge, didn't get anywhere. And instead of going back to a huddle, as everybody did in those days, they lined up quickly. and gave the ball to a scat back by the name of Higgins, and he ran all the way into the end zone for a touchdown, and Minnesota won that game 8-7. That did not stop Graham's career. He played 2 more years at Northwestern, although the next year they only won 1 game, but he's had a lot of passing records. And then after the war, he was in the Navy. He went with Paul Brown's All-American team in the Cleveland Browns. He was with Cleveland. For 4 years, they won the championship every time. 46, 47, 48, and 49. Then the two leagues merged. And the opening game between in 1950 was between the Browns and the Philadelphia Eagles. This was not an exhibition contest. The Eagles had won the NFL the year before. And people were saying, this will show you what a bunch of hamburgers this Browns team. They didn't play anybody. They're playing an NFL team now. Bang. So the score was something like 35-10 in favor of the Cleveland Browns. That pretty well washed away any ideas that they were hamburgers. They were a powerhouse team, and they went on in Brian Graham's career there, another 5 or 6 years. They were in the championship game every time. 1, 2, and I think lost 3.
So you were actually at the Northwestern game, the flu game for Otto Graham?
Northwestern, Minnesota it was. I saw that. No, I saw the Minnesota, the 8-7 game. I did. Yep, I did.
So both of you went to both schools, didn't you?
That's true. I do.
Well, no wonder you're a Big Ten football fan.
Yes,
now we get it.
Any sport I follow would be Big Ten football. But let me continue on Graham, what he did. You think about quarterbacks, he had the highest, get this, folks, highest winning percentage of any quarterback. What was it, Tom Brady? No. Sid Luckman, Johnny Elvin? No. He had an 813 winning percentage. Not only did he play a great game of basketball, he played in pro basketball with the Rochester Royals. That was before the NBA was formed, but that was a big pro league in that year. He played a couple of years with them, and then went into coaching with the Coast Guard Academy, followed up with a run with the Redskins, didn't do too well, and who succeeded him? He got fired, and who succeeded him? Vince Lombardi with the Redskins. But then Graham was a tremendous athlete, a tremendous coach, too. I mean, they thought he was a good coach. He coached the All-Stars a couple of times here, did very well, and then died in 2003 at the age of 82. From Waukegan, a great football player and also a great athlete.
I didn't realize he was such a good basketball player. That's interesting. Very cool.
Was.
Okay, well, now it's time for a break.
That should be a card. That card should be worth something, I would think.
Yeah, he has some value. As his early cards are definitely, especially in high grade, they're worth some good money. So definitely worth collecting. Otto Graham, one of the all-time great quarterbacks. Now, after the break, we're going to talk about some items in Vince's year, whatever year he comes up with, and then we'll go to a couple emails for Steve, and then we've got Steve, you can tell us some of the cool items that are going to be in the Huggins and Scott auction with the bidding beginning on the 15th. So hang in there. We'll be right back.
Got a shipment that needs to get out the door today and overnight delivery is just too slow? Then call ERC Delivery Service. 24/7, 365 days a year. ERC will get your document, package, or truckload of merchandise where you need it, when you need it delivered, guaranteed. And it's not just Chicagoland. ERC has dedicated daily routes that include Milwaukee, Rockford, and Indiana. Call ERC Delivery Service. 630-516-1199. That's 630-516-1199.
Feel the boom. Schaumburg Boomers Baseball has the bases covered for fun. May 16th through the 18th. Friday night is T-shirt night. The first 1,000 fans receive a Boomers T-shirt. Plus, it's a Friday night fireworks night. Saturday afternoon is a matinee with a 3 p.m. start, thanks to Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday afternoon is Family Day and Bark in the Park. Bring your dog to the ballpark, thanks to Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. And feel the boom.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here. And what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? It takes hard work from field to fill. It takes generations of lessons to guide a new generation of craftsmen. It takes every ounce of passion to equal a few ounces in your glass. Every pour of Horse Soldier is more than just bourbon. It's a piece of the American dream. Now's your chance to live legendary. Learn more about Horse Soldier Bourbon and find it near you by visiting horsesoldierbourbon.com.
Drink responsibly. Copyright 2025. Horse Soldier Bourbon, Bardstown, Kentucky.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Now back to Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Sponsored by ERCDelivery.com and Huggins & Scott Auctions on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined now by Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, our producer Hannah LaMotta, the Bulldog, Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond, and Americana Steve is in this week. Before we get to questions for Steve, Vince, what year are we going to look up?
So we're going to go with the year that kind of celebrates Chicago baseball here. In this year, Ernie Banks won the NL MVP, and Nellie Fox won the AL MVP and had quite a great season. White Sox, of course, lost that year to the Dodgers in the World Series, 1959.
I don't know why that's of course, but yes, they. You're right, they did. Okay.
Trying to make it
1959. So let's look up. Here's a couple of things to look for. You might not realize they're good, but they are. These ran in the recent Robert Edward auction. In 1959, home run derby card of Frank Robinson. These are black and white cards from that old home run derby TV show. PSA 4 went for $1,920, including buyer's premium. And also 1959 has the bazooka cards. There's a Ken Boyer PSA Authentic, went for $1,920. So if you have anybody good in those, check it out. If you have something you think is good, send me a Gmail, tcrowntom@gmail.com. Couple of things they have in the current Robert Edward auction. Bidding ends a week from tomorrow. There's some Bob Gibson rookies, SGC 4 and SGC 4.5 at $575. The Bob Gibson rookie all-time great. Another good card from 59 Topps. The Mickey Mantle is always really in anything from the 50s. It's good to have Mantle. So check it out. REA Robert Edward auction, the May 2025 auction. And then Steve, Americana Steve, we've got the Huggins and Scott spring auction. Bidding begins on the 15th. So that's a big auction. Before we get to some of the bigger items, I want to read a couple emails that were pointed towards you. A guy named John said he had various 1/24th scale NASCAR die cast signed by drivers. Are there any particular drivers you need for that collection, or what do you think of that for an auction lot, Steve?
Well, we've had some die cast cars before, and I think here, unless they're very limited edition, and I've seen those where they made like 250 handmade cars or even less than that. Those can be very valuable on their own, but if they're just like things you could have bought off the store shelf, like Ertl, or those are just low dollar items, and it would be the signatures that would add the value. And, it would just be the guys who, that were the champions, the best drivers, the leading drivers would be the ones that would be the most desirable. But there's, just millions and millions of race car fans. So, if there's some top names in that collection, and I responded to the fellow yesterday and asked for a list of the names, and he said he's going to get that to me as soon as he can.
Yeah, good. That's the key then. Very good. And had another email that they weren't sure if we did anything with old coins. So you're big with the old coins, aren't you? Any highlights that you want people to look for in coins if they're going to send them to you?
Well, just, any silver coins made before 1965, that's when they stopped using silver. They're all, have some value, but, the Morgan silver dollars that they made from 1878 to 1921 and the peace dollars from 1921 to 1935, any gold coins, and if they're old enough or rare enough, a lot of foreign coins can get some good money too. And there's even just like things that they gave out in stores that they used when economies were tough. what they call store cards or hard time tokens from the 1800s and the Civil War. There's just an endless list of things that have value from that period. I just picked up more than 80 Roman and Egyptian ancient coins a week ago myself from my own collection, and those are pretty exciting.
So now let's say somebody had some coins and they're not graded. Is it similar to card grading where it takes a while and it's kind of expensive, but will you get some graded if need be for before you auction them?
Absolutely. There's a silver dollars that can be, $100 in low grade and $2 million in high grade. So absolutely, we want to grade anything that's worth more than $1,000 because people just don't want to shell out that much money without being sure that the grade is what it is stated and the thing is genuine.
All right. Well, if he gets back with a list, I will send it to you. Now, with Hannah, do we still have a caller on line one?
Yes, we do.
Well, let's get Mark from South Bend on the line. Thanks for calling, Mark.
Hey, Tom, how you doing? The Bulldog had to do a sports segment one Sunday night, March 1979, and I never saw him do sports before. He was filming, I believe, for the Bruce Roberts, and it was the weekend that the NCAA basketball tournament bracket was being put together. They didn't have a 64-team tournament. They had a 48-round play-in tournament, and they didn't have a big hour show before it. It basically came out while he was doing the sports, and he had to read off brackets, and the playing brackets were all playing. And one time that I remember him making was Duke and North Carolina are in the top 10. They had the best records to the ACC, but Clemson won the tournament, and they get a bye, where Duke and North Carolina have a play-in, and they should advance through the play-in. And in the first round, Duke and North Carolina get bounced.
You're cutting out, Mark, but we'll see if the Bulldog, you remember this?
Well, I pinched in a lot for Bruce Roberts, and I think of the gentleman calling in from going back to golden years back in '79, and I appreciate that. But yes, we did the shows, and I don't remember that specifically, that basketball, which was not one of my favorites, but I do remember when the things would come out, the pairings and things like that, and the tournament was on. Yes, I do remember that because I worked Saturdays on the weekends, and for Robert, who later died, by the way, and I ended up doing it longer than that.
Yeah, very
By
good.
the way, one other point before I bail out here. Vince was talking about 59 being a great year for the White Sox, etc. But how about a card worth a guy named Ingemar Johansson won the heavyweight championship of the world that year by beating Floyd Patterson. I wonder if that card, there's a guy that people's forgotten. I wonder if that card would be worth anything.
I don't think he sells for a ton, actually, Bulldogs. I mean,
he should though.
Better than a common, but not big money. Now, let's get to Steve now for the May 15th auction. Now, I saw that you have a Joe DiMaggio game-used bat, a Willie Mays game-used bat, World Series rings. Did those all come from the same person, or can you say, or some pretty big-time stuff?
Yeah, the World Series rings all came from the same person. It's the estate of Mike Cubbage, who was, a player in the 70s and who he managed in the minor leagues and in the major leagues, and he's coaching. And in later years, he served as a scout or special advisor and a bunch of different positions. And we have three rings that he had: the 2019 Washington Nationals World Series ring, which was the first World Series for that franchise that used to be the Montreal Expos. We have the 1986 Mets World Series ring that they presented to him. He was managing their team in Texas at the time, a minor league team, and that's the famous World Series with the Bill Buckner.
Yeah, that's a big one.
So there's going to be a lot of interest in that. And then there's the 2008 Tampa Bay Rays AL Champions ring. They lost in the World Series against the Philadelphia Phillies in that game that was postponed for the rain and whatnot. They had to finish it up. So that was an interesting series too. And the bats, I don't really want to talk about the Joe DiMaggio bat because it's got a labeling period from 1941, 1942. And during that time, it was Of course, Joe DiMaggio had his famous hitting streak.
Yeah.
To beat out Ted Williams, who hit 406 and get the AL MVP award. So that was a very historic season. The Yankees won the World Series, and then the next year they won the pennant in 42. So, imagine that Joe DiMaggio's using this bat during that period.
Wow.
It's a major deal. And the opening bidding on that is $25,000, and it's going to go for a lot more than that.
That's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Bidding begins May 15th on that. And then you got a Willie Mays bat with a high starting bid.
Yeah, that's got a $10,000 starting bid, and it's from 1968. And, Willie was aging then, but he still managed to finish 13th in the MVP voting that year, so he was, very much in play. And, just any bat that Willie Mays used. And, you just feel as a collector it's an honor to own something that Willie Mays used in a game just because of how great he was.
Steve, we're running out of time real quick. I see you've got an Avengers #1 comic book, but have you heard of that PSA is going to start grading magazines and comic books?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, I think that's the rumor that I've heard later this year. So that could have an effect on things if they're actually. That's something to check out. What do you think? If PSA gets into it, is that going to help or hurt the CGCs?
Yeah.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, competition's always a good thing, so it will be interesting to see how that turns out.
Very good. Well, thanks for joining us, Americana Steve. Thanks once again to the Bulldog, to Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, Robert Edward Auction President Brian Dwyer. Don't forget there's a Huggins and Scott auction. Bidding begins May 15th, the spring auction. And there's also a Robert Edward May auction. The bidding has begun. It ends next week. If you have an item, send me a Gmail, tcrowntom@gmail.com. Thanks for listening, and we'll be back next Saturday.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com. About a half hour from Chicago sits one of golf's best-kept secrets, Seven Bridges Golf Club. Daily fee play with a private course field, immaculate fairways, championship greens, and golf passes designed to reward you, your clients, or your team. Every round includes a GPS-equipped cart, because at Seven Bridges, golf should be as seamless as it is rewarding. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your round today.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. There's still time to show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just a few minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. So visit proflowers.com/sports or use code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is Tyler and Shay. Tyler and Shay.
I know you're gonna dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Always streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
Check this out.
Good morning and welcome on in. It's Tyler and Shay right here on ESPN Chicago. You can always watch us on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com, search ESPN Chicago, and take us on the go with the ESPN Chicago app. Shay, Cubs lose last night in the series opener against the Mets. We thought we were going to get Cade Horton Day today, and we still might. It just will not be out of the starting rotation. Cade Horton will be available, according to manager Craig Counsell, and, of course, the top Cubs pitching prospect, but it will be Brad Keller that starts tonight. So that took a little bit of wind out of the sails of a lot of Cubs fans as the series with the Mets is off to an 0-1 start.
Do you think it's the right or wrong call to not start him? Because I think there's two ways to look at it. The top three of the Mets order is a murderer's row.
Probably the best in baseball.
And it's Francisco Lindor, Juan Soto, and Pete Alonso.
And Pete Alonso, Soto got all the money this offseason. Pete Alonso's actually been the better hitter this year so far.
By quite a bit. Soto's off to a bit of a rough start.
He's picking it up, though, now.
He is. And Pete Alonso is like an MVP candidate on May 10th in the National League, which is the most loaded league maybe of my lifetime in terms of talent.
It's up there.
And Pete Alonso is near the top in terms of MVP talk. So one side of it is throw Cade Horton into a baptism by fire, where he's got to face three of the best hitters in baseball, maybe the best top three in all of baseball, or bring him in after that inning. But the risk I think you run is Brad Keller can get blown up by these guys too.
Brad Keller's at least faced these guys, so there's somewhat of a familiarity. He's a big league pitcher. But that to me is why I don't know if I would have even brought up Cade Horton then. If you're going to bring him out of the pen because you want him to settle into his first ever start, you play the Marlins this week. You play the White Sox, the Reds, the Rockies. These are your next couple of series. Let him ease in against some of the bottom feeders and let him settle in that way. I don't understand this. Again, really, a grand scheme of things, not end of the world. But this, to me, is a pretty important series for the Cubs. I get that it's only May, and you've had an absolute gauntlet. You got to get through this series, and then things really ease up. This is a Cubs team that so far only had one series against a team that is sub-500. And this is one of those series against one of the best in all of baseball. But when we get down to it at the end of the year, this could be the difference between getting a first-round bye and not. If you're neck and neck with the Mets at the end of the year, this is a very, very critical series for this team.
When we talked about the importance of winning all the tiebreakers against the NL West, which they did, credit to the Cubs, they have achieved the taking all of the tiebreakers away from the NL West. That's going to be important when it comes to playoff seeding. They have not fared as well against the NL East. Philly could be there at the end. Philly took 2 or 3 from you at Wrigley Field. You've lost the first of 3 against the Mets at Citi Field. So you want to have all of these in place because the likelihood of the Cubs just running away with the National League, I'm sorry, I'm still not there.
But NL Central, I can get there.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's why I offered earlier this week, I said, Cap, I'll give you a piece of paper you can sign, and it'll guarantee 90 wins. Take all the injuries out of it. Take all the question marks out of it. I'm giving you 90 wins. That'll win you the Central. Will it get you the 1 seed? No. But it'll get you in. That's more where I'm at with this team. They're 22-17. I'm not ready to buy that they're a 100-pace win team. They're not anymore.
Well,
you drop 3 out of 4 to San Francisco, or 2 out of 3 to San Francisco, and then the first game against the Mets, suddenly you're not on a 100-win pace anymore.
I think it picks back up, given the schedule.
Yeah.
We could be looking at this team at 30-20-ish when we get to that certain point, once they start racking up some of these games. They could be hovering around that, given what they have on their schedule coming up. It's Miami, it's the White Sox, it's Miami again, Reds, Rockies, Reds, Nats. That is a pretty cushy way to lead into another gauntlet of Detroit and Philly. But I look at this team, and I'm still happy with everything that's taken place so far, but it's not like they're without holes. And one of those holes in particular is third base.
Mm-hmm.
Third base is a spot that you thought you had at least settled by bringing up Matt Shaw, and I'd imagine Matt Shaw's back up in the next couple of weeks. He's starting to really, really hit the ball well down in AAA. But there's also this new wrinkle that has entered the fray. And I want to know how Cubs fans feel about this proposition. There seems to be a very disgruntled superstar out in Boston right now. So much so that he met with ownership yesterday.
Yep.
His name is Rafael Devers. He's 28 years old, and he's one of the best hitters in all of baseball.
When healthy and when not pissed off.
And while defensively he's a butcher, offensively he is probably a top 10, 12 bat in the entire sport.
I think people also, like, he had a very loud, bad start to the season.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was
0 for 17, I want to say.
Yeah, and I think 12 of his first 16 at-bats were strikeouts.
Yes.
Since then, he has accumulated a one WAR season since that start where he was a negative WAR player. Like, people need to understand, he has heated up, and he feels like he's been lied to by his organization. Mm-hmm. He's met with ownership. He's beyond disgruntled. People expect him to demand a trade at some point.
And this could be a spot where the Cubs strike. Now, Devers is locked up long term on something that, especially in the current climate of baseball, seems to be pretty team friendly. He signed a 10-year, $313 million contract back in 2023. So he's only got probably about 260 or so million left on that deal. And this is a guy that you build around. This is a slugger, a lefty bat, a guy who, when at his best, is one of the best hitters in the entire sport. And now you've got a guy who's beefing with the front office, specifically Craig Breslow, who came over from the Cubs. Mm-hmm. And you've got a chance now to potentially strike. You've got a loaded farm system and a lot of guys who may not have spots on this team right now. I mean, every Cubs fan that has all of the minor league prospects built into their social media algorithms sees Moises Ballesteros every single day. He is ripping the cover off of the baseball right now. Problem is, there's nowhere for Moises Ballesteros to play with the Chicago Cubs. Right now, you've got 6 top 100 prospects. It may mean you sacrifice pitching this year in terms of you're not able to go out and get the volume or the caliber of starting pitching or relief pitching at the trade deadline. But it may mean you bring a second superstar into your lineup. Are you doing it if you're a Cubs fan? 312-332-3776. For me, yes. I think you have to do this. If you have the opportunity to land a superstar, especially one that is on a long-term deal, and everyone's kind of up in arms like, oh, like terrible teammate, disgruntled teammates. This is the first time I've ever heard anything about Rafael Devers.
Yeah.
And he's kind of been booted around within his own organization. He was told he's going to play third base. What do? They go out and undercut him and sign Alex Bregman.
Not only was he told he was going to play third base, they paid him $313 million over, 10 years to be their third baseman.
Yes.
And then they signed Alex Bregman, and they told him, you're not going to play the field anymore. And there was a whole kerfuffle at spring training where Rafael Devers said, I play third base. I am the third baseman. Okay, well, I'll accept designated hitter. Now Tristan Casas gets hurt, and all of a sudden they need him at first base, and he's just done with them. I don't want to do this anymore. Why'd you pay me the money? He's 28 years old. Over the last 7 years, by NerdStat, weighted runs created plus, he's a top 30 bat among players with a minimum 2,500 plate appearances. Here's a fun fact. Rafael Devers in the last 7 years has over 4,000 plate appearances. He's not only good, he's historically reliable, and he's under 30. I don't get what the issue is, where people are balking at this. Oh, his defense is bad at third base. Don't you have a Gold Glover at shortstop who can kind of help out with that a little bit? How many balls really are rockets down the third base line? Is it enough that it'll kill you in a full season? No.
Can I throw this at you, too? You know, the Cubs, I think over the last couple of years, have done a really good job at developing defense. Like, sure, there's some stars there. Dansby's a star defensively. Nico's a star defensively. You're talking about Gold Glovers who, with or without the Cubs, they're going to be studs in the field. Nick Madrigal, take a guess at what his defensive WAR was for last season as a Cub in 92 games.
0.5.
He was a full win.
Wow.
In 92 games. Nick Madrigal, who's the butt of a joke on both sides of town here. And you're able to find ways to make him perform at third base defensively. He was terrible with the stick, but he could play defensively. And that was a revelation. That was kind of the start to me of seeing, wow, they've done a good job at developing guys, especially at the corner. Look at Michael Busch. Michael Busch defensively was pretty bad to start his career. He went complete 180 with it by the time he got to the end of last year, and then leading into this year, he's been a plus defender at first base. Have there been moments? Sure. But for the most part, I think he makes some difficult plays, and he helps out his infield. I think that this Cubs team, you know what you're getting with the bat. It's going to be one of the best bats in baseball. And can you rejuvenate him defensively a little bit? I think he wants to play the field.
Yeah.
He may not be very good at it, but he wants to. And guess what? If for people who are like up in arms about Rafael Devers, did you not have a right fielder who felt the same way leading into this year for the Cubs?
Yes.
Seiya Suzuki wanted to do the same exact thing. And what did the Cubs do? They went out and they got Kyle Tucker, who's a better glove, better bat, and said, you know what? You're going to have to be our DH.
But what I don't understand is the willingness to hug Matt Shaw. And I get it.
Yeah.
He's a promising prospect. But if you called me today and all I had to do was give up Matt Shaw and Moises Ballesteros and I get back Rafael Devers, come on.
Yeah.
I'm doing that in a heartbeat. I'm in the business of trying to win a World Series. I'm in the business of this year. Yes, I understand getting Rafi Devers money may impact the willingness to go out and sign Kyle Tucker. You know what? They might not sign Kyle Tucker anyway. I'm in the business of trying to win in 2025. Pop-up championship be damned. Sustained success doesn't exist in sports. It's not real. You want to find out about sustained success? Go look at the 49ers and their empty trophy case. They feel good about that? Talk to Detroit in 5 years. Ask them if they wish they went all in for an edge rusher instead of playing the sustained success game when they're staring at nothing but NFC North championship. Like, that's the game you're in. Win a World Series. Winning the NL Central when it's this bad doesn't move me. You should win the NL Central. You're far and away the best team. Balking at the idea of adding Rafael Devers, pushing the chips in, and trying to win a World Series because nothing's promised. Kyle Tucker could walk whether you get Devers or not.
This at least gives you insurance. It gives you Kyle Tucker insurance. You're going to, whether or not Kyle Tucker re-signs with the Chicago Cubs, you are going to have one of the best lefty bats in baseball. A guy who can hit for power, he can hit for average, he can get on base at a very high clip. Just, he does a little bit of everything within your lineup. He is a multiplier within your lineup. And for a year, if you have both of them in your lineup, you're talking about one of, if not the most dangerous lineups in all of baseball.
The one opinion I would listen to is if you just feel like you need starting pitching more.
That's the counter I would also offer.
And I won't fight too hard on that, but you would have to go out and find me a true ace. And right now, Sandy Alcantara's not pitching like one.
He's got an 8 ERA.
Could you give me Pablo Lopez? I know Jeff Passan had a couple ideas with Waddle and Silva the other day.
But that's not a Rafael Devers equivalent. Like, you have to be going and getting Pablo Lopez, one other pretty good starting pitcher, and then like one or two pretty good relief arms on top of that.
Devers, when he's right, is going to be a 4 to 5 win player, if not a little better than that.
Yeah. That's the type of player you'd be adding to your lineup. And this is the time right now. You have a loaded farm system. It's the best your farm system's been since you were building up a team that went to the World Series and won the World Series and went to 3 straight NLCSs. Like, this is it. This is the time to sell it off. You're clearly all in. You made the trade for Kyle Tucker. That shows that you are all in for this season. So, Cubs fans, how you feeling? 312-332-3776. Are you in or out on a Rafael Devers trade?
And you take a balanced lefty bat and you take him away from the pesky pole. You're taking him away from one of, if not the deepest right field corners in all of baseball. One of the hardest places for lefties. Like, I know Fenway's a bandbox and people treat it like a joke. The pesky pole is what, like, people estimate it might be less than 300 feet to the pesky pole.
Yeah.
But it's about 400 feet to the actual corner in right field.
Yeah. Bring that bat to Wrigley.
It's not an especially great lefty stadium.
Summer, hot day. You could do that. 312-332-3776. Chase on the south side. Morning, Chase.
Chase, you with us?
Hello. We'll try to reestablish Chase when we come back. All right, we'll take all your Cubs calls. Are you in or out on a Rafael Devers trade for the Cubs with the Red Sox? That and more coming up next.
This is Tyler and Shay on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear next Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Yurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series next Friday at 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
Hey, spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up next for your cut. When it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want. Plus, they'll save the details in their clip notes for the cut you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Game day in Chicago. You know what that means. Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. It's the perfect call whether you're at the bar, at a tailgate, or cheering from your couch. Wherever you are watching, it's always Sam season. Swing by Almost Home in Wrigleyville to grab a Sam Adams American Light today. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Now's the time to schedule your Four Seasons AC tune-up. Backed by a 1-year no-breakdown guarantee, peace of mind is only a tune-up away. Call today and save $50 from your trusted local experts. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shane Orling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Talking Rafael Devers with you. Could he with the Chicago Cubs, as Cubs have a loaded farm system. And I think one of the best trade chips that you have if you are going out and trying to acquire a third baseman is the ability to flip someone like Matt Shaw, who's a top 20 prospect in the game pretty much anywhere you look. And he's got some pedigree. He's got some positional flexibility. He doesn't just have to be a third baseman. You can put him at short. You can put him at second. Like, that's a guy that, and he's got the bat too. Like, that's a guy that you could flip as a pretty prized commodity, especially if you're doing business with the Red Sox, who, remember, just unleashed the farm to go out and get Garrett Crochet.
Yep.
So they're a team that needs to, they've got a really good system in place and good young players. Like, I mean, you've heard about Roman Anthony forever. Marcelo Mayer's a guy who's going to come up at some point, too. Christian Campbell's already up and looking like he could win Rookie of the Year for that team. But they still could replenish a little bit with the fact that you lost a lot of pieces from the Crochet trade, too.
But also the point that you just made, the Red Sox unleashed the farm and went and got an ace, a guy who's going to contend for Cy Young this year. Like, do you think the Philadelphia Phillies would hug their prospects, given an opportunity to boot Alec Boehm out of the daily lineup and make it Rafael Devers instead?
They've been trying to do that for years.
And I know people laugh, like, I can have this big opinion, but Shea, you're not a Cubs fan. No, I'm not. But I do think my team is actually very similar to yours. Very good, maybe great, with a massive hole at third base. And I would kill for my team to make this trade. I don't understand why Cub fan doesn't want this, wouldn't want this. Matt Shaw could be anything. He could even be Rafael Devers. It's the Family Guy mystery box. Like, there's a chance Matt Shaw's awesome. There's a chance Matt Shaw gets to the league and busts out. It happens all the time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you think about the last, like, big prospect that Cubs fans were waiting to come up. He never did. Vernon Davis never arrived.
Got DFA'd. DFA'd. How many times that happened with Cubs prospects lately? And it's been a 4-year process of Jed Hoyer hanging on to him for dear life. Half of them are gone.
Now he started
maybe more than half.
And now he started to unload some of them, and it's produced some results. Like Michael Busch, good player. Kyle Tucker, obviously, elite player. Can you go out and find another one here?
I'm just a big believer in this sport. When you get to the point that the Cubs are at, where you're going to sleepwalk to a division championship. I think we all pretty much feel that way. Mm-hmm. Like, the Reds are the one threat in the division, and I don't really buy that they're ready to just threaten you to win this thing.
Yeah, like, even when the Cubs were that upstart, young, up-and-coming team in 2015, they finished third in the division. They had to win a wild card game. Now, part of it was the division was as good as it was. The Cardinals, the Pirates, all were, I believe, 97-win teams that year, and the Cubs kind of nestled right behind them. But
I don't buy what the Cardinals are doing right now. No. I think the Brewers stink. The Reds feel like there's some upside there, but I don't think they're actual legitimate challengers. You're going to win this division and play home game, have home field advantage at least for a round, maybe two, when you get to the postseason. This is the time to turn your prospects into weapons and use them as ammunition to push your chips in and try to win a World Series. That's what I'm in the business of.
You may not have Kyle Tucker beyond this year for whatever reason. You might as well try to capitalize on the season that you do have right now, because you've got a fun team. You've got an offensive juggernaut that you could add to. And I'm with you. If you have it, if your belief is that this team needs pitching more than it needs a third baseman, I can get behind that. I see that pathway. This team needs pitching. Starting, relief, all of it. Any sort of arm this team needs because of the injuries they've sustained. They are duct taped together right now. But if you can put in a game changer who's going to be your third baseman of the future for the next 8 or so years, that's a move I think you make. But Cubs fans, how you feeling about it? 312-332-3776. Tom's on the south side. Morning, Tom.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm in disagreement with going and getting Devers. First of all, he's a prima donna if he doesn't want to help his current team that he's on by playing first base, and he's only 28 years old. Furthermore, the Cubs should have saw the pitching problem they had a mile away. They knew coming into this year they had 27 blown saves last year. Then they put their save guy out there. He gets lit up for, 8 runs in the 10th or 11th inning the other day. Mm-hmm. And now You got Justin Steele goes down, and then furthermore, you got Boyd, who's pitching nice now, but coming into this season, 3 of his last 4 seasons were mostly on the disabled list. So this is not a shocker. They did not build this team to do anything more than just to eke into the as a division champ and not compete against the Mets or the Dodgers. So that's my 2 thoughts on that. What's your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for the call. I would say this. I think the prima donna narrative around Rafi Devers is overblown.
He feels like he got lied to.
Which he did.
Imagine at your job if they said, like, I'll just use this place for an example. If they signed a contract and said, Shay, you're going to host the morning show and we're going to sign you for 5 years to do it. And then a year in, they go, actually, we want you on nights. And then 30 days into doing nights, they try to move me to middays. What the hell did you sign me to do? Mm-hmm. I would have questions about what the plan is. Why did you pay me all this money to do one thing and then I'm doing 5 other things?
Yeah, it's not like he got a $50 million contract.
He got a $300 million deal to be the franchise third baseman in Boston, and then they undercut him signing Bregman. Now, you can say it's the right organizational decision for them. Maybe it is. Bregman's playing like an MVP candidate right now. They move him to designated hitter. They tell him you're not going to play the field. Now they're haggling with him over playing first base. He feels like he was lied to. That's it.
I think of the Moneyball meme, too. Like, this guy already was not a good defender at third, and it's the scene from Moneyball. Tell him, how easy is it to play first base?
It's incredibly hard.
That's what I think about with this.
Yeah, of course. The whole thing, I don't really, like, I get the idea that we don't want a guy who doesn't want to do this, but you have a guy who didn't want to do this, and it's working out fine with Suzuki. Mm-hmm. I feel like if you just get Rafi Devers a change of scenery right now, all this extra stuff that people believe exists doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I think it only exists in Boston because he's got a rift with their new general manager.
And Craig Breslow's not the one who signed him up to this long-term extension either.
No, it was Chaim Bloom.
That is another piece of this equation where they may look at it. We just gave big money to Garrett Crochet. We just locked up one of our young stars for the foreseeable future. We just signed Alex Bregman for a lot of money, made him one of the highest paid players on an annual basis in the sport. We may want to reallocate some of this Devers money so we can diversify what we're doing, because we have all these young players coming up over the course of the next couple of months that we're better off spending our money on pitching as opposed to a third baseman right now.
And the other thing I would say to Tom is you can feel like they built this team to eke into the playoffs, to win the division and not actually contend with the Mets or the Dodgers or the Phillies or whoever. That doesn't give them an excuse to not make moves and do it now. Now that we're seeing a lineup that's producing at a World Series caliber clip, you don't get to just go, well, we built this team to do one thing and we're going to accomplish that, so we're good. I want to win world championships.
I think that was also, I'd imagine part of it is you don't always build your team to its completeness in March. There is a method to, all right, we're going to wait this thing out, get to June, July, and see what the trade market looks like. Maybe this team's down. Like, who would have thought the Orioles would be down? Is Felix Bautista going to be available at the deadline? Like, is that going to be the next closer for the Chicago Cubs? Who knows who's going to be available at the deadline this year?
Baltimore's terrible, and I can tell you Baltimore's not getting better.
No.
They're awful.
They don't have the pitching. But they do have some relief arms that could be intriguing.
But you know what else? Baltimore should be the perfect team for everybody here to look at if you're a Cubs fan.
Yeah.
Because they're the team that chose not to spend money. They're the team that believed so strongly in their young core of players and all their prospects. And they're 14-23. And they're probably going to have to weaponize some of that young core and get rid of a closer like Felix Bautista because they refused to go all in last year when they had the opportunity to do it.
Yeah. I think there's something to be said about still, like, you've got this farm system now, and then you go all in at the deadline. Whether it's pitching, starter or reliever, whether it's third base, you go out and land a star like Devers.
It's just that
you're going to have options at the deadline. Jed Hoyer's phone is going to be one of the busiest when we get to July.
I really think it's just this Midwest sensibility you get in this town where people are kind of just happy to hug the prospects and not behave in a way. Like, I don't buy that East Coast teams would behave the way the Cubs have behaved the last couple years, where you have a shot at the deadline each of the last 2 years and you don't seriously buy to make a push for the playoffs. That happened twice, each of the last 2 seasons. Do you think the Phillies would ever, Dave Dombrowski, ever behave like that?
No.
The Red Sox with an opportunity, would they? The Yankees? No. They wouldn't.
The Mets?
This town, for whatever reason, the Cubs have just behaved that way. And now it's like you've been conditioned to expect it so much. You've been conditioned to expect that Kyle Tucker will not be paid. So you can't acquire a big contract. You've been conditioned to expect that you won't weaponize your prospects and make a big deal. So you just hang on to them. Like, oh, we've got Matt Shaw. What happens if Matt Shaw sucks? I'm not saying that he does, but he could.
Mm-hmm. This is what happens. It's the problem with having a destination stadium. That place is going to be full no matter what. It doesn't matter how good, bad, in the middle the team is. You're always going to get the tourists that come in that have always wanted to see Wrigley. You're always going to get the young crowd that wants to have a weekend Saturday afternoon in the bleachers. You're always going to have that. That's always in your back pocket. You are one of the 2 or 3 biggest destinations in the sport to go see a baseball game.
You know, the other thing, too, is I know that we looked at the Dodgers as some unbeatable monolith coming into the season, and they started really hot, had a little bit of a slump, and now they're the best team in baseball, as kind of we all expected, 26-13, tied with Detroit at the top of the standings.
You just had to get that in, didn't you?
Of course. Their pitching is kind of a mess.
Yeah.
Roki Sasaki has been bad.
What do they have, 14 starters on the injured list right now? Like, significant pitchers.
Glasnow's back on the IL, which he's always on the IL.
Surprise, yeah.
Their bullpen has not been good. Like, there is an opportunity here. The reason I'm talking about the Cubs this way is I do feel like there's a little bit of a window. The Dodgers might be more beatable than we thought. The Mets certainly, I believe, are beatable if you are willing to go all in and try to take it.
You're going to have to solidify pitching. And if you add another superstar bat, a guy who's performed in the postseason too, like, this is not going to be some sort of shocking experience when Rafael Devers gets to October. No, he's been there before. He's done this before. 312-332-3776 if you want to talk Cubs with us. Chase on the south side. Morning, Chase.
Hey, you guys hear me good?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay.
What's up, Chase?
So listen, I'm all for Cubs addressing their third baseman. I'm all for that, but my main concern is our bullpen and our closer situation. I mean, look, regardless of what, I do not trust our bullpen. This is one of the reasons why I'm just so out on Jake, because regardless of how he's done building this roster, he's still done a terrible job addressing the bullpen. We've been talking about issues with our bullpen for how long? For the last 3 years now. And listen, it don't matter who you got at offense at closing games. You have to have a closer to win a World Series. If you don't have a closer, you're not going to win anything, because at the end of the day, when it gets to October, the offense slows down. It's all about pitching. If you don't have that closer, that pitching, you're not going to win. There have been too many occasions where we've blown a lot of games, even last season, that it was all predicated on our closer situation, our bullpen. And until we fix that position, we're not winning anything. And I'd rather them use our assets and prospects to go get from a closer. Sylvie said it. The Cubs have done a terrible job addressing the closer. We haven't had a good closer since 2016. Even then, we always chip. It's almost like the same thing with the Bears with the offensive line. It's the same thing we say. They keep, throwing darts at the board with the closer. And until we get a efficient closer, we're not winning nothing. I'm just sorry. We're just not winning anything until we address the closer. I don't
Chase, you can do both things. You can get Rafi Devers, you could get a starting pitcher, and you could address closer. It doesn't cost as much to get a closer.
No, I think the other thing with acquiring a closer, and you can want a closer right now, but you know how many teams are in bad bullpen situations right now?
A ton.
Probably 25 or 26.
I also typically think closer can be a little overrated in playoff conversations because you have to get to your closer for it to actually matter.
How many times we see closers coming in the 7th, 8th inning?
Hey, everybody do me a favor. How'd it go for Cleveland with Emmanuel Clase last year in the playoffs?
And how's it
he
going
was a blow-up doll?
And how's it going for him to start the year this year, too? Like, closer is such a recycled thing. It's not as big of a concern with me because, sure, you can do all the bitching you want when Presley goes out and gets demolished against San Francisco the other day. He also had an entire month where he did not allow a single earned run. And nobody was addressing it then, right? And that's just the nature of what the closer is. You're going to have games where you get blown up. To me, I never look at a closer's ERA as much because it's such a small sample size that you pitch. Like, he gets blown up in one game, it's going to tarnish his ERA for the entire season. What do you look like game in and game out? And for the most part this year, Ryan Presley's looked pretty good. He comes in yesterday in the 6th inning. I think they want to get him a little bit of work, establish his confidence back, but he is also coming off of a knee injury and hadn't pitched in 5 days. Like, that's not a way. You have to find ways to get your closer work, too. Because that's one of the, I won't say it's a curse of this offense. There haven't been a lot of close games this year for the Cubs.
You just won't get a ton of save opportunities. And that's a part of why I do believe it's a little overrated, especially in playoff scenarios, because if you don't get to them or if the train has outpaced them, then it doesn't actually matter. And also, again, they aren't expensive. People in this town should remember Michael Kopech and Tommy Edman went for rescue job Miguel Vargas and 2 top 30 prospects. Mm-hmm. You can do both.
312-332-3776. If you want to talk Cubs with us, we'll take more of your calls when we come back.
This is Tyler and Shay on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Today, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Feel the boom. Schaumburg Boomers Baseball has the bases covered for fun. May 16th through the 18th. Friday night is T-shirt night. The first 1,000 fans receive a Boomers T-shirt. Plus, it's a Friday night fireworks night. Saturday afternoon is a matinee with a 3 p.m. start, thanks to Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday afternoon is Family Day and Bark in the Park. Bring your dog to the ballpark, thanks to Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. And feel the boom.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BEAT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BEAT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BEAT.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports. I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shane Orley. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Talking Cubs with you, batting around the idea of Rafael Devers being a Chicago Cub. You've got the farm system to go out and get a player like that. It's just a matter of, do you want to and are you willing to? 312-332-3776 if you want to join us. Ray's in Plainfield. Morning, Ray.
Hey, how are you?
What's going on?
So I'm thinking with $250 million left on the contract for Devers, if we sign him, I don't think we're going to sign Tucker next year, right? And now we're going to have a $250 million DH with hopes that Shaw can then man third base. And even if they
if you're trading for Rafael Devers, you can kiss Matt Shaw goodbye.
Okay, so even so, Rafael Devers is statistically probably one of the worst third basemen in the league, right? So who are we going to put at third base? I just think with that amount of money left on his contract and wanting to sign Tucker, I don't think Ricketts could stomach it. I'd rather have Tucker in our farm system.
You might not sign Tucker either way. Just the reality of the situation.
Yeah, for sure.
And
but if we get Devers, we're definitely not signing Tucker.
But I don't know that that's true either, Ray. And my side of it is I can't make 2025 decisions based on what might happen in 2026. I don't care about 2026. I'm in the business of winning a World Series in 2025. That's it.
If you went out and you won a World Series this year with Devers and Tucker in your lineup, you think that doesn't at least put a little heat on and thinking, hey, we probably have to get this deal done?
Yeah, and also,
if you win a World Series, sure, it would be great to have Kyle Tucker for the long term, but if they win a World Series here, I'll be happy. I'll be happy no matter what.
No kid. Oh, my God. Are you kidding? If they win a title, I always laugh at the pop-up championship thing. I'm sorry, you think Royals fans had a bad time in 2016? Sustained success is not real.
Especially in baseball.
The Chiefs and the Patriots have broken everyone's brain into believing you can just do this. It's not possible. It's not. Sustained success, more often you end up looking like San Francisco with an empty trophy case. That's what it is. You look like the Steelers. You think Pittsburgh fans love sustained success? No, they want their coach fired.
Yeah.
Because he can't find him a quarterback. Because they can't win playoff games. But they have sustained success and they're a model organization. I don't care. I want to win a World Series. If that means going all in, then so be it. But it's also not, he's making $250 million. No, he's making about $25 million a year in cash. And in fact, less over the next few seasons. I'm sorry. If Ricketts can't add $75 million to his payroll, 25 to Devers, 50 to Tucker, sell the team.
You dumped Cody Bellinger for about that $25 million. That's $25 million you've got sitting in reserve right now. You can't take that. And I look at Rafael Devers, if you made the trade, you at least have an insurance policy for if Kyle Tucker decides to leave. You have a lefty bat that can step in and do a lot of the same things that Kyle Tucker is doing offensively.
Yeah, what if you don't make this trade, you don't win a World Series, and Kyle Tucker leaves anyway? And then next year, it's Seiya and guys.
Yeah. PCA, but yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Right.
Then you're really leaning on Matt Shaw. And Saya's got to go play the field again, and we saw that experiment.
You need all of those prospects to hit. It's part of why I'm always in the market to move some of these guys because, all right, you're going to send 3 or 4 guys over in a Devers trade, right? Maybe even 5. The likelihood of all 5 of those guys making it to the show is so incredibly low, and the likelihood of even half of those prospects being serviceable players, pretty low. Likelihood of one of them being an all-star, very low. Yeah, it's just how these trades work.
Like I was talking to you yesterday off the air, and it was the likelihood of Matt Shaw becoming Rafael Devers is at best the 10th percentile outcome. There is, like, I would say 9 times out of every 10 that you call up Matt Shaw, he does not become Rafael Devers.
I would probably extend that to like 9.95.
It's just, it's not likely. It's that old thing, the statistic where it's like less than 1% of high school players become college baseball players, and less than 1% of college baseball players become minor league baseball players, and less than 1% of those become Major League Baseball players, and less than 1% of those become Major League Baseball all-stars. Like, that's what you're dealing with. Mm-hmm. You have a known quantity who is disgruntled and potentially available versus a lottery ticket.
Right. I mean, think about the trade that the Cubs made with Yu Darvish. They offloaded Yu Darvish. They got 4 prospects from the San Diego Padres. Only one of those guys is still in baseball right now. So a trade, 3-4 years ago now? One guy still in Major League Baseball. And it's a guy that Cubs fans have been hearing about forever. Owen Casey. Oh, how long have you been hearing about Owen Casey? It felt like 2-3 years now that he's going to be the next bat that comes through the north side and is going to be a summertime hero. Like, he hasn't even sniffed the pros.
Think about all the players that you got for Baez, Rizzo, and Bryant.
Perfect example.
You like a boatload of prospects. PCA, great. Kevin Alcantara, we'll see. Everyone else, dead.
Caleb Killian, still alive.
Hanging on by a thread.
Still a chance to win the Bryant trade.
Everyone else out of baseball.
Yeah. It's just how prospects work. This is the sport too. Like, I know football always gets the reputation of injury. You're never guaranteed anything. Injury can be extremely derailing in this sport, especially a pitcher. If you're talking about pitching prospect, the old acronym TIN stop.
Dr. Neal is on speed dial.
Exactly. Like, there's a reason these surgeons are rolling in it because of MLB players. All right, when we come back, we'll get to the NBA playoffs. There was an epic game last night in the mountains. We'll talk about that and more coming up next.
This is Tyler and Shay on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Apt is celebrating 89 years. Enjoy the beautiful weather with a new grill or griddle for your outdoor space. Explore a wide selection of Traeger pellet smokers, Napoleon grills, Komodo Joe charcoal grills, and portable grills. Don't miss the new Weber Slate griddle and Weber Smoke pellet smoker. Whether replacing an old setup or building a new outdoor kitchen, Apt has everything needed to create the perfect space. With free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop at Apt. Pleasing people, since 1936.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. There's still time to show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just a few minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. So visit proflowers.com/sports or use code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shane Orley. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Thanks to Hannah Lamada for producing today's show. If you missed anything, check it out. Pick a side feed on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you get your podcasts. NBA playoffs underway. By the way, what a great day for New York sports fans. You get Knicks Celtics at the Garden, 3:30. You know that place is going to be crazy today. And then you get Cubs Mets at 7:15 local time. Can you imagine doing that doubleheader today? That would be epic.
And we were just looking in the break. It's a 30-minute train ride.
Yeah. And you're going right from Penn Station out to Queens.
That would be a stellar day. It makes me sad because I'm thinking about how there's no red line doubleheader this summer.
Mm-hmm. I've always wanted to do that.
I have never done it. I would love to do it. But it'd be one thing to have even the Hawks or the Bulls in the playoffs right now.
See, I did the sad version of that last year when I did the Jerry tripleheader.
The Sox rain out doubleheader followed by a play-in game.
Sox Royals into Bulls Hawks, I think it was. Yeah, Bulls Hawks.
Why did you do that?
Because I hate myself, Hannah. I do not respect my own life.
He wanted to experience pain.
Well,
I get it. He wanted to use his own money to experience the pain of what Jerry Reinsdorf has created.
I endured 9 hours of pain, and all I got was a campfire milkshake.
I'll never
and
understand.
A sea red towel.
I'll never understand why you did it, but you did it.
Yeah. Well, I've done it for 24 years, so you'll be okay.
The Celtics right now currently down in the series 2-0. They've blown a pair of 20-point leads. I think both you and I are on the same page. Like, it feels like regression's coming back the other way a little bit at some point, but I do feel like afternoon crowd at the Garden, not what you want to be walking into. This is like a dumb sports thing that I feel that has no basis to it. Afternoon road playoff game is not a good place to live. And if this game was being played at like 7 o'clock, I think the Celtics would have a much better chance. No numbers, no stats or anything to back this up. It's just a feel thing.
I think the Garden would be a pit to play in no matter what time the game started. I do just kind of feel like the Celtics will eventually hit their threes.
Yeah.
At least more of them than they have. Like, they're not going to shoot 25% from three for the entire series. They're not just going to blow 20-point leads. Mm-hmm. And my dumb sports brain thing is in the NBA, especially the Eastern Conference, I think there's two fan bases that are just cursed to not have good things. Knicks and Sixers. And I have seen the Sixers take series leads, 3-1 series leads even, against Boston, only to have their hearts ripped out of their chests.
We've seen the Knicks blow this lead before, too.
Knicks fans being on a tremendous high only feels like it's set up for a tremendous downfall.
Can I say this, though? I want to throw you my conspiracy theory about
I'd love
the
to
Knicks.
hear this.
All right. NBA
Is
draft.
it the Pope went to Villanova? Because I heard that one.
No. Oh, you've seen that 1,000 times, that Nova fans are going to be even more insufferable now than they already are. NBA draft lottery is on Monday. I don't know if people are aware of this. This could be a pivotal moment in Bulls history.
When they win the number one pick and secure the flag, capture the flag?
I think Bulls fans should be rooting their asses off for the Knicks. Because if the Knicks are good, the league will look at it as Chicago is the last infinity stone that we need for the league to, like, really thrive. Like, you've got the Knicks, they're back. The Celtics are in an awesome spot right now, off of a title. You've got L.A. with LeBron and Luka. And if Golden State still has Steph, like, this is the last piece that we need to secure. Let's rig this thing so Chicago can get Cooper Flag. And whatever happens, happens with it. But at least we're going to give them a lottery ticket to fish their way out of it.
If there were ever a time for a frozen envelope, it's now. Get Cooper Flag to Chicago, please. I don't know if the Knicks winning this series helps or hurts the chances.
This is the last infinity stone, Shay.
Listen, I just hope Adam Silver hears me, buddy. You've been trying to fix a league that wasn't broken, and in the process, you have utterly destroyed it. So let's do the opposite now. Make Chicago good again. Give them Flag. Freeze that envelope. Walk it on up. Chicago's won the lottery.
I think that this is the Bulls fans start. I know it may pain Bulls fans of the 90s to be rooting for the Knicks, but it may benefit your team somehow in my dumb sports brain. It might.
That is the silliest thing I've ever heard. There's nothing corroborating that. Sure, I guess. Can't they look at this the same way anyway, even if Boston does win? Oh, the Knicks are good again. Like, there's a chance you could get Bulls-Knicks first-round playoffs if you give the Bulls Cooper Flag.
Yeah, you get a nice little, like, 3-6 matchup.
You telling me that's not going to do numbers? Bulls-Knicks?
The nostalgia of that series.
Yeah, dude.
Especially if that's, like, one of those...
Flag and Mitchell Robinson's the new Jordan and Patrick Ewing.
You put it on the new NBC package. You've got Round Ball Rock, the opening game monologues that it sounds like they're going to try to bring back a little bit. Like, that is 90s basketball nostalgia. That is at its finest right there. All right, that's going to do it for us. You miss anything, check it out. Pick a Side podcast feed. The CDGA Golf Show coming up next.
This is Tyler and Shay on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
To the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan, who is out at Ziegfeld Troy up in Woodridge today as the Better Through Birdies Challenge is underway, as Mike and I already completed our portion of the challenge. We did it on Wednesday, but go on out there. You can support the event, and as always, you can support all of the different teams at betterthroughbirdies.org. Make your donations there. But good morning, Mike, and how's the scene out in Woodridge this morning?
Well, good morning, Tyler, and good morning, Chicago. We have ourselves a Chamber of Commerce day here out in Woodridge. I have perhaps one of the best seats in the house. We are situated right at the first tee where everybody is passing through all the holes that they're playing, but the first time they stop by here, their first attempt on this hole from 130 yards is for $100,000.
All right.
And then the person who makes the most birdies and the two teams that raise the most money, and they're two-man teams, those 6 players, hopefully just before we go off the air, will be making an attempt for $1 million, which is a 50-50 split because the kind people at Republic Bank have insured us for all these opportunities where if somebody makes a hole-in-one, whether it's $100,000 or $1 million, half goes to the CDGA Foundation. The other half goes into the pocket of said golfer who made the ace. And in my case, should it happen, I will be sharing all of the money with all of the people that donated to the CDGA Golf Show team, where we made 19 birdies.
Yeah, we had a nice little run there. I think if we had a couple of those lipped-out putts go in, we probably would have been running it up more towards like 24, 25. A little closer to where we were last year.
Well, it just goes to show you it's a funny game. Some days you have it, and some days it just doesn't fall. And we experienced a little bit of that, especially about midway through the round. But all in all, it's always fun to be with you and just playing golf for a great cause and watching the fun and the smiles. We've got kids. We've got high school players. And, in fact, we have 2 legends coming up to the first tee right now, and Matt McAtee and Dave Essler. Dave Essler, a great golf course designer in own right, and Matt McAtee, Senior Vice President of Troon Golf. They are about to make their attempt for $100,000 as I'm literally speaking to you. So, so he's going to set up here, and I'll let you know how he does. But we are blessed with a lot of giving CDGA members here today. Right now, our tally is 67. I think we're approaching $68,000. And here's the cool part about this. We took a photo, if you remember, Tyler, and it showed our 19 birdies and the total check. I think it was like $4,275. Well, it's not that amount anymore because what I did is I sent the picture out that you sent, and we had people who donated again. So you can still donate. And in fact, we've actually had people donate all the way towards as late as November in some cases. So even though we have a final number today, that number will grow into next week for sure as people realize, oh, I meant to give, but I just didn't get around to it. But now that I see the picture, I want to still give. And it goes to our veteran and first responders and the programs and camps we have for them, as well as individuals with disabilities and our youth, because that's where the game grows, and we want to pay attention to our youth and continue to foster the love and growth of the game.
Absolutely. So you can go to betterthroughbirdies.org, find the Par 3 Challenge. CDGA Golf Show team is our team if you want to support us. We made 19. We'll see what the pace is like out there at Ziegfeld Troy out in Woodridge. You can go out, watch the event there. Lots to get to today. We are a week out from the PGA Championship. We'll be joined by Andy North at 9:35 from ESPN and a two-time U.S. Open champion to break down the field there. Also, we will give you our fantasy golf picks as well for the week. I did see something in the fantasy sphere that I want to bring your way as well, Mike, because it's kind of mind-blowing as we are closer and closer to the PGA Championship. But we did also spend the week together out at French Lick Resort. It was an awesome time. We finally got the dry day on Tuesday after being washed out for the most part on Sunday and Monday, but boy, did we make the most of it. And you, my friend, are a master negotiator with how you pulled off our day up for Tuesday. So you just want to lay it out for everyone how you maneuvered what we had for Tuesday, which was a beautiful day out there.
Well, let me set up the week first. We traveled, if you remember, I picked you up at 5:15 at your apartment, and so that made me get up at 4. So the day started bright and early. We connected, flew down I-65 and made it to French Lick. But I think we had the wipers on most of the time.
Yeah.
And I now know I need new wipers. But with that being said, we got there and we teed off in the rain, and we played in the rain, and we finished in the rain 9 holes. And so we had hopes the next day we're going to the Big Pete Dye course. I think they said it was $450 per player. So we wanted to have the best experience, and when we wake up, it's dark and it's raining. And we decided to wait. I think we postponed our tee time another hour, hour and a half, just to see if we could find a better window, and we couldn't. And so we made our way down to the first tee, and we played 4 holes. And at that point, we were sopping wet through rain gear and everything to our underwear. And so that's when Dan Shanahan from our friends at Jersey Mike said, let's just go in and sort of wait this thing out a bit. And that's where you guys were drying out, and I decided to go recon and went into the golf shop. And what I basically explained is this. I've got a guy who flew down in a private jet who's played 13 holes, and I have my co-host who's only seen 4 holes of the famous Pete Dye course, and we need to chat about this on Saturday. So would it be possible, even though you have a full tee sheet tomorrow, that you put us out first? And he looked at me and I said, your buddy, Brendan Sweeney, would approve of this. And he looked at me and he goes, you know Brendan? And I said, do I know him? He's a good friend of the CDGA. He said, that's what we're going to do. So thank you to Brendan Sweeney, and really thank you to the staff at French Lick for understanding why we were there. We had our media folks doing a lot of special filming for CDGA TV and our YouTube channel, but those people know how to run a resort. They know how to show Southern Indiana hospitality, and they couldn't have been more gracious, because what we ended up doing, even after an hour, 40-minute fog delay, we got out, we made it over to the Donald Ross course. The rest of the CDGA groups had just passed through the 9th hole. There was one group behind them, and then the next group was over on the 8th green, so we slid right in on 10T, and we played the back 9 that we didn't get to see on Sunday, and we did it in a pair of shorts and a short-sleeve shirt, and we were dry.
Yep. It was one of the most 180 days of all time. I mean, we start in a fog delay where we're pretty much sitting in a cloud. Just to paint the picture for everyone who hasn't been to the Pete Dye course at French Lick, like, you're up in the mountains, kind of up, like for whatever Indiana mountains are. But you're up there, like you are sitting among the clouds, and then all of a sudden you see that fog just lift, and the sun finally peeked its head through, and we had, like, basically once we got to the back 9 of the Pete Dye course, we could have been playing in shorts at that point. And it was
100%.
To see the sun out after, I'm not joking, I think it was at least 36 straight hours of rain. I don't think it stopped.
They had some major flooding.
I mean, when we were driving around town, like, it was just, you saw lakes that did not exist before. They were on the precipice of opening up their new par 3 course, and it was just completely underwater with all the rain that they got, and it felt like the entire town was underwater. But that's kind of the beauty of where the Dye course is settled, because you're all the way up top, and you can kind of just let that water drain down the hill. And it was, for all intents and purposes, and all the rain that they got, it was about as good of course conditions as you could have asked for us on Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't know if there's another course in America where we could have played and played literally with no standing water anywhere, because Pete Dye is a master at how to drain golf courses. He learned it when I worked with him at Kiowa down in 1990 and 91 when he designed the Ocean course, and to this day it's one of the most, environmentally friendly layouts, as well as the attention to the water, the drainage and where the water goes and how it gets recycled. And as such, at French Lick, we were basically up playing on top of various hills that are on mountains. So it's like the whole golf course is on an elevated stage as you go through and wind through all of the country up there. And I loved when we pulled into the clubhouse, you go, I think my ears just popped.
Yeah.
So,
just from going up the hill, yeah.
Yeah, I said, I don't know how many people can say their ears popped in the state of Indiana, but it did for us. And it really is truly a really photogenic. It just shows well. And for those who saw the influencers outing that they had this past year, you can now go out and play the same course that they did, as well as the fact that the Korn Ferry plays their tour championship there for the next 5 years. So it is a big boys golf course, and we didn't even play it anywhere close to the back, but you got to see a lot of those back tees.
Yeah, the spots where the Korn Ferry players were going off of, by the way, we also had a tremendous caddy, one of the best 4 caddies that you will find. Bobby was our guy that day. I mean, he was tremendous, and he was showing us all these different spots and pockets on the golf course, and it just elevated the time that we had out there. I mean, it was already a hell of a time that we were having on that Tuesday, but the caddy experience as well was just a step above, on top of it.
100%. And, there are some courses where a caddy is like, but whenever you go to iconic golf courses like the Pinehursts, the Pete Dye courses, the Sand Valleys, the caddy makes the experience. And although it may cost you a few bucks, the experience is so good, because if you get a good one, he's not only going to be part of the experience and the entertainment, but he's also going to be strategic and help you I bet Bobby helped us with 5 or 6 shots that if he wasn't there, they could have gone terribly
How about the putts,
wrong.
Too.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean,
can
there
the guy
were things
read greens?
that we were like, all right, this is uphill. And he's like, no, actually, it's downhill. Oh, this is going to break right. Oh, actually, it's going to break left. And he was dead on accurate every single time.
I know, and that is the wildest thing about Pete. He creates optical illusions, and so if you don't have a caddy like Bobby, and there was one time I said, I know I got him wrong this time, and sure enough, he was correct, and I never doubted him from the rest of the way in.
Yep, no doubt about that. All right, when we come back, we'll start to break down a little bit of what's taking place out at the Truist at the moment, as we are 1 week out in preparation for the PGA Championship, and we'll also talk to Andy North coming up at 9:35. All that and more coming up next. This segment brought to you by French Lick Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey,
it's the Good Kid. And this is Carmen. We're your captains for Team Blue Chew at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf outing.
No guarantees our team will be the champs.
But with Blue Chew behind us, we'll make it to the finish with power to spare.
See you all June 11th at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America. Founded in 2001, Zero Friction is responsible for establishing the three-pronged performance tee and remains the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour, with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride electric bag trolley with a pocket-sized remote control that uses Smart Follow technology to follow within 3 feet of you. Stride was voted Product of the Year at the PGA Golf Show. To check out all the innovative Zero Friction products, go to zerofriction.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Segment brought to you by golf course. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan with you on the CDGA Golf Show. We talk golf with you every single Saturday. Before we get to the truest, Mike, John's in Palatine. He wants to join the show with a little bit of a tip. Morning, John.
Hey, John.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Good.
As a soccer official and a fellow golfer, we play soccer in all weather except thunder and lightning. And what I've found from having gear that I use for both sports is that Camp Dry, I don't know if you're familiar with that, it's a silicone spray, but you spray that on whatever is supposed to be rainproof, and it will actually make it rainproof. Because all of my rain gear without it still soaks through in probably what happened to you guys, an hour, half an hour.
So this is just like a spray that you put down on your clothes?
It's a silicone spray, and that locks the fibers so that the water does not come through it.
Interesting.
Wow, that's because John brings up a good point. Because
thanks for the call, John.
You used the best European rain suit money can buy. You had a Pro Quip.
Yeah.
And I had a FootJoy, which the players use on tour. They both got soaked through. So, where can you get this silicone? Is John still with us?
I just looked it up. So you can find it at like any hardware store. You can get it on Amazon too.
That's a great tip.
Yeah. You can. I mean, Ace Hardware has it for less than $10.
There you go. I'll tell you what, that'll extend that rain suit. And that's what I was most disappointed with, because had that stayed completely dry, I could have done it with the rain gloves. I think we could have done it. But, I mean, over time just wins out. When it was just so steady.
Yeah. I mean, it was 36 hours of straight rain.
Oh, yeah, it was.
So, all right, the Truist is underway out at the Philadelphia Cricket Club. And your leader right now, it is a stacked leaderboard, but the man who is ahead of the pack right now may be the greatest unknown of them all. Keith Mitchell at 12 under. Fired a 61 Thursday. Keith Mitchell's had his moments on the tour, and when he has his irons going, he is as steady as they come on the PGA Tour. However, it's just how often can he dial that in? But he is your leader right now at 12 under, one off the pace right now, Shane Lowry. Sepp Straka continues his fantastic season. He's 10 under right now in possession of third. And then you've got a bunch of studs at 7 under right now. This is an elevated event, by the way.
Listen to this list.
Justin Thomas, Rory McIlroy, Colin Morikawa, Akshay Bhatia, Siwoo Kim, and Patrick Cantlay. That's a list right there. That is, I mean, you could very well see this entire crop of players in the top 10 as we make the turn into moving day at the PGA Championship next week.
100%. This is making it's actually creating what will be a fantastic championship next week. I love how Bryson won on the LIV Tour after giving it away in Mexico, so his game is in top-tier shape. You're going to be bringing everybody in with their best foot forward. Jon Rahm should be mentally in a good spot, and his game's playing well. You got JT back, and even a guy like Max Homa's looking good. So
Max
this
has
is
looked
going
good since he made the change on the bag.
100%. 100%. And it's interesting, Keith Mitchell, you talk about the unknown. What he is known for, though, he is the best Thursday player on tour. He's 58 under par for all of his Thursday rounds this season. He has a 6-shot lead. The problem is the weekend. And he has not won this year, and his last win was 2019 at Honda. So, there'll be a lot of things going on in those 6 inches between his ears, I'm sure, as this day unfolds.
And look at the Wolves chasing him right now, too.
And I'm sure that's in his brain, too.
Good luck holding off that crop right there. I mean, that's no easy task when you've got Shane Lowry on your tail, Sepp Straka on your tail, and then, here's Justin Thomas. Here's Rory, fresh off of a Masters. Here's Colin Morikawa, a guy who's won majors. Here's Patrick Cantlay, who may be the best player without one. Like, all these guys. I mean, even, like, the group that's tied for 10th right now. By the way, shout out to Gary Woodland, who has made his comeback from the brain tumors. That was one of the best episodes of Full Swing as well. But he's tied for 10th right now at 6 under. Ricky, you mentioned his name a little bit earlier.
Mm-hmm.
He's right in the thick of things as well. If Ricky really gets going, he came out firing with a 63 on Thursday. But we'll see how he finishes out the weekend. But yeah, it's what you get in these elevated events. You don't get any slouches. It is interesting. No Scotty Scheffler this week because we were watching him last week.
Well, I think they banned him. He's too good. Because what was it? Scotty won the A flight.
And Eric Van Rooyen won the B flight.
He won the B flight.
Yep.
What a bully beatdown he put down last weekend. But, again, you can just show that they're even at the highest of levels, there's still a difference between the top tier and the rest of the tour.
Yeah. It's significant, too. Scotty ran away with the thing on Saturday. It was like when we were doing the show, it's like, this is over. We knew it was over. It was just going to be by how much was it over. And he went out and nearly set a record. Even like Eric Van Rooyen was a stroke off of having, I believe, the course record at the time.
Yeah.
And Scotty just annihilated the course record for a tournament at the course. So
and if you remember, we were so wet at the turn on Sunday. We were like, let's just get in and watch Scotty. Let's see what he does.
Yeah.
And then we were watching Van Rooyen, and he had the course record. I think he had like a 36-inch putt for the course record on 18.
With one of the coolest horseshoes that you'll see, too.
Oh, it was
came about
so cruel. But, and, getting back to a guy like Keith Mitchell, trying to hold on to this lead today, he's got to deal with a guy named Rory McIlroy, who we're going to see for the first time what I call have the ability to just go out and freewheel it. He has got the weight of the world has been lifted off that young man's shoulders, and it's going to be interesting to see if his game becomes elevated or he just becomes comfortable. But I have a sneaking suspicion Rory's going to want to put the pedal down while he is in this groove and go. And I'll be interested to see if he can just sort of come back and win this just being, calm, cool, and collected, and not just because there's a new version of him now.
Yeah. This is his first solo event since he won the Masters. He did participate in the Zurich, but he did not go in the first tournament, which was an elevated event right after the Masters. But this is his first time back out, and everything's looked pretty good so far. 66, 67, same thing that we've seen out of Justin Thomas. His playing partner at the Zurich, though, Shane Lowry, 64, 65. And I know that there was a day of ball in hand, and they did deal with some weather, but still, the way that Shane Lowry has come out of this after a solid showing at the Masters, and Lowry's just one of those guys who remains steady, and especially in tournaments where you're getting weather, that's when Shane Lowry seems to be like the guy that really thrives.
And not only that, he's becoming what I call almost a big game hunter type. He seems to flourish when the purses are big, the majors are in. So whether it's an elevated event or a major, Shane Lowry always finds himself up on the leaderboard. And so it'll be interesting seeing him playing as well as he is. Can he get it done to add to his list of majors, with the British Open being his first? And, he's a guy that would love to be the two-time major winner, and then he's got half the Grand Slam lit.
Yeah.
But
he's getting there, and he's starting to put up a lot of results, especially as of late. And now it's just kind of breaking through and starting to win some of these tournaments. He's had his top 10s, he's had some of these top 5s, but now it's that next frontier for him, trying to eventually be lifting some more trophies for Shane Lowry, who's always one of the fascinating guys. I am very intrigued by a couple of guys heading into this PGA Championship that are on this leaderboard right now. Justin Thomas being one of them, Max Homa being another one of them. And then also, as always, it feels like we kind of have this conversation at this time of year. Ricky Fowler sitting there tied for 10th right now. Those are three of the guys that I'm really focused in on. And then, of course, how could you forget Jordan Spieth, because of what this could mean, this upcoming weekend could mean for him, and the fact that he has a chance now on the heels of Rory just doing it, but now Spieth has a chance to complete the career Grand Slam.
Well, I know, and it will be interesting. Can Jordan get it done in short, quick fashion? And wouldn't it be amazing if we were to have two people complete the career Grand Slam within a month of each other? Yeah. When we had to wait, decades for this last one, and to that point, it's there's a bunch of the. Should I say that? Take it away, Tyler.
Yeah, just the career Grand Slams. Yeah, like no, you're all good. There's a lot of golf shots being hit out by you right now.
The guy just walked up to me, and I'm sorry.
No, all good, all good. When we come back, we will talk with Andy North, two-time U.S. Open champion, golf analyst for ESPN. He'll join us next, get you more of a preview on the PGA Championship. All that and more coming up next. This segment brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Peggy and Dion, this morning from 9 to 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open at IBJI. They're dedicated to helping you move better so you can live better. Their expert team delivers compassionate, high-quality care with state-of-the-art imaging, convenient rehab locations, and 14 ortho-access immediate care facilities for same-day orthopedic treatment. With more than 150 physicians and 100 locations throughout Chicagoland, they offer expertise in every orthopedic specialty. From injury to recovery, IBJI is here for you. Get the close-to-home care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com to learn more.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow @KemperSports on social media.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America and responsible for the 3-pronged performance tee, the innovative one-size-fits-all glove, and the new Stride electric bag trolley with an amazing Smart Follow technology remote. To secure your personal caddy, go to ZeroFriction.com.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin, home of Bowes Creek Country Club and the Highlands of Elgin. As we are less than a week from the start of the PGA Championship down at Quail Hollow, let's head on out now to the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above, and it's 2-time U.S. Open champion, friend of the show, and ESPN golf analyst Andy North joining us this morning. Good morning, Andy. Thanks so much for taking some time with us today.
Good morning, guys. How are we doing?
We are
Doing well,
fantastic.
Andy. Hey, Andy, real quick. I had Tim Troy. Do you remember Tim Troy?
Yes.
So Tim was here. We're over at Ziegfeld Troy's. I am. We're doing the fundraising event today for Better Through Birdies. But this morning he walked up and he said, I won the CDGA junior match play either in 69 or 70. And I said, well, that's interesting. We're going to be interviewing the winner of the 67 junior match play in just a couple of hours. And he goes,
it's
who's that?
shocking
And I
that we
said,
can remember that far back.
I know. And he said, Andy won. And he said, the next year, he said Andy was the low qualifier. But then he said, ask Andy how he did in his first round match.
You know what? I don't even remember. You just forget
he said
those
you
things.
lost.
I
He
think
said it was the biggest upset because you were the number 1 seed and the 16 beat you. And he said now he's an accountant somewhere here in Chicago, but he's got a great story.
There you go. I think that was down, way south in town. We played a Western Open there, I think, a million years ago, and it doesn't matter. Good God, it doesn't matter.
Oh, but that's great. No, but he Tim Troy says to say hello, and we're glad to have you on here. So, question for you,
How
Andy.
many birdies are you going to make this afternoon?
Well, we did ours already. Tyler and I, we did it on Wednesday. We did it out at the Sunshine Course. And Tyler, tell Andy what we did.
We logged 19 this year, Andy.
That's good.
It was solid showing from us this year, although we probably lipped out of another, 7, and Mike hit a stick once, too?
Yep.
I've heard that story before. It either goes in or it doesn't.
Yeah. It's a binary
We
sport.
thought we had one, but the ball mark was, right next to the lip.
Yep.
There you go. Well, that's cool. Good. Congrats. That's a neat deal. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're currently at about almost 68,000, and we're hopefully going to get closer to that 100,000 goal here all day and post-event after these all get posted. So every dollar counts, and we're hoping to do a lot of good things for our veterans and individuals with disability with the event today.
You guys should have thought about doing it this afternoon when it was a nice day.
It's beautiful here.
Yeah, you might have gotten another 6 or 7.
Right, exactly.
You're right about that for sure. So Andy, you're a 2-time major champion, and we are coming up to the PGA Championship here in short order. The focus is going to be on 2 gentlemen, Rory McIlroy and Jordan Spieth, in our opinion. And the last time we spoke to you, it was all about what would this mean for Rory. if he were to win the Masters. Well, now he's done it since the last time we chatted. So how do you think we're going to see Rory perform going forward? And his comments about how difficult it was going to be for Jordan, do you agree with what he said? And do you think Jordan can close this deal quickly, or is he going to be?
Well, I think let's address Rory first. He, you got a huge monkey off his back. Basically, what does he have to prove going forward? He's done everything you can do in professional golf, basically. Now it's just freewheeling it, having some fun, and probably win a couple more majors. He's playing well this week, and he's going to a golf course next week. He's won on 4 times. So, he's obviously the favorite. You look at Jordan Spieth, he's not playing anywhere near as consistently as Rory has been. When Rory was going into the Masters, Rory went in there as basically the favorite with Scottie Scheffler. It's a golf course that it's just a good, solid, big golf course. And Jordan hits it plenty far. His putting looks like it's been better the last couple of weeks. He's starting to make some of those 20-footers again, like we saw him make literally every one back in 14, 15. But it's tough. You put so much pressure on yourself to do well. It takes a lot of luck. It takes a lot of good breaks. It's hard to win. And Tiger ruined a couple generations of players thinking that you're not any good unless you win multiple times a year, or 4 times or 6 times. It's hard to win out there. So, it's a uphill battle for Jordan to get the Grand Slam this week, but he definitely has the capability of doing it. I think a guy that you got to watch out for is Scottie Scheffler too. He's starting to really play well too again. Looked like he hit the ball a week ago more like he did last year. If that's the case, watch out.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Andy North, our guest here on the CDGA Golf Show. Getting back to Jordan Spieth, he hasn't won a major in 8 years after he came out guns a-blazing in 2015, and he got the one in 2017 as well. When you look back at the last 7 or so years of his play, and it's not like he hasn't had top 10s, he's had plenty of those along the way, but how much of this would you say is injury versus maybe being in his own head, or maybe some other off-the-course factors?
Well, I think everything that goes on in your life has some impact. I think the toughest thing for Jordan, and he is really a great player. He'll be a Hall of Famer, the whole deal. But think about having maybe the greatest year of your business career when you're 22 years old. What does that do for you, looking at what you're capable of doing, what pressure you put on yourself to reach that level? That was a year that I don't know if he'll ever have another year like that. I'm not so sure there'll be many players that ever have a year like that. He really had a chance to win all 4 major championships and was just ridiculously good. But think about, trying to create a standard that you play up to the rest of your career. It's impossible. So, is he the Jordan Spieth we've seen the last 6 or 7 years? 8 years? Maybe. I don't know. He's like everybody else who plays this game at that level. You go through struggles. There are times your swing doesn't feel any good. There's times you don't think you're ever going to make a putt again, and then it happens. So, you just have to, go through the process and keep grinding away. And the biggest thing for Jordan, he just got to put himself in position late Sunday afternoon on the last 9 holes of the championship to have a chance to win. That's all you're hoping for.
So Andy, if we talk often about the Jordans and the stellar and elite players, who's somebody that we should keep our eye on that we're not talking about?
Well, I actually had to do an ESPN.com pick for next week, and this is not a dark horse. This is not somebody out of the blue, but I picked Shane Lowry. Shane's playing well this week. He's been playing really well over the last 12 months or so, he's really a good ball striker. He can really drive his golf ball, and he's a really good iron player. And I just think that, this is the kind of golf course that he's long, he's strong, he can do all the things you need to do. He's the guy that, if you're not picking Rory or Scotty, which if you're not picking those two, you're crazy. But if you threw those guys out, I like Shane Lowry.
Talking with Andy North here on the CDGA Golf Show. One guy who is playing well this week and has played well the last couple of times that we've seen him is Max Homa, someone who it felt like the sky was falling from a career perspective, but he, ever since he made a change at Caddy, he has certainly turned things around. What have you made of the last couple of outings for Max Homa?
Well, he really struggled for probably close to a year. And he had a good Masters, and he's played some really solid golf after that. So I think that, he's back to being Max, hopefully, who was a guy who was, such a solid player. He does everything well. But it's like every one of us who play this game, you're going to go through stretches where you don't play very well, and how you handle that and how you dig your way back out of that's what's really important. And he seems to have done that. I don't think changing the caddies has anything to do with it. I think he's just, you start working on stuff, and Max told me early in the year that, he's been working on so many things that you get on the golf course, you don't play golf. You're so concerned with what kind of swing you're making and what you're working on that day or whatever, instead of trying to shoot a score. And, it's easy to get into technique instead of, playing golf.
So, Andy, the PGA Championship traditionally has the strongest field in the game, and no doubt this year we have an absolute loaded field for next week. And based on what you know of the course, we don't get a chance to talk about these live players much. Who do you think the top performer will be? Bryson, Joaquin, or somebody else based on what you're seeing on the golf course? I think those two names you threw out are the two guys. I mean, Joaquin just won. Bryson just won. Joaquin has been the best player out there. Really disappointed that he went that route because, I think on our tour he'd be a star and probably have already won a major championship. He is really a special player. But, you do what you think is right. But he's playing some great golf. Bryson, I think Quail Hollow is just an absolute perfect golf course for him. You can blast it. He's really been playing super. He is able to get his game in the top spot when he's at major championships. And he's a major champion winner. He understands how to play those events, and I think he's going to be tough to beat.
Andy North with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. Andy, appreciate the time, and you can find him on ESPN throughout all the coverage. So appreciate you taking some time with us, and we will talk to you sometime down the road.
Well, thanks, and we're on literally all day. I think we come on air at 7 o'clock in the morning. We go into the last putts held every single day. So if you got nothing to do or you're just sitting around, we can show you a lot of good golf. So,
well, that's good because more golf shots is better, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You got that right.
Andy North with us, two-time.
Thanks, guys.
Yep, thanks for joining us, Andy.
Appreciate it.
You have a good one. Andy North, two-time U.S. Open champion. You can find him throughout all of the coverage of the PGA Championship with ESPN as well. This segment has been brought to you by Golf Elgin, home of Bowes Creek Country Club and the Highlands of Elgin. When we come back, there was rumors of some more golf coming to the Chicago area. Or is it coming to the Chicago area? We'll discuss that and more when we return. This is the CDGA Golf Show.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Marlins.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller. Today at 3:30 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
You strive for more in life and in business. never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Players Club passes for weekday discounted play. Full memberships are still available for the committed player as well. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part, it's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. This segment brought to you by Tullymore Golf Resort. And, Mike, I saw this yesterday. This was from Josh Carpenter from the Sports Business Journal, does a lot of their golf coverage there. There were some trademarks that were filed by the TGL, and for 2 team names, one of which is the Chicago Lynx Golf Club, as well as the Texas Golf Club, but there could be a Chicago team coming to the TGL by the time they ramp things up the next season. For those unfamiliar with TGL, that is the indoor golf league on the simulator that happened last year, or started up back in this past January. But the weird thing is even though there are cities attached to all of these different TGL teams, they're all kind of randomly distributed, and they're not playing events at these different towns and cities. No, everything's kind of home based down in Florida. It's tough for me to get overly passionate about it, but I feel like if they started to take this thing on the road, it's something that I would definitely want to go and experience once.
No doubt. I think TGL, I put it the same category as the NHL. Great, fun to watch on TV, but amazing to be there. And I think that is one of those events that being there is far better than watching it on TV. And there's not many events you can say that about, but I think the TGL would be one of them. And I agree with you. I think we got to have other cities put up these stadiums, and then they could create other leagues for the everyday player, for the top amateurs. I mean, it should be a business potentially, and it's a stadium for certain events. It operates much like a regular golf course would. They host events, and otherwise it's pretty much for the public to enjoy.
Yeah.
I think they need to do that. And then I also think they got to do a better job with the merchandising, and it all starts with what the players are wearing. And it's just bizarre to me that these teams played with no team uniforms. They played with team colors, but they didn't even have a logo, even though their team has a logo. But they didn't even wear it on a hat or a shirt, and I get it. They have all their contracts, but surely you could find a space for one little 2-inch by 2-inch logo.
Right. It's funny. You bring up the merchandise there. I was at a PGA Superstore the other day, probably like a week ago, and I saw all the shirts that they had and hats for the TGL, and let's just say it didn't look like they were flying off the shelves.
No. Yeah, the display, unfortunately, looks like a buffet that you went through, and there's like 3 scoops of potato salad left in the bowl. I mean, it's just not much there, and it's one of those situations they're kind of in it. They're not really vested in it, and they're not committed to it. Until they get that commitment, then that's another piece of the business that I think could potentially have some real merit to it, because some of those logos are pretty cool, and I think they gave a lot more thought and design into why we're going to play, the logos. Yeah. So it's just the logos, the team colors. I just think it would all go hand in hand and help, build the game among the youth.
Well, yeah, if they did it kind of like how Liv is doing, I mean, that's what Liv is shoving down your throat, it feels like, is the logos, the team, the camaraderie, all of that. Like, that's what they're, from a marketing perspective, it feels like that's part of their big business model. It feels like it's together, but not really with the TGL, if that makes sense. Like, you're a team, but you'd never really know that these guys are a team if you were just watching an event for the first time.
Right, and when you do watch for the first time, there's a strong likelihood that you're watching a team that had to pick up a player for a one-day contract because a corporate gig got in the way and this, that, and the other. So I think it's just going to need more time, but it needs more venues so that we truly can connect with it. Unless, to your point, you're in Florida, you really don't have, much of a chance to see it in person and really get to rally around your team. Because, like, here in Chicago, the Cub players, the Blackhawk players, the Bear players are mainly not from our community.
No.
But we rally around them because they're in our community. And, and I'm glad the TGL is waking up, because the PGA Tour needs to wake up, because Chicago is too good and too big a market not to be considered for whether it's a team golf and the TGL, but a regular tour event year after year. And as I think about Philadelphia this week in the Truist, they're another big city packed with great golf courses.
Yeah.
And they don't have a regular tour stop, and they're only getting this because of the PGA being at Quail Hollow.
Right.
Then you start looking at Boston, New York, Denver, Miami, Chicago. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I just think the PGA Tour, in this whole initiative of fan experience and whatnot, needs to, I think, focus a little bit more on some of these bigger markets. And I just think not being in Chicago on a regular basis is a big miss. But I'm glad to see the TGL expand, and I think Chicago would be a great venue to have the second TGL stadium in history.
312-332-3776 if you want to join us here on the CDGA Golf Show. When we come back, we will preview more of the PGA Championship. Will it be one of the big names? Will we get a career Grand Slam? All that and more coming up next. This segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine, Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Opens. This 6,900-yard par 72 gem appeals to all levels of play. Conveniently located just 45 minutes from downtown in the western suburbs. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park. Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility with a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events. Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. One of Golf Week's most recognized golf courses, it is ready for your private club experience. Enjoy Bowes Creek at bowescreekcc.com.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan talking golf with you every single Saturday right here on ESPN Chicago. Segment brought to you by Tour Edge. And Mike, we are just a handful of days away from the start of the PGA Championship taking place down at Quail Hollow, starting up on Thursday. And you look at all the momentum right now that it feels like the sport has leading into the PGA Championship. You're coming off of a major at the Masters where you had Rory McIlroy complete the career Grand Slam. As we head down to Quail Hollow, you've got a chance at having another one. Think about that. Someone picking up a career slam in consecutive majors. And everything about where the sport is, we're talking about fantastic TV ratings from the previous Masters into this PGA Championship. And it feels like all the stars have their games in great spots. Rory goes without saying. Scotty coming off of a historic finish the last time he was out at the Byron Nelson. You've got the live guys re-entering the fold with guys like Bryson and Brooks Koepka and Patrick Reed. And then you've just got a lot of really good players playing well on the tour. Justin Thomas has had a resurgent year and a half or so. Ricky Fowler is playing some really good golf right now. We've brought up Shane Lowry a number of times throughout the show. It just feels like the sport is in a really healthy spot heading into its next major on the calendar year.
And you know, Tyler, I agree with you because there was a time that I really worried if we ever lost Tiger Woods, could we ever have as popular and as, rich a PGA Tour? And The answer is yes. And I think we're actually becoming better without Tiger being there. In terms of the enjoyment and recognizing new up-and-coming stars, who could be the person who's now going to chase Tigers and Jack's records and close out Grand Slams. So there's a lot of cool storylines that are emerging as the game continues to move on and the evolution of the game and the tour and where we go with this whole live situation. But, yeah, not having to bank everything on the Tiger factor, the Tiger fever, has been what I would consider pretty refreshing. And I think in the eyes of the PGA of America, who used to have this championship contested every August for the longest of times, they have to be thrilled with the decision to now go back to the May date, which was where it used to be years and years and decades ago when it was in the match play format. So the overall look and feel, I think, of the PGA Championship has significantly increased, just due in part because it's now the second major of the season rather than being the fourth, and we're getting sort of at the tail end of our true individual seasons because football is just around the corner. And I think now the PGA Championship truly, truly matters in the eyes of golf aficionados.
For sure. I think it's been one of the better things that the sport has done, and it just kind of felt like patched up the calendar well, too, in terms of just bringing everything a little bit closer together from a major standpoint. And I do enjoy it coming on the heels of what you get at the Masters. It's still kind of the springtime. You haven't hit the peak of summer yet. And then you get to go to a place like Quail Hollow that's had a number of big-time tournaments, and now we get to see which stars are going to be the ones that ultimately shine. And for your money right now, like, as we go into this, obviously there's the big names, and we talked about this a little bit with Andy, but, like, if you were to take Scotty and Rory out of the field, who are you looking at as the guys that can push those two the most going down to North Carolina?
You know, I got to go back to Bryson. I mean, he is still playing really, really good. And what I am so impressed with is how he responded after he laid the egg in Mexico. Because he only had the Korea event, that was all he had left. And, you know, it's halfway around the world. And I would think that some of these American players probably go, they don't watch us anyway. And if you think they're going to get up at midnight to watch us, that's not going to happen. So am I really going to push this? Do I really, or do I just use this as a means of practice? Well, I mean, they're playing for huge dollars. But Bryson was able to respond like a true dedicated athlete. And, whether you consider that thing an exhibition tour or not, he's still playing amazing golf. So I still have to give him the big look as number 3.
Bryson, and the way that things unfolded at Augusta, too, where he was in the driver's seat, had a lead at one point, and then all of a sudden, I mean, it was just the roller coaster of back and forth between him, Rory, Ludwig was there. Just the way that Patrick Reed was in the mix, too. Like, all these guys that sort of found their way into it at Augusta, like, those are some of the guys that I'd imagine are going to be here once again. Like, I know Andy really likes Shane Lowry, but how about Ludwig coming back and pushing some of these guys? I really like Justin Thomas heading into this tournament. I think his game... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you're spot on with that guy. He won there, and his game is in great shape.
It's the best that we've seen him probably since he won the PGA Championship a couple of years ago. And even that came in dramatic fashion where he came from way back. I mean, he was well in the clubhouse before he went back out there and going up against Mito Pereira. And I just look at what Justin Thomas has done over the course of this season and even towards the end of last season. He's got 5 top 10s already this year. He's made every single cut that he's been a part of. He's currently tied for 4th at the Truist right now. Like, this is as good as we've seen JT, and this is a course that he's had a lot of success at, and it just kind of feels like he's going to be one of those guys who's going to be in the mix when we get to things come Saturday, Sunday, and ultimately when we get to the back of Sunday.
No, and I would agree with you. And I think it's interesting when we look at the three amigos, the Jordan Spieth, Ricky Fowler, and Justin Thomas, and they have all had somewhat of the same kind of career. Ricky hasn't secured the majors, but these guys had a lot of early success in their careers, and then they all kind of took a back seat when they went through the marriage and having kids. And it's interesting. I think Justin is showing these guys you got to rededicate. You got to do something. And I think with Jordan, I think Jordan's looking at Justin's lead, and I think it's helping him out in his recovery. And I just find it interesting that the three are now starting to gel again as the three. And it would be great to see these three get some great shootouts and rivalry among their friendship and their career. And maturizing really right in front of our eyes as fathers and as husbands and amazing players in the second half of their peak of season, if you will, in their career.
Yeah, I think it would be really cool if we had a final or one of the final pairings have two of the three, and specifically if one of them involved Jordan Spieth because of what this means for him as we head down the stretch. And he's got a chance now to complete the career Grand Slam. He is just a PGA Championship away, which is kind of funny the way that his career started, too. Like, some people think this is one of the easier ones to win, given some of the courses that are played. But I just look at what Jordan Spieth did coming out guns a-blazing to the start of his career. I mean, Andy brought it up. Like, the best year of his career that he is ever going to have, he had at the age of 22. Like, nothing is going to top what he did in 2015. A pair of major wins, I mean, and then a runner-up at the PGA, and then a tie for fourth at the Open Championship. Like, it will never be better for that for Jordan Spieth. And in fact, it may not be better than that for anyone that we'll see over the course of the next 10 or so years. Like, that is as good of a year as you can really have aside from like some of the Tiger years.
Oh, no question about that. And, and sometimes I think it's like when you start out your 18-hole round making birdie at the first hole and maybe the third hole, but then all of a sudden you just lose it. And I think for him, between the injury and the whatnot, it's been a tough uphill grind. And I think it's, obviously stood in the way of trying to get the major. And I think the injury had a large part to this. But like Rory's playing with a free mind. I think for each week that Jordan puts in at the tour, he's getting more and more confidence in that wrist. And I think once he's 100% confident in it and knows that it isn't holding him back in any which way. Now, he can say it isn't, but he knows deep down whether he still has reservations and he's flinching or, these kinds of things on various shots. If the ball's below my feet, above my feet, which you got to experience this past weekend. So, I think if he is 100% and he knows it inside, that's only going to help a guy like Jordan Spieth.
Absolutely. All right, when we come back, we will give you our fantasy golf picks as the CDGA fantasy golf pool is back for this upcoming major. So you got to get those lineups in. You got to be a CDGA member. We'll give you all the details, and we'll give you our teams when we come back. This is the CDGA Golf Show, and this segment brought to you by Tour Edge.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, it's Chris Black along with my golf buddy Adam Abdallah.
Here's hoping you get selected for Team Black and Abdallah at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf outing.
We are powered by Yingling.
They put the Sip It in Grip It and Sip It.
And what better fuel for a team victory than that?
We're looking forward to a win at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling Flight.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Golf Elgin in the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Hey, Chicagoland, play the best golf course the western suburbs has to offer. Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. Book tee times at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This segment brought to you by Geneva National. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan talking all things golf with you as we are less than a week away from the PGA Championship, teeing it up at Quail Hollow. That's why we've got the Truist currently taking place up in Philadelphia at the moment. A signature event, but Quail Hollow getting the PGA Championship this year, and every single major and then some. We get to participate in the CDGA Fantasy Golf Pool, and I am very excited this time around because of how the groupings are kind of divvied up. So for those who have never played before, first of all, you must be a CDGA member to play. You can make that happen by going to cdga.org, sign up for a membership. You can get all of the great perks of being a CDGA member. And then on top of that, you get to participate in the fantasy golf pools. They're free to play once you're a member of the CDGA. And this time around, Mike, I had a real tough time picking guys out of Group A and out of Group C. Those were the two that I felt like gave me the biggest headaches when going through everything. But basically what happens now is all of the golfers in the field are divvied up into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, based off of the quality of player that they are. And as we look at Group A, we'll go through our teams, some of the rationale for some of our picks as well. Mike, I'll let you lead it off here. And there's some great prizes, too, that are out there as well. So you definitely want to be in on this stuff. And if you end up winning, or there are some random draw wins that you can be a part of as well. But yeah, you gotta be in it to potentially win some of these prizes. All right, Mike, who do you like coming out of Group A for the PGA Championship?
Well, I got to do something. You have beat me both times, so you're 2-0 this year, and I've got to start winning. Otherwise, you're going to win 3, and you've won the series for the season. So I need to get some magic going here, and so I'm going right out of the box with Bryson. I think he is still at the top of his game. I'm going to go with Rory because I just think the guy's freewheeling it, like Andy mentioned, and I think he's going to be somebody that is going to be a pain in everybody's neck now for the next few years going forward. I got to go with Scotty because I think of the bully beatdown last weekend was all I needed to see. And then my alternate is going to be Ludwig because I just think he's the next best player coming.
Yeah. We only have one true overlap here. I took Scotty as well. I feel like I'm kind of zigging while everyone else is zagging here. Everyone I feel like is going to be all over Rory, and rightfully so. But I'm going to lean heavily on Scotty Scheffler here. I also took Ludwig, and then Justin Thomas. He's my pick to win the whole thing right now. I took him, and then my alternate, a guy who's playing some tremendous golf over the last couple of weeks, Shane Lowry is my alternate there.
Wow. Yeah, and it's funny. You mentioned the leaderboard. The thing's in real time, and when we had the last major, the Masters, Bryson let me down on Sunday, and I watched you just climb up the leaderboard, and you just overtook me by one shot. It was absolutely incredible, and that's what's kind of fun about the leaderboard that we have. It's in real time, so you're following the action and you're following your own in the event action. So
it's funny. I'm looking at my roster that I've got right now. I do not have a single live player.
Wow.
And I think I went pretty live heavy the last time for the Masters.
Wow. So we are going to have some differences because if we start with Group B, I'm going with Joaquin. And you know what? I think he could be the true dark horse in all of this because with all the criticism, with all the pressure, if he doesn't start performing now in a major, he's just never going to get another exemption, and he's going to have to just go to your local qualifying. So to me, Joaquin, it's now or never. And then I'm going with Patrick Cantley, and then I'm going with Tyrell Hatton, and Cam Smith is my alternate.
Wow,
so
live
you're
heavy.
starting to go some live here.
Actually, so I have Joaquin as my alternate. So likely not going to be a part of the mix when things are all said and done, but that is my lone live representation. My Group B, I am going with Minwoo Lee, Sahith Theegala, and a guy who's played very well this year, Sepp Straka, is my third out of Group B. So Minwoo, Sahith, and Sepp Straka.
Sepp is a good pick, and I gave him a lot of consideration, but I went Tyrell Hatton instead.
I almost took Cantley, too. I was thinking about it. I think I had him punched in at one point, and then I pulled him for Sahith.
As we go to Group C, I think I got the best value in the entire draft, and that'd be Jordan Spieth.
Yep.
Eric Van Rooyen. And did you know he's 100-1?
To win the whole thing?
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's got good value if you're wanting to put a shingle or two down on a player.
He's playing pretty well this week, too. He's tied for 15th right now. 7 strokes off the lead, but 5 under, and then he's coming off of nearly setting the course record a week ago, and ultimately just got Scottied, like so many players have so far over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I honestly think he's about to break through, and I don't know that he'll win here, but I expect him to have a very solid PGA Championship and eventually potentially a major winner down the road. To fill out the rest of Group C, believe it or not, I'm taking Will Zalatoris.
Okay,
and then I'm going back to Liv, Sergio. Sergio always plays well in the major, especially PGA Championships, and I'm going to go with him. And I'm going to see, this is it, Dustin. You've got to come through.
Oh, wow.
Have a good first round. I know he went south but he's from the Carolinas. Come on. He's like going kind of
little homecoming, yeah.
I know, so I don't know. I went with it, but I put him as an alternate.
How did he do at Pinehurst last year? I want to look that up.
Yeah, that's a great.
That was his last sort of homecoming type of deal. Last year at the U.S. Open, he was cut last year.
Oh.
But maybe this is the redemption story for him this year. I'm going to join you on that value play. I really like Jordan Spieth. I don't think he wins, but I think he can nestle himself inside that top 10 and at least give himself a chance on Sunday. So I'll take Jordan Spieth with you there. I'm going to go with the resurgent Max Homa, playing some of the best golf since a couple of years ago when he was a member of that Ryder Cup team on points. I'm going to take Max. He's only made half the cuts this year, but he's playing some of his best golf, fresh off of a caddy switch as well. I'm going to take Denny McCarthy, who's made every single cut that he's participated in, and then I'm going to take kind of a flyer here because I do think there are some really good value plays out of Group C, but this is a long shot. And a guy who's got 3 top 10s this year, Jacob Bridgman, is going to be my final pick out of Group C. And then Max Grieserman is my alternate.
Wow, look at you going down into the barrel.
I feel like you have to find, especially in the PGA, where there's so many players in it, I feel like you have to find you have to hit on a long shot if you're going to really score at this thing.
No, you're right about that. You've got to pick that one magic guy when he's having that moment. So,
yep. All right, on to Group D.
Group D, Ricky, don't lose that number, Fowler. I'm putting, the boys are coming back. And then I struggled between Jake Knapp and Keith Mitchell. I had him one way, and then I flipped it because Keith is still playing some great golf. So I'm going with Keith, and then Jake Knapp is my alternate.
All right. Well, we almost had the same exact Group D. I've got Ricky, I've got Jake Knapp, and then I'm going with Adam Hadwin as my alternate. I think I've used Adam Hadwin as my alternate in almost every single one of these out of Group C or D, wherever he ends up falling. But I feel like I've used him in pretty much every single one. All right, so those are the teams. So you want to roll through yours real quick?
Yeah, back in Group A, I'm going with the loaded guns of Bryson, Rory, Scotty, and my alternate is Ludwig. Group B, led off with Joaquin Niemann, Patrick Cantley, and Tyrell Hatton. Cam Smith will be my alternate in that group. Group C, Jordan Spieth, Eric Van Rooyen, Will Zalatoris, and Sergio Garcia. And hopefully DJ finds his golf game at home and brings it as in my alternate. In Group D, Ricky Fowler, Keith Mitchell, and Mr. Jake Knapp is my alternate, Mr. 59 this year.
All right, mine out of Group A, I've got JT, Ludwig, and Scotty with Shane Lowry as the alternate. Group B, Minwoo Lee, Sahith Theegala, Sepp Straka, Joaquin Niemann, my alternate. Group C, Max Homa, Denny McCarthy, Jacob Bridgman, Jordan Spieth. Max Grieserman is my alternate. And then Group D, Ricky, Jake Knapp, and then Adam Hadwin as the alternate there. So, again, become a CDGA member, and you can join us, or if you already are a CDGA member, join us in the Fantasy Golf Pool. You can find it on the member benefits and contests section of the CDGA website when you go into your My Caddy there. So check all of that out. There was an interesting fantasy golf note. I saw this. I don't remember what service it was offering this, but they do those salary cap pools. I'm sure you've played in some of these before, where each golfer is assigned a dollar value, and you get X number of dollars to allocate an entire roster of golfers for it. Did you see that this week Michael Block is a higher priced golfer than Phil Mickelson?
Oh my God.
Michael Block, 5,500, and Phil Mickelson was 5,400.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Michael Block, the legend, keeps on growing. He's got more value
Qualified
than
again.
Phil Mickelson. And he did. And I'll tell you, a lot of people were talking about, wow, you either love him or you hate him. But my goodness, what he did at Oak Hill was so very special. Now he's on commercials. So I'm happy for him. But because it's not easy to qualify even as a great club professional. I mean, these club pros have to run their clubs. They have a responsibility to their membership and their customers, and they've got to find time not only from teaching others but to keep their game in shape. So credit to guys like Michael Block and the rest of the 20 that are going to be representing the PGA of America Club Pros, and it always makes for a fun event. It's always fun. It's like that low amateur at Augusta. It's always fun to root for the true Cinderella story, the underdog, the club pro, because no matter what happens, he's got to go back to his regular job.
Yep, that's right. All right, when we come back, we will keep you up to date with what's taking place at the Truist. The third day, moving day, already underway. Some guys already with some nice scores out there on the course as well, coming off of a rain-soaked Friday down at the Philadelphia Cricket Club. So all that, and then we will get you around the CDGA. This segment's been brought to you by Geneva National.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
He must drove up in his car, took...
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open. When injuries happen, IBJI's OrthoAccess Immediate Care Clinics are here to help. Skip the ER and get specialized orthopedic care for sprains, fractures, and sports injuries with no appointment needed. With 14 convenient locations across Chicagoland, OrthoAccess provides expert treatment from IBJI specialists, helping you recover faster and get back to what you love. Experience same-day care close to home. Visit IBJI.com for OrthoAccess locations and hours.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow @KemperSports on social media.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle. Voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
As a proud CDGA member club with a diverse collection of holes built around a stone quarry, the Highlands of Elgin is a premier destination with awesome vistas. The Highlands of Elgin will be host of the CDGA Scramble Qualifier Monday, August 11th. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Golf and Country Club. Mike is out at Ziegfeld Troy for the Better Through Birdies outing. And what any sort of action, anything you want to report on that's been taking place out there so far?
Yeah, we've got a bunch of birdies being made, and we're getting close to the point where the guys are going to be trying for the million. Nobody made the $100,000 shot, unfortunately, but I still have my shot. And we have Brady taking your shot for you because you can't be here. So we still have two more shots, but we have 6 more blows for the million still yet to come, and hopefully that'll happen before we go off the air.
Awesome. Any score updates? Like, is anyone closing in on our 19 right now?
Yeah, the Essler McEntee, that is the one group we have to be concerned with. Dave Essler played his golf at the Ohio State. So when you come out of that program, you are one heck of a stick. And I actually remember him when I was a young lad, and he was a hot shot in college, and he just was one of the best players in Illinois. And so he's out here helping us raise some money. And, you know, he's a great architect in his own right and course design all around here in Illinois. He's done some great work. So we're honored to have him and Matt McAtee. So that's going to be the group we have to look for. And I know they were closing in on 10 a little while ago. So we'll keep our eye peeled on that group.
Awesome. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. And for anyone who wants to donate, you can find it betterthroughbirdies.org. Find the Par 3 Challenge. You can donate under Mike and my team, the CDGA Golf Show team. So check it all out there. It all goes to a great cause with the CDGA Foundation. So check all that out. betterthroughbirdies.org if you would like to donate. Let's skip on over to the Truist out at the Philadelphia Cricket Club. And this guy's sitting 48th right now, but I believe he was on the show, like, first year of the show. Michael Thorbjornsson.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you saw his opening tee shot on 384-yard drive that overshot the green. And he ended up making birdie on it. So, but he has since given some of those strokes back. He's even on the day, tied for 49th right now. But Michael Thorbjornsson, with that drive, that was his opening tee shot. 384 yards, overshot the green. Who would have thought?
Jeez. I mean, that is extraordinarily long. And, you know, they're playing in North Carolina. It's known to be much more humid. Yeah, not the elevation that you're accustomed to when you hear about those kinds of numbers happening, like out in a place like Denver.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, you could see it if they were out in Colorado or something like that. But in Philadelphia, you're not getting that sort of the thin air that you can just kind of carve up like that. Your leader right now, Keith Mitchell, he'll tee off a little over 3 hours, or a little less than 3 hours from now. Shane Lowry on his tail, 11 under, one off the lead. Then you've got Sepp Straka at 10 under, and then the group that is currently tied for fourth right now is an elite crew. Wouldn't be surprised to see all of these guys hovering, if not inside the top 10 next week when they go down to the PGA Championship. But you got Justin Thomas, Rory McIlroy, Colin Morikawa, Akshay Bhatia, Siwoo Kim, and Patrick Cantlay all at 7 under and a tie for fourth. And then your tie for 10th candidates also pretty good. Max Homa, Thomas Dietrich, Steven Yeager, Ricky Fowler, Gary Woodland. So real good leaderboard so far out at the Truist. But the notable omission from all of this is Scotty Scheffler. He is not playing this week after just demolishing the competition out at the Byron Nelson last week. And this was always planned. It wasn't like, oh, he was so good last week that he said he was going to take this week off. No, this was always in the plans to not participate in the Truist this week. But Scotty Scheffler, even though he's not playing this week, certainly rolling into Quail Hollow with some momentum for next week.
Momentum, confidence in the hand, and it's all well and good now. And that's bad news for the rest of the field. I got to give everybody fair warning on that.
We were talking on the drive down to French Lick about how, wow, it's kind of crazy. Like, we're at this point in the year, and even though he's had an awesome year, he hadn't won yet. And especially after a year where at this point he had already had, I think it was 3 wins to date. Maybe it was 4. But it was at least 3, including a major. And it was kind of crazy that we're at this point, even with the hand injury, and he still hadn't won despite some of, I mean, he hadn't had a finish outside of 25. But still, like, to see where he was and where his game is. But now he's got a chance to pick up another major next week.
He sure does, and it is amazing that the guy just has the ability to stay at the level that he is for as long as he has. And, I mean, he is playing at such an elite level. His game is so good. His iron play saves his putting, where most of the guys have their putting saving their iron play. And if he ever just puts average, he's going to beat everybody. And it's just extraordinary that he does it with the swing that he does and the footwork that he has. But somehow, some way, I admire the way Scotty Scheffler can square up the face every single time and does it with such amazing distance control and spin. And he is so tactical about where he misses, if he misses, and you will rarely ever see Scotty Scheffler go long on any hole.
Yeah. I mean, the way that he has the ability to hit with his irons, and it's incredible. It really is. And you bring up a great point. Like, if he was even an average putter on the tour, you would probably see, 2 or 3 more majors to his name right now?
Yeah.
Like, the way that he's come so close. I wonder, too, like, remember, PGA Championship a year ago, I mean, we're coming up on the anniversary of the Scotty arrest as well. So you had that thrown into the mix. He didn't have a caddy for the third day of the event, which is one of the most important days of the event. And he was in a jail cell like 20 minutes before his tee time for the Friday round. It was one hell of a weekend for Scotty Scheffler that year. And now you get to kind of relax a little bit. And I say that, obviously I don't think this year's PGA Championship will be as chaotic, but, I mean, you were down at Valhalla last year when that happened, and I just remember texting with you that day about all the craziness that was taking place with Scotty. I mean, that was the story of the sports world for the day. I mean, like, the PGA Championship, it's a big deal on the sports calendar, but everyone was talking about it all day. And it was so funny. Like, Scotty Scheffler's watching on the prison TV. It's got Get Up on, and he just sees Greeny talking about the fact that Scotty's in jail, and he's watching it from his cell. And then he's got to go out there and perform. And it was just a whirlwind of 24 hours, and then he doesn't have his caddy the next day.
Oh, it was the most surreal day of golf I've ever been a part of, and I've been around a ton of major championships over decades, and never have I ever encountered a day like that Friday at Valhalla. And what made it really bizarre is I was on a media bus going to the course when this happened, and we shared the same lane that would take us into the club, and that's where a vendor had run across the street, and he didn't realize they were using the middle lane, and he looked to his right, but the bus was coming from his left, and he had no chance. So fortunately it ended quickly, and but Scotty comes driving up on this thing, and he was only a little bit ahead of us when this all happened, and then we went to a complete standstill, and nobody knew what was happening and why it was happening, but we saw lights and cars and police cars and ambulances and fire trucks. I mean, it was bizarre. And now the bus was going crazy on their phones trying to figure out what happened. And I'm just sitting there looking, and I've got the Daily News next to me. I've got the New York Times on the other side of the aisle, and everybody's trying to scoop each other on this thing. And then when the word came out that Scotty Scheffler was going to jail, I thought I was dreaming.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, what? He's supposed to be playing in the PGA Championship. Why is he going to jail? But it was a day like no other, and to have been there was kind of interesting. But at the same time, I think Scotty's going to enjoy not having to spend a day in jail. Could you imagine if I would have told you, like if you were playing in a championship, that, oh, you don't realize this, but you're going to end up spending some time in jail between the first and second rounds.
Right.
It's just, they sometimes call Louisville Looneyville, and that's just exactly what it was. It was loony that day.
Yeah, I mean, that tournament, even though in like the grand scheme of things probably didn't mean all that much, is going to go down as one of the more memorable majors of my lifetime. Between the Scotty arrest and then that's when Xander won his first major.
Exactly. And, it's funny how things happen, because maybe based on the heater that Scotty was on, that had that never happened, it would have maybe been just another Scotty win. But maybe, Xander benefited from all of this. But I can tell you one thing. CBS, I bet, sent a little fruit basket at Christmas to the Louisville Police Department for the ratings. Thanks, boys.
Yep. All right, when we come back, we will go around the CDGA, and Mike will get you a further update on what's taking place out at Ziegfeld Troy for the Better Through Birdies Challenge taking place. And again, still time to donate, betterthroughbirdies.org. This segment's been brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Cap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality, with over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois. Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com. Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort, here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
In today's show, this segment brought to you by Republic Bank. If you missed anything, check it out on the podcast, CDGA Golf Show on the ESPN Chicago app, or wherever you get your podcasts. You can find us there. Check out any of the old episodes that we've had. We had our conversation with Andy North from ESPN and a 2-time U.S. Open champion. He helped us preview the PGA Championship that's coming up in about 5 days from now, so you can check all of that out on the ESPN Chicago app, CDGA Golf Show tab, or wherever you get your podcast. Find us, the CDGA Golf Show. All right, Mike, what's going on around the CDGA? You're out at Ziegfeld Troy up in Woodridge right now for the Better Through Birdies Challenge. That's why we are separated today. But what's going on out there at Ziegfeld Troy and around the CDGA?
Well, most of the groups are coming in, and we're just tallying up the number of birdies as we speak and getting ready to get the biggest fundraisers and the most birdies. The 6th gentleman will be making one swing, one attempt from 150 yards on this very first hole here in just a few minutes. So hopefully we're going to make some history here this morning on ESPN 1000 with an ace live on the air. But in the interim, I really wanted to say a big thank you to Eric Nadler and Nadler Golf Cars for donating the golf cars for today's ability to get these guys and girls around in short order. Nick Kesserick at Republic Bank, they were able to sponsor all these hole-in-one attempts and have been an amazing partner for us. And then Tim and Dennis Troy. We have been out here. The Troys have been the most wonderful hosts for this event, and when it got started many, many years ago. And they actually, sports fans, have the Ziegfeld Troy Open June 21st and the 22nd here at Ziegfeld Troy. It's open to any golfers age 16 and over, and you have to have a CDGA index of 24.4 or less. It's a 36-hole tournament. You play 18 holes each day, and there are 5 divisions. There's an open division, a women's, a senior 55 to 64, a 65 and up super senior, and then a high school division. And Jason Buffon is the defending champion. He won the title last year, birding the 3rd hole of a thrilling playoff with Jonathan Zolecki. So CDGA members, another reason to use your CDGA index is to come on out here and enjoy the event. And I want to say thank you to you, Tyler, for being my partner and raising the money that we were able to do and put a nice highlight on this event, and really just putting up with me as on the golf course.
Putting up with
and,
you. I mean, you carried us.
If you're willing, let's do it again next year, because I've got guys asking me, can I be your partner next year? And I said, well, Tyler's my guy. He's first right of refusal. So if you'll have me, I'll have you.
I'll be there. I will be there next year. No doubt about it.
No, all is good. And you know what, CDGA members, there's no better time to join than right now to be a CDGA member and enjoy the rest of the season. There's many, many benefits. It pays for itself, such as being able to go on up to Sunset Valley and play for $120, twosome with a cart, Monday through Thursday, and things like Highlands of Elgin, $65 for 18 holes with cart, Monday to Wednesday, all through the month of May. So just go to cdga.org, check on membership, and click, and for $50, you will receive all the benefits of being a CDGA member, among them your USGA index, and just amazing values, and it will pay for itself in no time.
That's the best part about it.
You got it.
I mean, we've talked about it all the time. Even like if you're into those, if you need like one of those indoor putting greens too, you told this story to me. Like Big Moss is one of the partners that you can get a discount through. And one guy, someone that you know, went out and bought one of those Big Moss greens, and all of a sudden the discount that he got from being a CDGA member was bigger than the cost of membership itself. It paid for itself in one purchase.
Yeah, and he's basically saying, I got myself a free CDGA membership when I bought my putting green at Big Moss.
Exactly. So, all right. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you to everyone that showed up at Ziegfeld Troy, and thank you to everyone that's donated to the Better Through Birdies Challenge as well. Again, there's still time to donate. BetterThroughBirdies.org. You can support the CDGA Golf Show team. We're gunning for 5,000. We're like on the doorstep of that too.
We are.
You can help us out. CDGA Golf Show team, BetterThroughBirdies.org is the spot to donate. Thank you to Hannah Lamanna for producing today's show. We will be back with you next week talking all things PGA Championship. Cannot wait for it as they tee things up out at Quail Hollow. Peggy and Dion is coming up next.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Fox Bend Golf Course is a proud CDGA member club. Fox Bend offers country club conditions at public club prices. Fox Bend is just 45 minutes from downtown. Check out the best kept secret in the western suburbs. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Founded in 2001, Zero Friction established the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride Electric Bag Trolley, voted Product of the Year at the PGA Show. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best. Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Hello, friends. Tom Waddle here.
And this is Sylvie. We're excited for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf event.
If you're selected to be part of Team Waddle and Sylvie, our sponsor, Great Clips, is providing well-styled fairways and sharp-looking greens at Seven Bridges Golf Club.
But does that guarantee a win?
Hell yeah. We're gonna be great.
Grip It and Sip It, June 11th, presented by Yingling Flight.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Cap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dion.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, ladies! Get funky.
Justin, I think there is let me just say this, a more appropriate opening music that maybe we can use for Peggy and Dion today. And that would be, we have a Pope.
We have a Pope.
We have a Pope. A Pope from...
Qui sibi nomen imposuit Leonem decimum quartum.
I have to tell you,
yes.
I went to Immaculate Conception Grammar School, Resurrection High School. Here it is. I love that they do it in Latin, so you have no idea who it was.
Right.
Until the picture came up.
Right, of course.
I went to Immaculate Conception Grammar School, Resurrection High School. My brothers all went to St. Patrick's High School and Immaculate Conception Grammar School. My dad went to St. Ferdinand's Grammar School and DePaul, the old high school. My mom went to Alvernia High School, which is now closed. I was raised Catholic. I'm a practicing Catholic.
Yes.
I have been to Rome. I have to tell you, when this happened, and I am very open in telling people that your faith is a journey.
Yeah.
But I was so teary-eyed. I caught myself I was so choked up at the announcement.
I wanted to know what you thought about it because it does hit so close to home for you. And it was a remarkable day because as I've been following along more closely than, ever, right? And my dear friend Liz Nagy crushed it. She was in Rome all week and doing amazing reports. And so I was paying a little bit more attention to how things were unfolding. And then as we were I was sitting there at Sky practice, of course. And then they say, "Oh, we have a Pope." And then it was like, "Oh my word, he's from Chicago. Oh my word, his family is still here." It was just
unbelievable.
It was unbelievable.
And I would say this, I think the reason, welcome in everyone, it's Peggy and Dion, and yes, it is a sports show, but hold your horses, everyone.
We'll get there.
We will get there. I think when you are walking this life, and it is a journey, and you have lots of questions, ups and downs, belief and non-belief throughout your life, that to know that our pontiff grew up the same way
that
my generation grew up, going to Catholic school, going to Catholic grammar school, and your parents volunteering at the church, and volunteering at the Catholic school, knowing that he walked the same streets that we walked, that he attended the same sporting events that we go to as kids and as adults, and that he comes back and he contributes, was back in August and visiting with the same organizations and groups that he grew up with, which is what we in Chicago do. We grow up in a neighborhood, and you go back and you go to the Parents Club Super Bowl parties. You go back to the Christmas parties, the Halloween parties. You support your athletic clubs at your schools and churches. And that this is what he is still doing up until a few months ago, just gave me this reaffirmation that yes, we're living the right life.
Yeah, no, I mean,
does
I
that
agree.
make sense to you?
1,000%. I am a Christian, not a Catholic, but faith is incredibly important to me in my life and my daily walk and all of those things. And just that, to see people having that tangible connection that you just mentioned gives me goosebumps, Peggy. To watch Pope Leo XIV stand there and look out at this crowd that is cheering beyond belief, and you could just feel the emotions that they were having. I loved the tiny videos of people going up to his childhood home in Dalton, right?
Yeah.
Did I say that right?
Dalton.
In Dalton, going up to his childhood home just to be a little bit closer and to feel that closer connection. And gosh, I hope it grips a new generation, that they can relate in a way that they couldn't before. And to have the Pope be American, first of all, is also remarkable.
So shocking.
So shocking and remarkable.
Because especially now, we are so divisive.
So much
that
so.
Our geopolitical system has kind of really hurt us on the global stage.
It's torn us apart. Yes.
So it was so unexpected. I ran to my family group chat and I texted, "It's the American," and I hit send. And then I ran back and go, "Oh my God, it's the guy from Chicago." I was like, and it's a lot of people from, is it St. Mary the Assumption, which is now closed, from that parish, as they referred to him as Father Bob. It was so cool to read the stories from his brothers, the one here in New Lenox and his other brother who lives in Florida, referring to him as Rob.
Yeah, oh, it's funny.
Really, he is the most modern Pope. He may still have very traditional values and beliefs, and we don't know with his doctrine yet, but he was on Twitter.
Yeah.
He was on Twitter. He was, he was at the White Sox championship. It's just stuff that makes him
relatable.
Yes,
relatable.
And tangible.
Yes.
You can actually, it's not something so mysterious that these high-ranking men who become Pope, it's so tangible that you say, wow, they're human.
Yes.
They're human,
they're
human. So,
and they understand me and the life that I'm living in the same way because they lived it themselves.
Yes.
It was very cool. It was kind of just, last night we were wrapping up the news at 11 p.m. I'm like, everybody kind of looked at me like, what a week. That was really cool.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
And I would like to thank a nod to ABC News Network for starting the whole controversy of, is he a Sox fan or a Cubs fan? Because I was actually watching ABC at the time, and I heard it straight from the reporter's mouth. She said, and the first Pope who is a Cubs fan.
Yes, she did.
And I thought to myself, well, that was quick. How did they know that?
Right.
The poor White Sox. It was almost, it must have just been an assumption and not.
I think it was, which is also, rings an alarm in its own right.
Yes, right.
Which is also
no, you did not just do that. And then Terry Moran, and they all just ran with it.
They did,
and they were like, it became their talking
because
points.
It was even more of a connection. And then to have his sweet brother correct us all and be like, I don't know where that came from. Well, I'll tell you where it came from. It came from a reporter who didn't do her research. That's where it came from.
I was laughing so hard because we all then just took it and ran with it. We're like, oh, well, he's, I tweeted at Chicago Party and I'm like, how did you let one of your own get away,
Yes.
And then people are jumping on me like 2 hours
People are like,
later.
you guys, he's a
You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm like, yeah, okay, gosh, I forgot I actually retweeted that.
I know, same. I forgot
Right?
too, that I even posted anything about it. And then somebody's like, they cleared it up. We love you, but
Yes.
it's
We're
like, gosh,
okay.
it's not that big of a deal to me. Okay, fine,
Right?
whatever. It's not that big of a deal.
But it was
to
so darn funny.
And then to see him at the game 1 of the World Series, that video goes
crazy. I would like to know who found that video. Was that the Sun Times that found it? I think it was the Sun Times that found it. I would like to know if anyone knows. Did you find it? If you're with the Sun Times, did you find it through AI facial recognition?
Gosh, that's so advanced, Peg.
Or
I would never have even thought of
did
that.
you just simply ask his brother when you were interviewing him, do you have any, was he at any games or anything like that? And did he say to you, oh, yeah, there's a picture of him, so, or there was a shot behind home plate at this at bat or whatever. I was like, how did they... The fact that they found that was so impressive.
So impressive. It was quite remarkable that he was there and unmistakably him.
Right?
Oh, right? That was really cool. Although after the whole Cubs fan debacle, before I retweeted that video, I was like, did someone doctor this?
Right. Oh, yeah, you have to immediately go,
like,
wait, are we sure?
And then I kept seeing all that. Then I searched it up again and kind of vetted out the sources. And I'm like, oh, this is... it's real, but it was a remarkable week. It was very cool. Very cool.
Kudos to my old station, NBC, as well. Marianne Ahern was in Rome covering it as well. And her reaction was so cool because she has been really like our religion reporter at NBC for 25 years. And when she was like, I know him.
Oh, gosh.
I know him. I was just texting. I just emailed him last week. And I mean, that is why this is
that's why it's such a big deal. Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's just so incredible. And I am with you. I hope even my 22-year-old sons both commented, because as young adults, you lose your faith in many ways, and even as adults. I'm just going to say,
yes. And some of the traditions and the practices seem antiquated.
Yes,
as the generations come along and they're slow and they feel disconnected. This is that moment. This can be part of that bridge.
And that is what one of my sons brought up. He said, wow, it looks like he is going to continue some of Pope Francis's ways of being more inclusive to people. And when he said we need to be more loving and less about, following the rules, but, opening yourself up. And the fact that he is all about service, a missionary. To those of us, you do so much work for nonprofits. I'm very, very involved in charitable work.
Oh, yeah, incredible.
It is an area that it has struggled in the last 15, 20 years. It is so wonderful to see that someone who came walking the walk and talking the talk in a service background in the communities, that he is going to continue that and is going to be preaching that and encouraging that is nothing but wonderful for all of our nonprofits, not only in the Chicagoland area, but, throughout the world. It's just, I'm so hopeful. This was not a direction I was expecting.
Right.
And wow, it really, really speaks, I think, to Americans and a lot of things we've been facing.
It was a moment. It was a very big moment that we will always remember. It was historic. It was a very big moment we'll always remember. And White Sox snapped their 4-game skid yesterday. Now I will say, Peggy, they put up they sent the video out to all of us, and they put up, I guess on the Jumbotron, they congratulated Pope Leo XIV on being elected the 268th Pope. 267.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Whoops-a-daisies.
Oh,
but they
no.
still won, so they're super
Did the
fans.
Cubs win yesterday?
They did not.
Well,
they've lost 3 in a row.
Here is the curse of claiming the Pope.
Right?
Here's the curse of claiming the Pope.
Should have wiped that marquee clean immediately.
I mean,
They did
it's
not.
so funny. I just could not get over social media as soon as it
gosh.
happened. I mean, the memes and everything, it started out really funny, and after a while, it was like, okay. Now
Yeah,
what?
I know.
Like, now,
Did you
okay,
see
the
the
host
fans?
is Portillo's
Of course,
beef,
of
and,
course.
yeah.
It was funny for a while, but then it got to be
Yes.
a lot of intoxicating. Did you see the people dressed as the Pope at at the Sox game last night? Yes, they were. And then
Oh,
at
that's
one
going
of
to
their,
be like the biggest Halloween costume
of course,
this year.
they were at one of their minor league teams, I believe. There was a guy sitting behind home plate, and literally no one around him dressed head to toe like the Pope.
That
Like,
is
sitting
really
behind home
funny.
Plate. It was fantastic.
That is so funny. We have so much to talk about today,
we haven't been
guys.
here in 2 weeks
We
as
haven't
well.
been here in a couple of weeks, and it is Mother's Day weekend. Happy early Mother's Day. We are bringing back Are You My Mother? That fun game that you, our listeners, have a chance to win if you give us a call. It's going to be in the next hour, though. Are You My Mother? We will tell you some clues about Chicago athletes, and you have to guess whose mother it is. And if you do win and you have a correct answer, you will get a Lou Malnati's gift card.
I love it.
Right?
Yes.
But we have so much Bears to talk about.
There's a lot of Bears to talk about.
Rookie mini camp.
Yep.
So let's take a break. And when we come back, let's talk about what's been happening with the Bears. So much going on.
Yeah.
It's Peggy and Dion, ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dion on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Marlins.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller, today at 3:30 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was really funny. Now backed by the power of the Pope. Good job, big voice. You know what else is a good job? It's golf. Yep, golf, cigars, and a steak dinner. Yep, it's the Stogies and Bogies Scramble at Seven Bridges, Tuesday, May 27th. This 2-player scramble includes 18 holes, prizes, raffle, and 3 premium cigars from the Humidor Cigar Lounge. Register now at sevenbridgesgolf.com, sevenbridgesgolfclub.com, or you can call 630-964-GOLF.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best, which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling, so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
Call 866-4Seasons.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge. Yingling is finally here.
After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois.
Start with a legend, Yingling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our crosstown rivalry.
There's light lager. It's crisp and easy drinking. The Golden Pilsner with a clean, refreshing taste. And black and tan, the perfect mix of dark and light.
So if you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't go with the usual. Try a Yingling.
Chicago, the wait is over. It's Yingling country.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dion.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion here on ESPN 1000. Peggy and Dion brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville. We thank them for always and consistently sponsoring our fun, and we already are off to a fun start.
I know,
this is a full show today, which has not been the case for a while. We've been last week we were preempted because of White Sox. A couple weeks ago, they cut into our time.
We typically are preempted by baseball. Over,
tis the season, tis the time of year, which is fine. Hey, if they're going to win, they can keep. That's fine.
That's right.
If they're going to lose 10-0 like they did on Thursday, we're not going to stand for that.
So my daughter texted after Pope Leo was introduced. She said, well, now maybe the Bears will be on the right side of a Hail Mary.
Right. Exactly.
I was like, Stella, that was really good.
That's really good. That's really good.
I was like, that was a well-placed.
We need to get to the bottom of, that's very clever. We need to get to the bottom of whether or not he truly is a Bears fan. I would assume he's gotta be.
Right?
He grew up in the heart of like the 85 Bears.
Yeah, and Bulls.
And Bulls. Yeah, I would think so.
He's gotta be. So
that'll be interesting to see. I wonder if his first American visit would be here. Wouldn't
Chicago.
That make sense?
I think I told you that I was in 1979 when Pope John Paul I came to Chicago, Grant Park, and I was a junior in high school. And I got to come and work I know I told you the story. I got to come and work as an usher.
Oh, yes.
They had a lot of the Catholic schools, they reached out and asked, for you to supply some students to be ushers. And I was stationed, there was like the altar area where the Pope was saying Mass was fenced off, and then the rest of Grant Park was just open.
Oh, my goodness.
And I was literally at the fence.
Wow.
And so I, was helping usher people, and who did I say was his mom, Bryant from the Today Show and HBO Real Sports. Oh, gosh.
Gumbel.
Yeah, thank you. Brian Gumbel and the late Greg Gumbel. Their mom and aunts were there. And I started talking to them. They were so much fun. They were singing. And I found out that they were Greg Gumbel's. And Greg Gumbel at the time, I think that was right around the time he was in Chicago or had just left Chicago. And so it was really exciting meeting people. And then I actually went and asked the priests that were inside of the fence if I could please get Holy Communion from the Pope. And so they let me inside the fence because I was one of the ushers, and I got to go up and I asked for an extra host for my mother.
That's amazing.
And so I Body of Christ, amen. I had mine, and then I asked for one more for my mother at home. And the priest relayed it to Pope John Paul the second, and then he gave me a second one. And you're supposed to wrap it. So, like, if they drop one in church, you have to cover it with a cloth, whatever. So I wrapped it, put it in my pocket. When I got home, and I told my mom that I got an extra host for her from the Pope, she didn't believe me.
She didn't.
Nope. To the day she died, did not believe me.
She thought it was... You're kidding.
Did not believe me. No.
Never believed you.
Never believed me.
Why would you make that up?
I don't...
Why would she think you made it up?
Well, now that might be more the question, Dion.
What was your track record at this point, Peggy?
Exactly. But yeah, so I'm excited if he does come to Chicago for that to happen again because of our, the Catholic community. 2 million strong in Chicago is, and like you said, if it touches and influences some of our young people as well, then, to be on a faith journey, I think that's amazing. So anyways, yeah, so exciting. Okay, you were at Bears this week.
I was at Bears yesterday. Yeah, they opened rookie minicamp yesterday, which, I mean, when their top pick can't do anything because he's injured and it's not a quarterback, it's hard to get super excited about it. It felt very much like, some big things I took away. It was a teaching day. It was a coaching. They are coaching and teaching. Yeah. They are laying the foundation for how they want to run things, and you noticed that right away.
Right, Eric
Bieniemy, Antoine Randall, of course. A lot of teaching. Help me with Rochar.
Dan Rochar?
Dan Rochar, yes. Dan Rochar also. I mean, the same
offensive line.
Yeah, offensive line. I wanted to be there because I had not, during draft weekend, I was here at ABC 7, so I wasn't able to, see people in person. That's what I wanted more than anything, was just to lay eyes on these guys and just see how they're built and what they look like. Ozzie Trapillo is a giant human being.
Wow.
He wears number 75, so I immediately think, oh, he reminds me of Kyle Long. I'm trying to, break that. Not as fast, but also bigger, right? He makes a lot of noise when he grunts a lot.
Really?
That's what I picked up right away. You can hear him physically working that hard, which I think is kind of cool. A big dude. I mean, he's super. I mean, 6'8". He's just massive, but not as filled out as Luke Newman, right? Luke Newman's a little bit shorter.
So he can put on some mass still. He can put on some muscle.
They asked Ben Johnson yesterday if he had numbers that were ideal for him. He's like, no. I mean, I don't have. We're not doing that right now. We're just kind of evaluating where he's at. But they like where he's starting and his attitude, and he's obviously super smart. That's what they talked about more than anything, was that Ozzie is picking things up super quickly, not ruling out that he could be there among the starting five. They're not ruling that out at this point.
Well, and that's what I found interesting is, so Ozzie Trapillo played right tackle in college, but after practice in college, he would practice at left tackle for the sole purpose of the NFL and being a prospect.
That opportunity,
wanted to be able to show that he could switch positions. And we do have sound of him talking about why he worked at left tackle in college. Not hearing it.
We didn't have a great year in 2022. So new O-line Coach Applebaum comes back. He knows something has to change. We get Christian Mahogany back that following year. So in a way, he was saying, me and Christian next to each other could be really beneficial for the offense. There was a lot more that went into it, but that was sort of the basis. And he asked, we looked at both sides. He said, what do you think? I said, obviously, wherever you want me. So he threw it out there. We did a couple spring practices with it, and then they ended up liking it. So, yeah.
And what we found out about him is that he's such a technician that he's got excellent hand and footwork. And he talked about the challenges of having to switch sides with using your right hand versus left hand, your right foot versus your left foot.
I've touched upon this before, but in a way, if you're more used to playing right tackle at live speed, and you're still consistent with left, you feel good at left. It's almost easier when you're learning new technique because you don't just get into that flow state. Your habits are all coming back. You're hyper-focused on every movement because it's not as natural. So, in a way, it feels smoother. It feels easier to adapt to this new coaching style, new techniques, and all the above. So.
He's so well spoken.
Really impressive.
Very articulate. Yes. Yeah.
Really,
you know how I feel about alignment to begin with, but very articulate.
Yeah.
Very you can tell he's really grasping, understanding the questions, thoughtful answers, honest answers, seems super authentic. But also then to observe him putting in the work and being teachable. I think that's massive right now. And I appreciate when Ben Johnson says, look, we're we're not building, like, naming roster spots in May. That's not what this is about. Nobody has pads on. Nothing's being determined. We're just truly evaluating where these guys are and hoping that we are setting them up for those moments when they're earning a spot on the team or in the starting lineup or whatever that case may be. Once they put on the pads, once they bring in the veterans over the next couple of weeks and they kind of mix them all together, then they'll start seeing people separate themselves. But right now, it is about just being comfortable doing the normal things, doing the things that will set you up for that success later. And I think Trapillo can have that opportunity. They could use him in that role.
So this is what's interesting. So it's obvious that we are throwing, and so are the Bears, are going to throw Ozzie Trapillo in at the competition for tackle. So you have Darnell Wright on the right side. Braxton Jones is the returning starter, returning from a broken foot. And then you have Karan Amagaji and Ozzie Trapillo. So last year, people were asking the exact same thing about Karan Amagaji. How soon could he play? Can he get in there? Is this so? I'm a little reluctant, but I like the way the coaches are talking. That they like him, they see the potential with him. But let's not forget that Karan Amagaji was thrown in too soon as a first year, as a rookie.
Okay, yes, and I do have that same fear.
But Ozzie, what round was he taken in? Second round?
56th overall pick.
He's got to play.
He's got to play. He
has to play.
But also, Peggy, I'm putting some of that blame for what happened with Karan last year on that coaching staff and their inability to prepare him for that moment and have him ready when he was called upon in Minnesota on Monday night and thrown into the mix that way.
I don't know that it was their inability, though. I think that he was just too young, and he was the exact sample of sit him for his first year.
But
again,
not
play him.
But that is an indictment on that coaching staff
that they played him,
that they felt that they had to. And it was not like they called him into action in week 4. This was like November after Thanksgiving. Like, this is deep into the season where they had a chance to develop him a little bit more. Now, he came in unhealthy.
Right.
We know that. But also that should have been even more reason for them to say, we really like what he's got. We need him to be 100% healthy before we put him in that situation. And they didn't wait for that. Now, they couldn't because they didn't have the right numbers. So, like, who's that an indictment on, right? Like, they needed more depth at offensive line, which I still argue that they do. But if Ozzie Trapillo can be ready to be part of that mix, and I want to see what Karan has worked on in the offseason. Didn't he work with Olin Kreutz?
Did he?
I believe that was said. Look at me.
I don't know.
Pulling it out of my very full brain. I believe he did. So was he able to clean up some things, feel 100% himself maybe for the first time in probably 18 months, almost 2 years, right?
Right.
Because it was the fall of that last year so it'd be almost 2 years by the time training camp starts since he had that injury.
Right.
So hopefully he is that player that they truly drafted in that moment.
The other interesting person that we got to lay eyes on was Luther Burden III.
I'm a massive fan already.
Really?
I like his edginess.
Ooh.
I like that he's
got a chip on his shoulder.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that he said that's how I'm always going to be. I just got to believe in myself. He talked about knowing Jameson Williams since they were in high school, since those days. And, like, he told me he's going to love being in Ben Johnson's offense, get ready to roll. And, like, that's his whole attitude. I really enjoyed hearing from him yesterday.
And this is Luther Burden III talking about putting the draft slide behind him.
The chip on your shoulder a couple weeks ago after you were picked on day 2 instead of day 1. Is that something that you leave behind on draft weekend, or is that something you're carrying with you here?
No, that's staying with me forever. So everybody who passes by me got to pay.
Got to pay.
Oh, wow.
I know.
He is keeping receipts.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, even that, I remember on draft night after his Zoom.
You were right when you said, he's going back to the gym and to work out again, even after he got drafted. That's a little bit of an edge. And it was like, well, he also said that he would do that anyways. But, you hear that.
Well, I remember on draft night, after he was drafted on that Friday night, and they did the Zoom with him, and then there was a chance to talk to Ryan Poles. And Courtney very well articulated. She said, we can't read body language in this moment, but we can read tone. And you could hear that he was disappointed. And it's true. That's what we heard. And I think that it's okay. That is natural emotion, but that's someone who expects to be the best or wants to be the best or is competing to be the best. And that, I believe, is super valuable on a team, especially for a young guy trying to figure it out. He's going to be willing to do whatever they ask him to do at whatever moment.
And the fact that relationship with Jamison Williams is only going to help him assimilate to the NFL. He talked about that as well.
Yeah, we played together. He was a senior. I was a freshman. We got a great relationship, throughout my career because, he was, someone I can, ask for advice if I needed it. And, we always work out together, stuff like that.
You had a chance to talk to him just about, what a Ben Johnson offense is like, kind of what he liked about playing for him?
Yeah, he told me I'm going to love it.
That is so great. He's like, yeah, I'm going to love it. He told me I'm going to love it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's really cool.
Do we need to take a break here? Okay, let's do that. Let's take a break. When we come back, let's hear from the head coach, Ben Johnson. That's the other one that all eyes are on.
Yeah.
Just assuming he's going to be a great head coach. He's a rookie head coach. So there's going to be some mistakes. Let's see what you thought of him. Let's see what the players think of him as well. We have so much more to talk about. We'll also open up the phone lines, 312-332-3776. Take your phone calls about the Bears after what you have heard and read and seen on the rookie mini camp. And don't forget, we've got a really fun game coming up at the top of the hour. Are You My Mother? You could be a winner. It's Peggy and Dion, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dion on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. The NFL schedule will be released Wednesday, May 14th. Coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
I have to tell you, when I'm out, people are asking me about Bolingbrook. Because they've heard me talk about this so much, I'm going to tell you about it again. If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, this is the best time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. That's right. They're rated as the second most diverse suburb, the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live. Bolingbrook offers something for everybody. Think about it. If you've been there, you've been to the Promenade, the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. A lot of companies are looking for distribution centers. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you. Conveniently located off of I-55 and I-355, it's the home of over 50 corporate headquarters. Just go and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more. And join us, Be Bolingbrook.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Feel the boom. Schaumburg Boomers Baseball has the bases covered for fun. May 16th through the 18th. Friday night is T-shirt night. The first 1,000 fans receive a Boomers T-shirt. Plus, it's a Friday night fireworks night. Saturday afternoon is a matinee with a 3 p.m. start, thanks to Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday afternoon is Family Day and Bark in the Park. Bring your dog to the ballpark, thanks to Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. And feel the boom.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. SafeStep walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dion
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion here on ESPN 1000. A beautiful weekend is in store for Mother's Day, which is awesome. Make sure you're loving on your mom and making her feel super special. It's a fun weekend.
What are you doing for Mother's Day?
I have the day off. I'm very excited.
Wow.
Very excited. We're going to, I told my husband, I said, these are the things I want to do. I want to go to church, I want to go to brunch, and then I want to mulch. So it needs to be done. We have so many bags of mulch at our house. They're cleaning up the yard now so that we can do that tomorrow.
Okay.
These are just simple things.
Can I just say that, first of all, and I know that people out there who are listening to us are going to understand this. Why is it that we tell them what we want?
I know. And then I actually said to my husband, we're going somewhere that doesn't take reservations for brunch, but we want to try it. It's like a new spot. I said, well, do we have a backup plan? If they're
where are you going?
We're going
Let's
to
put
a
it
place,
out there so that when
so
you walk in. Yeah.
I believe it's called 5800 Park. It's in Park Ridge. Let me look it up really fast.
Okay.
It's new. It just opened in like March.
We're going to my
5800 North Cafe in Park Ridge. It looks adorable and darling, and I really want to try it. And I called, and he said, you can call us before you come to see how long the wait is. So I asked my husband if there is a backup plan. Do you know what he said? It's like, maybe tonight between newscasts you can see if you can find another spot. I was like, I'm not doing that, but thanks for the advice. I was like, no, not doing that.
I made the reservation.
Of course you did.
For our brunch.
Where are you guys going?
Obelix. It is my favorite brunch. It is a French restaurant in River North. It is my favorite. This will be 3 straight years.
No way.
We've never had dinner there. We've only had brunch there. It is
that one up.
Amazing. I love it there. I'm so excited. And we are going to Obelix, and then I don't know what we're doing afterwards. But my husband said, after I did all the gardening last week, and he said, I said, well, I went to the garden store. I think it's in Morton Grove, maybe on Dempster. It's this great garden store. I love it. I just happened upon it, and now it's out of my way, but I go.
Where is it?
I feel like it's on Dempster. Someone's going to know exactly what it's called, but it is such a great garden store that I bought everything I needed. I needed new gloves and a couple of new travels and stuff like that. Well, I bought everything I needed. I found this great little metal sign to put on in your flower beds, and it's a dog pooping.
Yeah, it says don't
it's
do
like
this,
don't
yes.
poop.
Yeah.
So because it continues to amaze me the number of people that do not clean up after their dog. It continues.
That drives me so crazy.
And why is it okay? We have a church on the corner of our neighborhood.
Yeah.
That people think it's okay to let your dog do it on the church grounds. What? Because no one's watching? It blows my mind.
That is insane.
Anyways, that's one of my big... So I said, well, I did buy everything that I needed. And my husband goes, oh, is that what you would like for Mother's Day? Comes home yesterday and says, I went to the garden store and got you the greatest. I go, stop.
Yeah.
Can it be a surprise just once?
Yes.
I basically told you
what
every year you could just get me garden stuff and it would be fantastic. The best garden gift I ever got was from my former photographer at Channel 5, Jeff Laugsman.
What did he give
you? He gave me one of those digging, it's super narrow for digging holes in your garden.
Oh.
It is the greatest digger I've ever used in my life.
See?
Every year I use it, I think of Jeff Laugsman.
Simple. That's a simple, thoughtful gift.
Yes, and how did my cameraman know what to get me?
And not your family.
And not my family.
Well, this is the problem. I agree. I don't understand.
Because they wait for us to tell them.
Of course. Of course.
All right, that was my rant. I'm sorry.
No, they do. I actually said I would like each of them to sit down and write a thoughtful note.
Oh, you had to ask them
I told
to
them
do
that. I said that's what I would like. We'll see
No,
if
you
anything happens.
didn't.
We'll see if anything happens beyond the brunch. And hopefully I'm not planning the fallback place.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Well, my family all lives near Park Ridge, so
yeah.
I'm sure any of them would welcome you at their house.
I'll just
If you
knock on
can't-
the door.
if you
You
can't
just say,
get in.
give me an address,
That's
and
right.
I'll just show up.
You just start knocking on doors on the northwest side and just say, "Are you? Do you know where any of the Kaczynskis live?" You'll eventually stumble upon
Find one of them.
Yes,
Oh, my
I
gosh.
promise you will. Okay, we want to talk some more Bears.
Yes.
The other thing that that we were talking about. Was Ben Johnson.
Yes.
So Ben Johnson, like we're almost assuming he's going to be a great head coach.
Well, we are. We're counting on it.
Right?
We're counting on it.
So tell me what you thought of him in drills. Was he like, you know what the big thing is now? It's like Vrabel gets right in there with the drills, and he's doing the drills with the players, and like that's a big thing now. Is that the head coaches get in there and get their fingernails dirty by doing the drills with the players. I don't know how much the players are impressed by that, but I don't know. Was Ben Johnson like that?
Someone who works in the office, not on the field, but in the office, said that in the building, Ben Johnson, nicest guy in the world. When he gets on the field, he is a different intensity, and he is in people's face. He's not afraid to call them out if they're not doing it. He's not afraid to push them. Yeah, Colston Loveland said that too yesterday. He said, I love his energy. I love the excitement and enthusiasm that he has. He said, what did he say? He gets on somebody's butt all the time. He's not afraid to do that. He's pushing guys. I love it. Do you have that bite?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I love his spirit, his energy. He's super determined. He's ready to go. He's ready to take this thing to the top, and he's no nice guy. I see him getting on butt and getting on people's butts, and but fired up too, super excited. Yeah, I'm loving how he coaches. Be super fired up. He can get on someone, then he'll be super fired up about this play, maybe a good pass or something. So he's got a little bit of everything in him, but not like I said, he's a great coach. It's only day one, but I love everything about it. He's super determined. He's ready, like I said, take it to the top. So,
I mean, he's got this young class. Truly, he's got their attention. And I think that says a lot about the way he's just laying that foundation and getting them ready for what his expectations are. And that's a lot of it is they're learning to be pros. They're learning what this looks like as a full-time job. And I don't know if you heard Shamar Turner yesterday. He didn't take the golf cart because they were on the far fields for practice.
Yeah.
And from the facility, it's
it's
a
a good
quality
hike.
walk. Yeah, it's a quality walk. And he came out and he didn't take the golf cart and he walked. And he said, I just wanted to take in the moment because I had an NFL jersey on, and it's a dream come true for me. And he said, I was talking to God, I was talking to my brother. It was a moment that's going to change his life. And I
He's
think
the
that's
same
really
guy
cool.
that during the conference call, right after he was drafted, he just kept going, bro, I'm so sorry. Bro, I can't believe this. He was getting so overwhelmed by the moment in the middle of his answers. I think his nickname should be Bro Turner.
Bro Turner.
Because he said bro about 100 times during that call. When we come back, why our rookies, hopefully, are getting a lesson in why they need some burner phones.
Oh, gosh.
Because yet another story is coming out here that I stumbled upon. Colston Loveland had someone all over the internet talking about a delivery he was making and that he was trying to figure out if it indeed was the Bears' first-round draft pick. I'll tell you about that when we come back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dion
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
What's up? It's Jonathan Hood.
And this is David Kaplan.
We are excited about our team for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic.
Hoodie, we are going to win. I know it. You can take that to the bank.
As long as it's Republic Bank. Yes, Republic Bank. Proud sponsors of Team Cap and J Hood at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Yes, Republic Bank. Ha ha ha.
You guys, I was on the hunt for a new car. I wanted something special but luxurious and also super practical because I'm hauling children. Feels like all the time. I didn't know where to start, so I turned to our friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they really worked their magic. They listened to my needs, and then they found me the car that fits exactly what we needed. From start to finish, the process was seamless, totally stress-free. I drove away in a brand new Acura that I love, probably too much. Love my MDX. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond for me, but they will do that for you. I promise. We had another friend of our show go in there and get a new Acura and just absolutely loves it. So if you're in the market for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. They will help you find your perfect match.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. It's May and the temperatures are rising. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payment until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Is there breaking news?
It sounds like breaking news.
Oh
wow,
my
that
gosh.
totally sounded like breaking news.
I was like,
I just got so excited.
That was funny. Justin, what was that?
I was like, oh, what are we learning right now?
Yeah, I was like, what could possibly
top the week
breaking
we've had?
news? The Pope is a Bears fan.
He's listening right now.
Right? He actually has the ESPN Chicago app on his phone.
So
that he can he could listen to our pregame show.
Yes.
The Bears games and our postgame show.
Right, which is like the middle of the night for him.
As well as all of our shows throughout the day.
Of course.
I want to take this phone call real quick. John is in Palatine. John, you know about Lurvy Landscape, right?
I do know about Lurvy. It's they also, I think they got a second location out further west, but I go by there somewhat infrequently, but
it's
I
fabulous.
have noticed it's a very nice looking garden center.
Yeah, it's really
That's
wonderful.
What it is. That's what it was.
It's
Okay.
called Lurvy. Yeah, I'm going to have to look at the one that's out west. I didn't realize that. So I love garden centers. It's like, to me, it's like a liquor store.
Peggy, I do have a question about your golf tournament.
Yeah, what golf tournament? Oh, you mean our Grip It and Sip It?
I thought I read about something that you're sponsoring or hosting or in charge of for it was in the CDGA magazine.
Oh, and yes, in the CDGA magazine, I talked about the fact that I am helping run a breast cancer fundraiser golf tournament for women at Medina Country Club coming up in October during Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Yeah.
Is that going to be a women's only tournament?
It is a women's only tournament, but
Okay.
I should get your information off air if you are interested in something. It is not a guest tournament, but there are lots of opportunities for people that are interested. That we can also talk about this off the air. So yeah, I would love that. So Justin, can you get John's information off the air? I appreciate that. Okay, so I teased this. John, thank you, by the way, for the phone call. So I teased this. These rookies, hopefully this is beyond the playbook of Ben Johnson at Hallis Hall. I hope they're also getting a lesson in why you need a burner phone.
Okay. Now, I don't know this story, so I'm learning it in real time, just like you at home.
Okay, just like Caleb Williams got pranked by the kids who were pretending to be Ben Johnson, and just like Shedeur Sanders and the other draft picks got pranked as well by the Falcons coordinator's son and his friends.
Okay.
I just read this morning. A DoorDash delivery guy posted an order that he thought could be from Bears rookie Colston Loveland.
Okay.
It was under Colston L, and it was an order from Outback Steakhouse.
Oh, my gosh.
And the delivery guy was like, hey, does anyone know? Could this be him? Could this be? I mean, it's not a common name.
No, it's not. It's not.
L for like no last name, but L.
Right.
He had to leave it in the lobby of the building because it was a secure building.
Mm-hmm.
He texted, like the DoorDash delivery people can do, and let you know your order is in the lobby. And then the DoorDash delivery guy then put bear down.
Right.
The response was, God bless you, and bear down back. So now he's like, this has to be Colston.
Right.
Well, the problem is now we're knowing, like, this is a little hint of how people are getting
the
these
numbers.
guys' phone numbers.
That actually is something that I heard, is that it was through DoorDash that's how a lot of numbers are leaked.
Yes. So Bears rookies, athletes, anyone that doesn't want someone finding out your phone number, you need a burner account.
Yeah, something.
And a pseudonym to go by when you are ordering online so that your phone number and address don't get leaked out.
Let's hope this is part of rookie mini camp.
I would think it's part of that NFL
it
rookie
has
symposium.
To be part of
right?
the symposium, right? Especially after everything that happened with Shedeur Sanders and Tyler Warren, and there were a number. I think a number of prank calls that went out during the draft, which is.
There were some. I saw a really bad one. It was
come on,
awful.
guys.
Where they were like swearing at him. Yeah, no, we're not taking you. Jokes. It was on the Michigan player. It was awful.
That's so bad.
Yeah,
like,
Mason.
What is
It
wrong
was
with people?
awful.
Just stop it. Just full stop.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple of years ago, we played a game for Mother's Day that was called "Are You My Mother?" And we opened up the phone lines, and you, our listeners, get a chance to win a prize if you are able to guess correctly who we are talking about. You will get a Lou Malnati's gift cards. Thank you so much to our friends at Lou Malnati's.
Yes.
Right?
If you've done nothing for mom,
Right?
order pizza and don't let her cook.
See, I love that idea.
That's a great idea.
I love that idea. Or you go on Lose to Go.
Yes.
And you get the heart pizza.
Yes.
And you send that to Mom as a thank you.
You can also get a delicious salad at Lou's.
How about give Mom one night off a week from making dinner?
For the rest of time.
312-332-3776. When we come back, we are going to play Are You My Mother? And here's a chance for you to win a gift card to Lou Malnati's for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whoever you have not bought a Mother's Day gift for yet this year. Here's your chance in a really fun way for Lou Malnati's gift card by playing Are You My Mother? On Peggy and Dion. Next.
You're listening to Peggy and Dion on Chicago's home for sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. There's still time to show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just a few minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. So visit proflowers.com/sports or use code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
I love this song. No one's listening. Do you know I sing this to my children?
Seriously?
Yes. I am your mother. You listen to me. Yes.
Meghan Trainor.
Yes. Yeah,
Really?
I have.
I didn't even know that Kardashian, the mom, was in this video.
Oh, I've never seen the video.
Yeah,
I don't think.
it's actually pretty funny.
I bet.
Hey, it's Peggy and Dion.
We're playing a game.
We're playing a game.
Yes.
And you know, guys and women, that we love to give stuff away, right?
We love it.
So
we don't get to do it enough.
Love giving away Lou Malnati's. And we want to give away Lou Malnati's gift cards. And we're just asking you to come and play with us. Come play Are You My Mother? It's a fun game, 312-332-3776. All you have to do is guess whose mother we're talking about.
That's it.
The description. It's so fun, and it gives you an opportunity to win a Mother's Day Lou Malnati's gift card. I mean, how easy. We're
easy.
doing the work for you guys.
We're doing the work for you.
We're doing the work for you, and all you have to do is answer correctly, right? So, all right. This was fun. I loved doing this at 5:30 this morning.
I'm very impressed because I will tell you, I want to sometime let people in on how the show comes together, because honestly, You guys, I have to be real. It wouldn't happen without Peggy. You all have been here on the days where she's not here, and it's a little more scattered. Peggy keeps us a little more organized. That's all. I can admit it. It's not
I'm a little frantic
yet.
if I don't have.
I know, but I appreciate that about you. Now, I don't. I find myself like during the week, I think of things where I actually was thinking, who could we have on?
I know, right? And we did. Right? We did try.
We did try. There's one person that I thought of that I never reached out to, and I should have, just because of the role the history she continues to make at Northwestern, and that's Kelly Amante Hiller.
Yeah.
Because they play tomorrow on Mother's Day.
Aww.
And I thought that would have been a really good thing, and I didn't do that. But I thought about it.
We have a lot of gift cards that we can give away here. So 312-332-3776. Are you my mother? Let's start with John, who is on the road, calling into Peggy and Dion to play Are You Mother? Are You My Mother on ESPN 1000. Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Hi, girls. I think you'll appreciate this. The man who answered the phone asked me my location, and I said, I'm a delivery person. I'm delivering flowers for Mother's Day.
Oh, I love that.
Are you coming here to 190 North State? Come on, John. Were you going to surprise us?
No, I won't tease you. No, I'm not. I'm way out in the suburbs.
Well, that's an awesome job. I would love that job.
All right,
great. Do you want me to read the question?
I do make a lot of ladies happy. I'm very serious about that.
I'm sure.
Well, congratulations on that one, John.
Not every man could say that.
I know. I left myself wide open on that one.
You did. You did. Okay, John, here's our first question for you. Which Chicago baseball player's mom told him, quote, if you don't talk a lot, people will listen when you do talk?
Oh, man. Well,
So it must be somebody who's kind of quiet, I would think. I mean, soft-spoken maybe.
Maybe.
Come on, John. Yeah, about...
That's
a good question.
Who did you say, Ian Happ?
Ian Happ. Yeah, Ian Happ, I meant. Yeah.
Sorry, it's not Ian Happ. Let's, John, thank you, though. We appreciate you calling in. Let's go out to Morton Grove. Steve is up next. Steve, do you know the answer to Dion's question?
Oh, God.
Repeat it.
Let me repeat the question.
Yeah, you can repeat it. It wasn't ringing any bells, but
okay.
You can try it.
I'll read it again. Which Chicago baseball player's mom told him, quote, if you don't talk a lot, people will listen when you do talk?
Is this a current player?
Yes. It is.
Oh, boy.
You can keep asking us for clues. We're really easy.
Yes.
I mean,
don't be afraid.
We want winners here, people.
And if John wants to call back and try again, he can.
312-332-3776.
Okay, so...
do I get which side of town?
You can, ask us,
yes,
what 20 questions.
Can I say what side of town?
You can ask us which side, and we'll tell you yes or no.
He just said what side of town.
No, yes or no.
Okay, so
it has to be yes or no.
Okay, how about, is it the north side?
Yes.
Okay,
Come on, Steve.
Pete Crow Armstrong.
No, another good guess, but Pete talks a lot.
Yeah, right? Exactly. That is a. You know what? You gave a great clue by saying that. Pete talks a lot.
Pete does talk a lot.
It might be someone that does not
lets their bat
talk
do the talking
a lot. 312-332-3776. Play Are You My Mother with us, and you have an opportunity to win Lou Malnati's gift cards. We just lost our... No way, we just lost our next caller that we were going to give him the opportunity to... Justin, do you know who we're talking about?
I have no idea.
Really?
No idea? No idea.
I didn't think the first question was going to be that difficult.
I mean, I guess Kyle Tucker. That would be my guess.
You're right.
You're right. It is.
You're exactly right.
There we go.
That's awesome.
His mom, Lisa Fernandez, told him that. And last year on Mother's Day, he had the pink glove, and he had his mom's name stitched inside, along with the nickname King Tuck.
Of course.
Isn't that
great.
cool?
Yes.
I know. I really like that, too. All right. Are You My Mother? 312-332-3776. We're still looking for a winner here, so we're going to have to go to our next...
These are intense.
You think they're hard?
I think some of them are, yeah.
Okay. We better fill up the phone lines, guys, because we have a lot of gift cards that we would like to give away. 312-332-3776. If you get the answer correct, you win a Lou Malnati's gift card. Let's go to Rob, who's up next. Hi, Rob. You're on Peggy and Dion.
Good morning, Rob. or afternoon?
Repeat my answer. I think it's Dansby Swanson.
Oh, no, wait,
no, we're moving
we
on.
We already moved on, Rob.
But thank you, Rob. You're ready for a new
Justin,
question.
We're going to give you a new question, all right? I'm going to give you this one. All right,
Okay.
here we go. This Chicago professional athlete followed in his mother's footsteps playing the game she did as a collegiate athlete in California. But 8 years ago, the matriarch of this famous basketball family suffered a major stroke. She has since regained the ability to walk, but has aphasia, limiting her ability to talk. Don't worry, her husband does enough talking for the entire famous basketball family. Who is it?
And you said any sport?
Any sport. Chicago
boy.
professional athlete.
He did just say
He followed in his mother's footsteps as a basketball player, but she has since suffered a major stroke and is working her way back. She
no clue.
has limited ability to talk, but her husband does enough talking for everyone in this famous family. Who is it?
a famous basketball family.
Come on, Rob, you can do this.
With a player in our city.
Okay.
Give us a guess.
Dennis Rodman.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Rob, but thank you
No.
for calling. We do appreciate it. Let's keep going on the phone lines. David, do you have an answer for us?
I think I do. And first off, happy Mother's Day, ladies.
Thank
a huge
you.
fan of the show, first time caller.
Thanks,
you,
David. We
Thanks for
appreciate
calling.
Yeah. Who do you think it is?
Lonzo Ball.
Yes.
You're exactly right. Congratulations, David.
Great job.
Thank you.
His mom, Tina Ball, played college basketball in California. It's really an incredible story, the story of the stroke that she suffered and her coming back from it. Hang on the phone lines, David. You're a winner, so we're going to give you a Lou and Malnati's gift card.
Let's keep rolling.
Yep.
Who's next?
Let's go to Nick.
Nick. Hi, Nick.
Hey, good afternoon.
How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Good. Okay. You want me to just go down the list?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. This Chicago athlete is so close to his 9 siblings, he chose to stay close to home to play college ball. His mother is considered a pillar of strength, raising 10 children. This athlete is the only boy with 9 sisters, yet mom instilled strength, patience, and resilience in her son, who is just beginning his professional career in our city. He wore number 3, and his nickname is Trey, but won't be wearing that number unless a new team unretires it from a Hall of Fame. Instead, he will wear number 87. We've discussed him on this very program today. Who is this athlete?
And his mom.
Come
on, his nickname is Trey. Stayed close.
Luther Burden the third?
Yes! You got
Let's go.
it. Look at that, Nick. Way to go.
Gay Union is his mom. 10 children. 9 girls. He's the only boy. That's pretty incredible, right? Nick, hang on the phone lines. We're going to get your information to send you the Lou Malnati's gift card. Let's keep going. And we have Andrew who is up next. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, how's it going? Happy
Good.
Mother's Day.
Thank you so much. Thanks for calling in.
Okay, listen closely, Andrew. This is another long one, all right? But there's a lot of clues in here. This mom caused a stir on social media this past week after a rival player's preseason game attendance was noted to be 15,000. This Chicago athlete returned to her alma mater for a preseason game in front of just over 6,000 fans. The mom posted on X, that certain fan base looking in the stands celebrating attendance while others are looking up in the rafters celebrating championship banners. We ain't the same. Different year, same haters. Have a great day. Who is this athlete's mom? So there was a couple clues in there. It's a she. It's a female athlete. The mom
played a preseason game at her alma mater.
Could it be Angel Reese?
Yes!
Woo! That was good, Andrew.
That was really good. Really good.
That was
right.
really good. Now, I will
That's
say,
a doozy.
when she posted that this week, she did put a laughing emoji in there and a kissing emoji as well. So Angel Reese, the mom, she has the same name as Angel Reese, the daughter.
Oh, no way. I didn't
And she
know
was
that.
talking about Caitlin Clark returning to Iowa and the Fever game in Iowa versus the Sky game.
Okay, so
at
what have we
LSU.
learned? For those of our listeners waiting to play on the phone right now, we have learned that there are many clues in the questions. Just have to listen. We'll read them more slowly.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I think I talk fast, and then it's crazy. Do we need to take a...
No, we don't need to take a break.
Oh, let's
okay.
roll on.
This next one, so you know, there is an audio cue.
Okay.
So
when does the audio cue play? After
play
the
it
question?
first,
Okay.
and then you ask the question. So let's find out first
All
who
right.
the player is. Who's our player? I think it's Chris in Great Lakes.
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Happy Mother's Day weekend.
Thank you so much. How are you?
I'm doing great. Just got off of work. So
Oh.
about to be doing a whole lot better, hopefully answering this question correctly.
No doubt. No doubt. Okay, we're going to play the clue, and then I will ask the question.
Okay.
Really listen to me very carefully. I will always be here for you. There is nothing on this earth that could ever change that could ever make me stop loving you.
Which Chicago athlete's mom played that mom, Jenny Haywood, in the 1994 movie Little Big League?
I have absolutely no clue. I don't even know what franchise, not what sport. I am not
Chris,
familiar
just
with that
take a
audio
stab.
clip at all.
Take a
All
stab.
right, do you know any? Do
Take
you
a
know any
stab.
Chicago athlete who has a mom who's an actress?
I cannot think of one off the top of my head.
Just take
I
a stab.
really-
You have 5 seconds.
Okay. A 5 second shot. Favorite actress, Dansby Swanson.
Oh, sorry about
no,
that, Chris.
but thanks, Chris.
Let's go to Tom, who's up next. Tom, did you hear that clue that we just played?
I did.
Do you know the
who it
answer?
is?
I do. Pete Crow Armstrong.
Yeah. Woo! I do love
And a
giving
great
stuff
movie,
away.
too.
That is a great movie, Tom. You're right. I love giving stuff away. This is so fun. Congratulations, Tom. Stay on the line. We'll get your information and send you Lou Malnati's gift cards.
Actress Ashley Crow is his mom. And in a weird coincidence, Pete Crow Armstrong's AA manager also just happened to be in the movie
No way.
Little Big Leagues. Yes.
Did you know I loved watching his parents when he had that killer weekend against the Dodgers and they were in the stands because he grew up 45 minutes away from there. It was just neat to see. I just love that stuff. Okay. We
Who's
ready?
next? Yeah, let's go to Jim in Palatine.
Hi, Jim.
Hello, Jim.
How's it going?
How are you?
Good.
Okay, great. We have a good question for you. You need
Okay.
to listen. Just listen to the clues.
This is a little bit more complicated one.
It's
so
slightly more complicated, not impossible.
we're going to give you, if you get one of the names right.
Yes, this is a two for one kind of answer. But if you get one of them right, then we'll still reward you. Okay.
All right, I'll give it a try.
You got this. These Chicago athletes and teammates are both going to be mothers for the first time, and both of these athletes' husbands are also professional athletes, one in baseball, the other in football.
Well, one of them's Mallory Swanson.
Yes, correct. We will give you the one because I did not know the other one.
She's not a Chicago athlete. I have to correct that.
Oh,
they're
she's not.
athletes and they're teammates. Yes.
They're U.S. women's national team teammates.
Yes.
So, yes, Mallory and Dansby, congratulations to them, announced this week that they are expecting their first child together. And then her U.S. women's national team teammate, Sophia Wilson, is also expecting, and she is married to Arizona Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson. A little bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
But we got it.
Yeah, that's all right.
Congratulations for getting that right. I love it.
Let's take a break. And when we come back, we do have a couple more. So 312-332-3776. They do get a little bit harder, though. So I will say, those of you that are on the phone lines, stay there. We'll all take some more phone calls as well because we need winners here to get your Lou Malnati's gift card. Are You My Mother? On ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dion on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey,
it's the Good Kid.
And this is Carmen.
We're your captains for Team Blue Chew at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf outing.
No guarantees our team will be the champs.
But with Blue Chew behind us, we'll make it to the finish with power to spare.
See you all June 11th at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Golf? Cigars? Steak dinner? Hello, count me in. It's the Stogies and Bogies Scramble at Seven Bridges, Tuesday, May 27th. This 2-player scramble includes 18 holes, prizes, raffle, and 3 premium cigars from the Humidor Cigar Lounge. Register now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964-GOLF.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear next Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Yurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series next Friday at 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
The NFL schedule will be released Wednesday, May 14th. Coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Hi, I'm Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And this is our biggest sale ever. Buy a new air conditioner or furnace and get 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Plus, Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000, guaranteed. Call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear next Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Yurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series next Friday at 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all in there.
Now back to Peggy and Dion.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion here on ESPN 1000. Peggy and Dion brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville. If you're in the market for a new car, please head out to Advantage Acura of Naperville and let them know that Peggy and Dion sent you. We are continuing our game, Are You My Mother?
Yeah. So we've got a couple more to give away, 312-332-3776. If you want a chance to win a Lou Malnati's gift card, give us a call because we are playing Are You My Mother? And I think we're going to go to Justin on the north side. Hi, Justin.
Hey, Justin.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello there.
Good. How are you?
We're great. Are you ready?
Are you ready to play
Yeah.
here? Okay, Justin, listen up here. This Chicago athlete's parents are a basketball dynasty on the other side of the world. Both mother and father won titles in their respective men's and women's professional leagues before their son became an NBA star. His mother continues her legacy as an advocate for women's sports. They are a basketball family dynasty. Who are we talking about?
Oh, wow. I'm going to have to take a guess here.
A couple of clues I gave you. On the other side of the world, mother and father both played the same sport.
A current athlete in our city is their son.
I'm going to go with Kobe White.
Oh, no. Sorry, Justin.
That was close, though.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Let's see if Charles in Evergreen Park knows the answer. Charles. Hi, Charles.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. Did you hear the question?
I did hear the question.
Okay. Do you want us to repeat it, or do you know an answer?
I'm thinking it should be Josh Giddey.
Yes, it should be.
You're right, and it is.
Congratulations.
Charles. Great
Excellent.
job.
Excellent job.
Great job.
Good
you have to
listening skills.
you have to listen for some of those clues there. I'm going to suggest that you do not the next one, but the one after it.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's up next? Justin, Charles. It's Memory.
We already had
Memory, yeah.
Memory and
Justin
Brookfield?
Charles. That's my middle name.
Justin
Is it for
Charles.
real?
Yeah, that
Oh
was
my
weird. It's like
gosh.
my mom was speaking to me through the mic right there.
Unfortunately,
Justin Charles.
Justin Charles. That's right. Speaking of moms.
Oh my gosh. Let's go to Memory in Brookfield. Hi, Memory.
Hi.
How are you?
Doing great. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Thank
you.
Okay, so I'm going to read the question, and you will give us your best guess. This professional Chicago athlete has a strong athletic lineage, not only on his father's side, but both his mother and grandmother, too. His mother played basketball, and her father a sports commentator, while the Chicago athlete's father's side of the family saw a grandfather who was a two-time Olympic bronze medalist for the USSR, and his paternal grandmother, one of the greatest handball players of all time. Which Chicago athlete comes from this family tree?
We gave you some clues in there. It's a basketball player.
Basketball player. Mother played basketball. Grandmother was one of the greatest handball players of all time.
Grandfather competed for the old USSR in the Olympics. So a basketball player.
With some foreign ties.
Come on, Memory, you could do this.
Sport I don't watch or know much about.
Oh, Make a stab at it, Memory.
Literally, I'm going to be old and a girl right now and just be Michael Jordan and know that's wrong.
Oh,
that's okay. We
Sorry, but
appreciate you
I'm so glad that
trying.
she called in, though. I really wanted her to win.
I know, me too.
All right, let's see if Mike knows the answer. Hi, Mike. Hello, Michael.
Hi, Mike. Oh, Mike.
Oh, we lost Mike. All right, let's try Travis.
Hey, Travis.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
We're
Happy
good.
Mother's Day.
Thank you so much. Are you ready to play our game? Do you need me to read the question again?
Yes, please.
You got it. I'm going to clean it up just a little bit so that we don't give so much information.
It's a little confusing.
It's a little confusing, so I'm going to try and stick to the facts that we want when it comes to mothers. This current professional Chicago athlete has a strong athletic lineage, not only on his father's side, but both his mother and grandmother. His mother played basketball, while on his father's side, his grandmother was one of the greatest handball players of all time. This is a current Chicago athlete. His mother played basketball, and his grandmother was one of the greatest handball players of all time.
Well, and his grandfather
was
the USSR. That's
his
a
grandfather.
good clue.
Yes, USSR. So this is a current Chicago athlete.
And when we say Chicago athlete, he truly is.
He truly is a Chicago athlete. So he also has local ties, international and local. Does that help you?
Come on, Travis, you can do it.
I have no clue.
Are you a basketball fan, Travis?
Yeah.
Are you a Bulls fan, Travis?
Yeah.
Do you know any Bulls players from Chicago who may have had a grandfather that played for a Russian or a Russian country that way back in the day would have been considered USSR?
International
Who maybe
player.
grew up in Hinsdale? I'm sorry, did I say that? Come on, Travis.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
Travis, we want to give you these gift cards.
Yeah, no. Matas, maybe?
Yes!
Let's go.
Travis, you did it. You did it. Congratulations.
Oh, my gosh. That was
great guess. Great guess. I was going to say might have skipped college. Like, I was trying to
what else could we say? We were like, good job, Travis. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you guys so much.
I think that was good enough. I think that was
really
because
fun,
they were getting more difficult as we went on, and I could not find a lot of details.
The questions were great. That was very educational for me.
Like, raise a glass to all the moms
Oh,
of
my goodness.
our Chicago athletes.
I know. Very impressive.
Like, now, when you Google them, like, they all played high
Some
school
sort
and
of
college
sport,
sports.
yeah.
It's like amazing,
amazing
that we are in an era now where our professional athletes' moms also played sports.
Yeah, it's cool.
Like, they are products of Title IX. It's super cool.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think about it. Yes, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That is
so
awesome.
most of them grew up in the 80s and, played sports. So, yeah, it's super cool. So thank you to Lou Malnati's, our friends at Lou Malnati's, for helping us with Are You My Mother? My favorite little book when the kids were young, and we read that book to them. Are you my mother? And the bird falls out of the nest, and he's trying to find his mother.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's a super fun book. So thank you, Lou Malnati's, and thank you to all of our winners as well. Justin, great job on the phone lines there as we had you running back and forth. Sorry about that.
Justin Charles, yes.
Justin Charles, now we know that.
Now we know.
Justin Charles. When we come back, you know the NFL schedule gets released.
I know.
It's this week.
And Bleck was saying yesterday that it's kind of like going to come out gradually, and I feel like something gets announced tomorrow.
It does. I'm going to tell you what
we're going to walk through
what is going to get announced tomorrow.
Okay.
And the best part of it is the videos that the teams all release.
Of course, I
love
that.
And we get to judge the videos. So we know that the Bears are hard at work in their final edit sessions, I would think. So let's talk about that when we come back. It's Peggy and Dion on Mother's Day weekend.
You're listening to Peggy and Dion on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, I I know you are looking to elevate your future and the future of your business. I mean, who's not, right? This is the perfect time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. Hey, listen, Southwest Side is getting a lot of pub these days. It is the place to be. If the Pontiff can come from the south and southwest side of Chicago, then you might want to be there. Bolingbrook is rated as the second most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live. Bolingbrook offers something for everybody. The Promenade, the Common Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, and 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you and your company. It's conveniently located off I-55 and I-355, and it is the home of over 50 corporate headquarters. Come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more and join us. Be Bolingbrook.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Home means something different to everyone. But with Rocket Mortgage, home can mean even more. It can mean a college education, taming your high-interest debt, even a renovation. We've made it easier than ever to use your home equity. That home you worked so hard for, now it can work hard for you. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to find out more.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dion.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Rolling through your Saturday here on ESPN 1000 with Peggy and Dion, as we do each and every week from 11 to 1. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville. If you'd like to get in on our conversation over this next half hour, give us a call at 312-332-3776. Maybe we'll play a game again as we get further into the summer. That'd be a fun thing to do every now and again.
Yeah, we have lots of ideas for games. We just have to execute them.
And maybe talk before the morning of our show.
What's planning?
This
What
is how
that?
we catch up,
Right?
I mean, this is what, you guys, if you really want a window into how we prepare for the show, what time was it last night? Maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. I sent Peggy a text that just says, full show tomorrow with a question mark.
And I think I responded, yeah, I'm just winging it. I'm not into it right now.
She was like, we got to do something for moms. I was like, agreed. That was the extent of our phone call.
That was
our
pretty much our planning.
Our texting.
And then I got up at 5 and I was like, okay, we have to do something for mothers.
No,
Like,
we did.
We have to.
That was super fun.
Happy Mother's Day, everybody.
Yes, I hope
the
you
other
guys have a
fun
great day.
thing is I have to find a picture of my mother to post. I love now that we are in the social media era of our lives when everyone posts their selfies with their moms this weekend. So please, if you are going to post a selfie with your mom or even a picture of you and your mom, it could be from you growing up, when you post it on Instagram or on X, would you please tag Peggy and Dion?
Yes.
We would love to see it.
Yes.
We would love to see it and share it and talk about it next time we are on the air. So, or just we will repost it as well. I was just thinking that tomorrow.
Yeah.
So the Wednesday is the official release of the NFL schedule.
It is.
So we can make our Vegas plans. Danny Zetterman.
Oh, please, can we go?
We'd love to go to Vegas.
We would love to go to Vegas.
All right. Hello. Post game, pre-game. Peggy and Dion on Saturday before the game.
Be so fun.
Hello. We have not done a remote
in 2 years.
In 2 years.
Yeah, we need to do that.
We need a remote.
We need to do that more regularly.
So
Yes.
Monday, they do a little sneak preview of, they get to reveal select games on Monday and Tuesday. So you'll probably find out who the Eagles are going to play in the season opener. Amazon will probably get to reveal their Black Friday, the
Netflix
Christmas
will do
game.
Christmas. Yep,
Exactly.
yep, okay.
I keep thinking the Bears have to play the Lions on Thanksgiving.
They have to. They're going to have to do it
This is the Ben Johnson, last year it was so late when they played the conference games, or the division games, I should say.
Right.
That it just makes so much sense.
Here's what I have. The full release of the schedule is on May 14th. Yes. Monday is NBC will release a game on the Today Show.
Oh, okay.
Monday also Fox will release a game.
Okay.
Prime Video is also Monday. Monday's a big day to learn at least 3 games that are going on.
Okay.
On Tuesday, on Good Morning America, ESPN will release a game. On Wednesday, CBS Mornings will release a game, and Netflix will also announce their Christmas, I'm assuming Christmas Day games on Wednesday, May 14th, before things are really unfolded with the 8 p.m. Eastern 3-hour show of the schedule release 25, hosted by Rich Eisen.
I can't believe they're doing a scheduled release.
Good.
Everything is a show now.
Everything's a show. Everything's a show. We already do know that the Jets and the Browns are playing on Columbus Day weekend in London. We know that already. There's also a game going to be in Berlin with the Colts. We're not sure who their opponent is. Maybe we do know that. I just haven't quite Googled it yet.
We know that the Bears are playing the Browns, the Cowboys, the Giants, and the Aaron Rodgers-led Steelers, soon to be, and the Saints, all at Soldier Field this year.
Yes.
So Aaron Rodgers, we'll find out if he still owns the Bears at Soldier Field. And then on the road this year, the Bears will play the Ravens, the Bengals, the Eagles, the Commanders again, the Hail Mary Part 2, the Raiders in Vegas, and the 49ers. There's some good road trips. That's a couple of good road trips there. So the other great part is when you see the creativity of the video
Schedule
departments
release.
of all of the teams. And last year, the Bears did a riff on, oh gosh, I just had a complete blank.
I don't remember.
Oh, it was the parade down Chicago, skipping school. What was the movie? Oh my gosh.
Oh, Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Thank you.
Yes,
Ferris
it
Bueller's
was.
Day
You're
Off.
Right. You're right.
So they did a little
that,
riff
yeah.
on that. The odds that the Pope is going to be in the Bears video.
I went up significantly on Thursday. That's a scramble because I'm sure they've been editing for a while.
I'm thinking they're going to find a spot to put a shot of the Pope as a Bears fan. They have to.
Oh, yes. Agreed. Or in some capacity. Yep.
They have to. I mean, the Bears and the Saints, seriously?
That's tailor-made for that.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I would think you're right about Thanksgiving. They're going to play on Thanksgiving.
They have to.
They have to. Especially after the way last year went down on Thanksgiving. And
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that we need a redo on that. Okay.
And it's the perfect Ben Johnson return to Detroit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that is coming up this week.
That's actually exciting because then you kind of, I don't know, I do anyway. I start planning what the fall's going to look like, and
oh my gosh,
I'm taking off.
I put the whole schedule in.
Yeah, whole schedule in and all of it.
Totally. And well, this is what you and I we were talking about this once before, that when the Bears schedule comes out, like you have order in your life.
Oh, for sure. Because right now it's a lot of unknown, and this is a first world problem. Sometimes I can't believe what my job is to cover sports. It's crazy. But once the Bears start training camp, it might as well be New Year's Eve. The rest of the year goes so fast.
I know.
From 1 week to the next, every day is a different story, and suddenly it's like, how did we get to Halloween? Then it's Thanksgiving, and then it's Christmas, and then it is so fast. So like having that plan in advance, as moms with 1,000 tabs open in our head all the time, getting that calendar set is an exhale.
Yes,
it's a moment of exhale.
Do you have one of those calendars that they sell? Like, if we say calendar right now, our phones are going to be showing us those Facebook ads,
of course,
and the X ads for that digital calendar that you put on your wall.
That's what I need this year.
It is gorgeous.
Now that we're redoing things in my home,
you should totally
get
one. You should totally get one. It's gorgeous. Like
digital.
I know someone. Yes, see, do it. Just talk about it with your phone in your hand.
For the wall. Digital calendar for the wall.
They sell them. I saw at Sam's Club, maybe Costco, but I did see them at Sam's Club, and you can link your husband's calendar. If it's like you in my household, my husband forgets to put things on the calendar, and he thinks just by telling me I'm going to remember. And I always say to him, if you don't write it down or don't put it on the calendar, do not assume I am going to remember.
No, I don't remember. But I am also I'm very old school. I have to have a actual paper calendar.
Like, I do too. I still have that.
I need to physically turn the page to the week and see what's there. Now, my issue is that I forget to write it down.
Oh, gosh.
So then I overcommit.
So you are my husband.
So I open the calendar. I'm like, oh, that's a totally blank week. Well, no, of course it's not, Dion. Like, what in the earth? So then I'm going to, like, the Sports Engine calendar for hockey, and I'm going to Snap
this
for
would be a great Mother's Day gift.
It would be a great Mother's Day gift. Mm-hmm.
Those wall calendars. Hello.
Peggy, you should.
Hello, Dion's husband.
Unsolicited. Why don't you just text him one of those calendars? He won't even know it's you.
Well, here's one of the problems that I heard with the calendar. So I am in charge of something outside of work that we have our own calendar for.
Okay.
And I send updates to my committee. It's for golf. And I send updates to my committee people when we have meetings. And there's a lot of updates on the calendar. Like, don't forget this is due. Don't forget this is due. Don't forget to reserve your space for this. And my girlfriend, Gail, who has one of these calendars, said she had to just decline every calendar invite I sent her because it showed up on their wall calendar. And her husband was like, what is with all these meeting invites that you have? Like,
that's
what is with
hilarious.
So she's trying to do their vacation calendar, their husband's calendar, her calendar, and then Peggy's calendar keeps popping up on there.
Well, I'll be real. I cannot keep it all straight with like
color-coded.
Ray is constantly saying, just put it in the Google Calendar. Put it in the Google Calendar. I'm like, I can't keep it all straight because then it's also like, God bless it, but like the Jewish holidays show up, and I'm like, I don't need that. I don't know how to get rid of all.
They won't let you.
I need like a tutorial to like figure out how to do it.
That's right. They will not let you
just
get rid
delete
of
those things. Right.
Yeah. I have I still have AOL. I have my AOL calendar, my Google calendar, my Outlook calendar.
Oh, it's too much.
Everything is color coded, but now I have so many colors that I'm doubling up on the colors.
Of course.
So I so badly want to get rid of the AOL.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid what's on that calendar that I don't know about.
Well, of course.
Because I put things that are recurring every year, and I want to know in 10 years that there's something coming up that I need to know. Like, I need my next colonoscopy.
If that's already on your calendar, I will be floored. Is it really?
When I leave the doctor and they say you're due in 5 years, I put it on my calendar.
Peggy, this morning I took my child to the eye doctor, and as I was leaving, they scheduled something for later in the month, and I quickly wrote it into my phone calendar. Will I look at that again before that date comes up? Absolutely not. I will not. And then I won't even know. I mean, hopefully they send a reminder. I put it in there, like I'm going to look at it, but I don't do that. That's only in like 3 weeks.
With high school, you are going to need to plan ahead for those dates.
I know.
This is due. When they send you stuff that you don't realize, you need to put all those due dates in your calendar.
Of course.
Then send yourself a reminder due in 1 week, due in 2 days.
Yes, that's what I need to do, yes. But that is extra.
Are we on the air? I just realized that this is a typical Peggy and Dion. This is typical. This is what we would be saying over a glass of wine. And I looked at him like, we're in a radio studio right now. Like,
and then I almost jumped to a whole other topic. And I was like, wait, no, don't talk about that, Dion. I was just ready to talk to you about all the emotions I'm feeling about 8th grade graduation. We'll do that during the break.
All right, when we come back, we will wrap things up this Mother's Day weekend. What a typical Peggy and Dion on ESPN 1000.
More Peggy and Dion coming up
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hit the road with Cap and J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Cap and J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale, now through May 26th.
Okay, well, as you're planning your calendar, are you on the hunt for a new car? Because let me tell you, you need to go visit our friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville. I needed something that would work for my family, luxurious, but also practical, would carry all the gear that help us travel smoothly, all those things. And they helped me find my perfect match with my MDX. It's outstanding. It's my favorite car that I've ever driven. I don't know if I can ever go back. From start to finish, the process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in a brand new Acura that is sleek, high-tech, and super fun to drive. So if you are looking for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. They will go above and beyond for you, and they will help you find your perfect match, I promise. So make sure when you go to Advantage Acura of Naperville, you let them know that Peggy and Dion said hi.
Apt is celebrating 89 years. Enjoy the beautiful weather with a new grill or griddle for your outdoor space. Explore a wide selection of Traeger pellet smokers, Napoleon grills, Komodo Joe charcoal grills, and portable grills. Don't miss the new Weber Slate griddle and Weber Smoke pellet smoker. Whether replacing an old setup or building a new outdoor kitchen, Apt has everything needed to create the perfect space. With free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dion
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion here on ESPN 1000, wrapping up another fun show where we promise we'll remember that we're actually on the air. Peggy, you know what I'm bummed about?
What?
Beyonce's here next Saturday night, and I'm not prepared. I didn't know, and I'm mad. I would have loved to have seen her in concert.
I had tickets, and I donated them.
Well, that was probably
to Girls in the Games
Of
auction.
course you did. Of course you did.
Yeah.
If anyone is looking for just to unload one to me or two, that'd be really fun.
Yeah.
Be super fun.
I'm not a concert person, and I have to, as much as I want to be able to say that I am, every time I go, I fall asleep. I don't know the songs. Like, who am I kidding?
She's
Who am
just
I
someone
kidding?
I would like to see in concert. That's all. Just one time. I think it'd be really a presentation, like a very. I mean, Taylor Swift was amazing. I am so glad I saw that show.
Again, I gave those tickets up and let my daughter bring
Well, I mean,
another
and
friend.
sharing it with my daughter was the most fun.
My daughter's going to see Kendrick Lamar.
That's what my son would like to go to Kendrick Lamar. So also,
I just gave up that ticket.
You did.
I was going to go with.
Yeah.
And my son said to me, Mom, are you really going to know any Kendrick Lamar
this
songs?
Would be my problem.
I said, I would probably try to listen to a bunch right before. And he said, why don't you let me go? He said, let me go. I'll chaperone them. So my 22-year-old is going to take my ticket.
That.
And plus, we got 5 tickets, but one of them is not with the other 4. So,
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So
okay.
Let him go.
Oh, I love that. What a mature thing to do.
He just better. He
actually chaperone.
He needs to realize he's actually the chaperone,
the one in charge.
Yeah.
No, Cash would really like to go to that concert, but that's not happening unless someone listening would like to donate that to my cause.
Oh my God.
Otherwise, no.
So if I knew that you were a charitable foundation, Dion, I would be donating every time I get these concert tickets and I don't go. I could donate them to your 501c3.
Yeah, I think
the
you've known
Dion
me
Miller
well enough to know.
Children's Education Foundation.
It's something to that effect. I was going to tell you, though, I'm getting super nostalgic about 8th grade graduation, I think, which is so silly. But I think it's because I know how fast high school is going to go. And I felt like these years were kind of like, I could cherish them a little bit longer. And now it's like, boom. He went on his trip to D.C. last week, which was really fun.
And how did that go?
It went so
without
well.
you?
Went without us. Putting him on the plane without me was kind of nerve-wracking. And I literally texted him and said, please tell me when you're boarding. This is like Wednesday morning. I dropped him off at 4 a.m. And his teachers, bless them, they were so enthusiastic that hour of the day. And the kids are walking in like, oh, my gosh, I can't believe we're up right now. And I texted him, after a little bit, I said, just text me when you board. He said, okay. Peggy, the next time I heard from him was Friday when he needed money.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, we knew we had been following him on, like, Life 360.
Yeah.
Like, we knew where he was from.
Yep.
But it just made me laugh. I was like, that's such a typical boy,
Like,
right?
you know that he's doing well, though.
Oh,
that it's
you
like
knew he
when
was
he did
right.
not
And when he
reach
finally
out to you.
called, and I said, he goes, can I have this money? I wanted to buy a sweatshirt or whatever. I said, okay, are you having fun? He said, the most, Mom. And I was like, oh, that's all I needed. They had such a good time. But now it's kind of like that wind down, right? And he looks too old to be going to school there.
Yeah.
He's
I told
ready
you take a picture in 8th grade. You take a picture at the beginning of 8th grade.
Yeah.
You take a picture at Christmas. Then you take a picture at graduation. At the end of the summer when he starts high school, wait till you see the difference next Christmas.
I just...
That is...
It's
that is the
already-
year that is shocking how much they change.
It's already crazy to me. Like the other day, I snapped a picture. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I don't know. I just don't take enough pictures of you anymore." But I looked at him. I'm like, "You look like a man."
Oh,
it's so crazy.
That's so cool. I forgot to say that our NFL schedule release, in which we were talking about, tomorrow the release is coming out as they will reveal some of, not tomorrow, Monday, some of the games on Monday, some of them on Tuesday, and then the big release is on Wednesday. Well, our NFL schedule release coverage on ESPN Chicago is, as always, sponsored by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, and that's
We love
exciting.
them.
I like when there's news like that this week that we get to have fun with and
Same.
You know,
Are
take a
we
look at.
here next week?
I am not.
You're not.
I am not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I
No,
do have
that's okay.
something.
Don't apologize.
You're
allowed to do other things.
Yeah. So
Only once in a while, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think we're on the air next week. It's Cubs Sox at 1:20.
That's right.
So
Cubs
I think
Sox.
we're off next week.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So that will be White Sox Weekly with Jeff Meller, and then the game, because Cubs Sox starts Friday, May 16, and runs through the weekend, a 3-game set on the north side. So that's next weekend.
And thank you to Mailman Jim, one of our listeners, who told us that he has that Skylight digital calendar and he loves it.
He does.
Says it works great, syncs with the personal calendar apps as well. Thanks, Jim. As
Oh,
always.
that's awesome, Jim.
All right, we have Odds Couple coming up next. Justin, it was so nice having you hanging with us on this Saturday.
Of course. Happy Mother's Day to both you guys.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. Don't forget to call your mom and wish her a happy Mother's Day as well. And to all of the mothers out there, thank you so much. And if you are a mother, we always welcome you to be a fan and listen to Peggy and Dion every Saturday, 11 to 1 on ESPN 1000. Happy Mother's Day, Dion.
Happy Mother's Day, Peg.
Make it a great weekend, everyone.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder. Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is The Odds Couple with Chicago radio legend Mike North and midday host Carmen DeFalco. The Odds Couple.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome into this week's episode of The Odds Couple, presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app today. It is never ordinary with Bet365. It's never ordinary around these parts. We got a lot to talk about as we get you set for another loaded weekend. We're a little bit early because Mike's got his big award tomorrow at the Barrett Sports Media Conference. So instead of taping on Friday, podcast is going up on Thursday. Mike North, Carmen DeFalco with you each and every week to get after all the fun stuff going on in the world of sports and sports gambling. Mikey, what's up, my friend?
I'll tell you what, Carm, first of all, good talk to you. Of course, one of the best in the business, Shane Norling, who, you know what, has worked the shift already, decided he's going to help out. He's going to be one of the greats, no doubt about it in my mind. And then he figured out a problem of trying to get us on the air. That's what good producers do. So I'm thankful that my speech tomorrow is going to say I've never missed a day off except for yesterday because we couldn't get on the air, you know. So Shay saved that part of the speech, and we are on the air a day early. I appreciate you guys doing it. I appreciate all the listeners for all but the 33 years. Now, nothing's changed, you know, as far as sports is concerned. You think something's going to happen, and it doesn't happen. The New York Knicks are up 2-0. They've come back from 20 points down, 2 games in a row. The Celtics, Carm, you know, did we overrate them? Are they a one hoop wonder? I don't know. I don't think it's over yet. I know Tatum's taken abuse today. But I do know this. I've never had Tatum as the lead dog, even though I loved him. I wanted him out of Duke. We couldn't get him. He came early, 3rd round. But I never had him with Bird or Magic or Jordan or LeBron or Duncan. I've never had him that high, or Jaylen Brown. They are 2 of the same type of player, much like L.A. It's amazing he's taken a beating, but LeBron and Doncic just lose in the 1st round, and there's nothing heard from them because much was expected of the Celtics. And I just want to know, I know that Horford's playing center, but it seems to me they got a guy coming off the bench that's only playing 14 to 16 minutes, Porzingis. And I want to know why he's not playing more, because I think they got to go inside. And when you're 25% from the 3, you're not winning anything.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Porzingis. I mean, he missed the whole second half the other night, didn't play as much last night, some sort of illness. I don't know what really the deal is.
Him up, man.
Yeah. I don't know what the deal is. Tatum and Brown have been miserable in the second halves of both these games, and there's no other way to slice it. They're 8 of 37. That's 21.6%. They have 8 total free throw attempts in the second half of these first 2 games combined. 8 total. By the way, they're 8 for 8 from the line, but 8 total is just not enough. Tatum is 1 of 12 from the floor in the fourth quarters of the first 2 games, and it's spelled disaster here for the Celtics. They're still, if you can believe it, the favorite to win the East. It's weird. They're not the favorite to win the series. They're about even money. The Knicks are minus 120.
But they're favored still to win
But
the
they're
series.
favored to win the East.
But they could lose the series.
They could lose the series, and that's some gambling probability liability. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not good enough at math to be able to tell you why that is. But they're still the favorite to win the East. The Knicks are still like 10 or 13 to 1 to win the title, and the Celtics are the second choice.
I'm not counting them out yet. You got to go down 3 or nothing, or, you know, before I count you out in anything, even though. Let's not forget, I think Boston had a pretty good road record, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that these guys have been there before. I think the pressure is going to be on New York. All I keep hearing is that the pressure is going to be on the Celtics. They've been there and done that once already, which is last year. Are they going to repeat champs? I don't think so. Are they going to be one of the great teams of all time? I don't think so. But are they dead in the series? Absolutely not.
Be a long drought without a back-to-back champ in the history of the NBA. We've never really seen a drought like this. I think this would be 7 straight years if the Celtics get knocked out without a back-to-back champ. It's either 6 or 7 years, and that's a pretty long drought, as we know, in the history of the NBA. You're right about the Celtics on the road. How about 33-8 plus a couple of road wins in the playoffs? So they've been good away from home. The Knicks have actually been better on the road as well. They're just 1-2 straight up and against the spread in the Garden in the postseason, but a perfect 5-0 straight up and against the number on the road. Both teams get the extra day here, Mike. This Game 3 is not until Saturday afternoon in the Garden. What an atmosphere, what an air of electricity that's going to be in that building. And the Knicks are about a 5.5 point underdog in that game, but it has been bizarre to see the Celtics do it not once but twice. I mean, to have a 20-point lead at home in the conference semis and lose both games, that's inexplicable. And teams that win the first 2 on the road in best of 7s go on in NBA history to win about 7/8, 7 out of every 8 times. It's about 85, 86% of the time. So history is certainly on the side of the Knicks here. I hear what you're saying. I guess I wouldn't totally count out the Celtics just yet, but, man, you wouldn't totally count out the Celtics just yet, but, man, Celtics just yet, but, man, you kind of feel like you talk about a hole. You're deep in it when you're down 0-2.
You blew 2 20-point leads. Yeah. But I do know this, and in the 6 years we've done this show, one of the main reasons I'm getting this award, Carmen DeFalco, and I keep trends. And in a sentence where Carmen says, with an air of electricity in it, which he just did recently, a couple sentences ago.
Is the home team cover?
That's right. The road team usually ends up winning.
Thank God.
I think the Celtics are going to end up winning this game, and if they don't, sayonara.
Yeah. Well, then you can close the
out
book.
There, that means goodbye.
Then you can close the book. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, and then you got the other team. Now, Carmen says to me last week, I go on with Carmen and Barstool Eddie, and I hear a pause when I say, you know what, I really like Golden State in this game tonight. And Carmen heard me earlier say, well, you know what, you lean to Houston, and we both did.
That was Game 6, right?
Yeah. Neither one of us, though, picked. We all both like Golden State to win. So it was like a 1-1 deal. They ended up losing the damn game. And now you got a 10.5-point underdog here. And you got Steph Curry hurt.
Steph's hurt.
Everybody's going to find out. I'm not going to give away anything. What Steph Curry's worth to the Golden State Warriors tonight, folks.
That's the game on deck.
I can promise you that.
That's the game on deck for tonight. So far, road teams are 6-1 straight up in the conference semis. That's incredible. The only time it didn't happen was the late game last night, which was a rout really from start to finish. OKC took care of business to even the series at 1. Warriors at the T-Wolves tonight. Yeah, that game was just, that got away from them quick.
Wow.
Warriors, T-Wolves from Minneapolis tonight, and as Mike said, the T-Wolves are laying a pretty big number here despite being down in the series, and that is because Steph Curry is not going to play. He's out at least the next week. You're looking at 10.5 right now, and an extremely low total. This is an old school total, Mike, 201.5.
Oh, I love it. I get the chills. I feel like it's 1974.
Yeah.
You know, but I will tell you this, that it's just without Curry, let me tell you, Klay Thompson ain't walking through that door. Okay, the other sharpshooters, who's the guy that's going to rescue? Draymond?
No, he's not shooting 4 of 10 again from 3.
Right?
Come on, that ain't happening.
But he's going to have to shoot from there, and that, if you are the other team, you're thrilled.
This is Jimmy time. You know, and look, I don't think Jimmy's healthy. I think you could see it. He's not playing nearly 100%. I guess nobody is.
Jimmy came here for a reason.
Yeah.
He was tired of being the lead dog in Miami, not getting enough help, so he went the poor guy's Kevin Durant route. I'll go over here and get all the praise, even if, he didn't realize Steph Curry's going to go down. Without him, imagine any team you played on, folks. Now let's go. I don't care if it's a bowling team, racquetball, doubles. I don't care what it is. If you lose your best player going in and you're playing a championship or playoff type of situation, your confidence is down going in, and you're just trying to hope somebody steps up. And Steve Kerr looked absolutely mortified the other night in the postseason.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Jimmy can rise to the level, if they can keep getting some good performances out of Buddy Hield. We'll see how this goes. Minnesota.
Buddy Hield's been the savior.
Yeah, I know.
Does he fill the role?
He especially was in Game 7 in their last series. Minnesota's minus 190 to win this series despite losing home court. Warriors are about plus 165. And then a couple of games on Friday, including the Cavs and the Pacers from Indy, and the Pacers go back home having won each of the first 2 in Cleveland, and injuries are absolutely crushing the Cavs right now. Now they're dealing with, this Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell's got a little bit of an injury. Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, and DeAndre Hunter, of course, didn't play in Game 2. That said, they should have won Game 2, Mike. I mean, it's hard when you're losing 3 of your best players, or certainly 2. When you're losing Garland and Mobley, when you've lost the Defensive Player of the Year in Evan Mobley and he doesn't play. They had that game. They had control of that game, and the Cavs still found a way to choke it away. You're not boxing out the shooter. You're not getting the ball inbound. You're turning it over. It's sloppy, and they let a golden opportunity, despite playing shorthanded, get away from them to even that series. And now the Cavs are really in deep. As we record, we don't have the full details yet ahead of Friday night's game on Garland, on Mobley, and most importantly now on Donovan Mitchell. So something to monitor here, but the Cavs are in a really tough spot down 0-2.
There's no doubt about it, Kyle. Great call here. Look, anybody's been listening to me for the last 15 years. I'm a Darius Garland fan. You can't lose a player like that. It takes away from everybody else, including Mitchell. Now Mitchell's hurt. You have all sorts of injuries. I hate built-in excuses. The Cubs used it right after they won the World Series. Oh, we're going to have a hangover next year because we celebrated too much during the offseason. We're tired. You know, they hadn't been there in 88 years, but they're going to have a hangover, okay? So they had a built-in excuse. And then you have the built-in excuse here with the injuries, but it's a built-in excuse that's legitimate. You can't lose the players that Carmen just mentioned. And, you know, Atkinson's a heck of a coach. I love Atkinson. But you know what? You can't lose that type of talent. I mean, we're worried about Golden State. They're already 10.5-point underdogs tonight because they lost one guy. How about Cleveland, who was a unit? No one guy stood out. I know Mitchell's the star, but Garland came through at times. The inside guys came through at
Mobley,
times.
yeah.
Mobley. So you know what? You're missing a lot of good players here, and that is a built-in excuse. In my world, and I don't like excuses for anything, that's legitimate.
Cavs are still a 2.5-point favorite tomorrow night. Pacers down to minus $2 to win the series, though. But believe it or not, the Indiana Pacers back home in that building. You want to talk about a building that rocks. I've seen a playoff game in that Pacer building. It is fantastic, I got to say. They are a 2-point dog at home in the first game of the doubleheader tomorrow night.
That's the one. Is that the field house?
Yes, it's they don't call it Bankers Life anymore. Well, it was Conseco and then Bankers Life. I can't remember who the sponsors now, but it's awesome.
At the beginning, I did arena football in there.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, me and Tom Dorr.
Oh, wow.
And it was crazy then. It was crazy. That's a great venue.
Great venue.
Yep, no
is.
doubt.
It is an incredible place to see a playoff game too. It's a smaller arena.
Cool. It's like a field house.
It really, yes, absolutely. It really rocks. It is now called the Gainbridge Fieldhouse. That's the sponsor on it now, the Gainbridge Fieldhouse.
I
it's
have
awesome.
no idea.
It is
love
awesome.
when people name something. They should explain underneath with some lights what it is.
I don't know. Coming up next, our buddy Luke Pergandi from Prop Swap will join us. It's we're in the thick of it here in the conference semis.
I love the thick of it.
Yeah, in the NHL and in the NBA, it's great. We could talk about a lot of fun stuff in some of the futures markets with Luke, and maybe he can explain to us how the Knicks are favored to win the series, but the Boston Celtics are still the favorite to win the Eastern Conference. So we'll talk to Luke coming up. We got best plays a little bit later. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty to go. We're the Odds Couple, presented by Bet365.
This is the Odds Couple on ESPN 1000.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Feel the boom. Schaumburg Boomers Baseball has the bases covered for fun. May 16th through the 18th. Friday night is T-shirt night. The first 1,000 fans receive a Boomers T-shirt. Plus, it's a Friday night fireworks night. Saturday afternoon is a matinee with a 3 p.m. start, thanks to Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday afternoon is Family Day and Bark in the Park. Bring your dog to the ballpark, thanks to Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. And feel the boom.
Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge. Yuengling is finally here.
After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois.
Start with a legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our crosstown rivalry.
There's light lager, it's crisp and easy drinking, the Golden Pilsner with a clean, refreshing taste, and black and tan, the perfect mix of dark and light.
So if you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't go with the usual. Try a Yuengling.
Chicago, the wait is over. It's Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back inside this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Mike North, Carmen DeFalco, each and every week on the ESPN Chicago app. We are presented by Bet365. Let's get out to the Yingling guest hotline and say hi to one of our weekly contributors. He's one of the founding members of PropSwap.com and the PropSwap app. Download it on your smartphone today. It's Luke Pergandy.
Hi, Carm. Hi, Mike.
What's up, Luke?
Upset City in the NBA, 6-1 to the road team so far in the conference semis. It's been pretty wild. I don't know how you blow two 20-point leads at home in the conference semis, but such is life for the Boston Celtics and their fans right now. Try to answer this for us. You're a savvy guy. You're a veteran bettor. You've started a very successful sports betting company. How is it that the Knicks are a slight favorite to win the series, but the Celtics are the favorite to win the Eastern Conference at about 3-1 right now, Luke?
Yeah, I think that speaks to how much liability on futures the sports books have.
That makes sense.
They're refusing to come off and post a fair number because they're going to pay out so much money if Boston wins again. So yeah, they're just not going to move off of that. I mean, I could literally see it being 3-0 New York, and they still would, have low single-digit futures odds on Boston. That's crazy.
Hey, let me correct what I said too. Forgive me. I said Celtics at 3-1. The Celtics are about $1.50. They're about plus 150 to win the East. OKC is minus 185 to win the West after evening up the series. They still are going to have to go on the road here at some point and win a game in Denver, but they're minus 185. So, yeah, those odds are extremely short. Same for the title odds. I mean, the Celtics are still 3-1 are your second choice, and I think you hit it on the head. It just has a lot to do with the liability and just how low they've been priced all year, right?
Totally. Yeah, I mean, and then staying in the East, the Pacers 2 weeks ago were 100-1.
Right.
The Knicks 4 days ago were 40-1, and it's crazy how both of these teams, you kind of have to make a decision if you're holding one of those tickets. If you have a Pacers ticket, if you're going to sell it with us, you're basically betting that that the underdog will win the other series. So, if you have a ticket on the Pacers, you're hoping that New York wins as well, right? Because you want to play the worst team. You don't want to – if you have a Pacers ticket, you don't want to play Boston.
Right.
So you kind of have to handicap that other series as well if you're deciding to sell or not.
Well, we could talk about Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota now 10.5-point favorites. Nobody thought Curry would go down. I think if you have a Golden State ticket on PropSwap, maybe keep it one more game. But you know what? Curry now may not be back for 2-3 games. You don't know, and they're speculating even on that, Luke. So how much action? I mean, how many tickets, future tickets, were sold and for Indiana or Minnesota at this time, in your opinion, have you seen?
Yeah, we've sold a ton on the Pacers. They, like I said, I mean, they're now 12-1 at some books, even 10-1. And they were 100-1 a few weeks ago.
Right.
So we just sold this guy a $300 future on the Pacers. He sold it for $3,000 last night on Wednesday night.
Nice.
How about Minnesota?
Minnesota, they've been less of an underdog. They're around 10-1. They've been around 10-1. You maybe could have got them at like 25-1 a few weeks ago, but not nearly as large of a mover as both Indiana and then the Knicks kind of similar situation again, like around 40-1 to 10-1. So you can make 4 extra money on the Knicks. But I mean, a lot of people have bet on Minnesota. Less of we've been selling tons of tickets on Minnesota overall, but just less of a large mover. But we've sold, pulling up like 400 tickets just on Minnesota alone. So like tons of interest on Minnesota. Just not as many, not as much of a profit potential versus an Indy or a New York.
Dallas Stars are now your favorite to win the Stanley Cup. Short favorite. Mikko Rantanen is your favorite for Conn Smythe. Everybody running to sell their Mikko Rantanen tickets. Back-to-back hat tricks for Mikko Rantanen.
It's a small town in Bulgaria.
That's what it sounds like.
Yes, exactly.
What a heater he's on right now, Luke.
Seriously, and he's on the 4th line on Dallas. It makes no sense. Like this unworldly performance from him. Second place to win Conn Smythe, of course, Connor McDavid, and Draisaitl at 3rd.
Yeah.
And then Frederick Anderson at 4th. So kind of usual suspects besides the 4th liner. Granted, it's crazy.
Yeah, big. I mean, Carolina versus Washington. I mean, we discovered Carolina, Carmen, years ago, and we've been disappointed.
I know, and now this is the year I feel like we should have been on them.
Yeah, now you got Ovechkin and their dogs tonight, and I think that you know what? If I'm a betting man and I really don't have a system or anything, and I'm just going by what I see and what I've heard, plus 140 looks good to take Washington, but I wouldn't be surprised finally if Carolina, maybe because of the past disappointments, gets over the hump. What do you see?
Yeah. So to your point, the Capitals are plus 350 to win the series right now. I just from the heartbreak that Carolina's had over the past few years, I can't pull the trigger on them. Too many scars with Carolina. So I would still sprinkle a little bit on Washington at plus 350.
I'm sitting on my Maple Leafs ticket, and
the best uniforms,
the best uniform. I hope they don't
Underrated.
disappoint me. I have a feeling at some point they will, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, they're in control. They look good so far.
They are, and they played one of the better games I feel like they've played the entire postseason last night. I mean, that was Florida's going to bring it, and they're going to bring some physicalness, and they're going to try to rattle your cage a little bit. And it felt like, again, okay, are they going to let this game get away from them? But when Florida tied it, they responded pretty quickly with a third-period goal of their own to take the lead. So was impressed, certainly, with the way they played last night. Hopefully that's a good sign for things to come. One last thing I want to ask you. We talk about the teams that generate a lot of interest, the big popular betting, teams that generate a lot of handle just because they're popular, historic teams, the Cowboys, the Steelers, the Bears, the Cubs. Does that sometimes happen for players too, Luke, like a guy on the Cubs like PCA, Pete Armstrong, who – I don't even know what his MVP odds would have been preseason. About 2 weeks ago, they were like 100-1. Now they are 30-1. And he is one of the emerging stars in baseball. Do you guys sometimes see just amongst the public teams these days and all the bets that are available that certain guys will be targeted and highlighted?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, certainly public teams and then, popular players. Yeah. I would not put PCA on that list yet. Obviously, he's came out with a white-hot introduction this year, and most people are starting to figure out who he is. But no, we have not seen Pete Crow Armstrong take it. I personally, I'm a Cubs fan. I didn't even know who he was until this year. Obviously, I don't even know where he came from.
It was the Baez trade. It was the Baez trade.
That's 80% of the Cub fans. Yep. They go, who's this guy? And I didn't even realize it either. Baez. I mean,
he was the Baez trade.
And Baez is playing good ball now for Detroit.
Yeah.
But what a deal for the Cubs.
Yes, incredible.
Yeah, for sure. And Kyle Tucker, not to dismiss him, he's 4-1.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yes.
And he's just mashing the ball this year. So, of course, you got to deal with Shohei, who always is going to be at the top of the MVP race in the NL. He's plus 220, but Kyle Tucker's 4-1. I mean, that's if the Cubs can continue this, obviously big if, long season. We're only 40 games in, 30 games in, but Kyle Tucker's been killing it. They better re-sign that.
I know you got a hell of a race in the NL right now with a lot of guys playing well. All of a sudden, Soto's getting hot. Tatis has been incredible. Corbin Carroll's been awesome. Pete Alonso had an incredible April. I think he was a player of the month for the NL in April to start the year. So you got a lot of guys playing very well in the NL. Luke, enjoy the weekend, buddy, and we'll catch up again next Friday.
Sounds good, guys. Bye,
right,
Karen. Bye, Mike.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, Council got crushed on the Major League Network the other night, the way he handled the Presley situation.
Just kind of leaving him out there?
Oh, my God. I mean, you had an ERA of 2-point-something
now it goes
before
to 7.
the game, and now it's 7. And
good luck getting that thing down when you only have, when you're a reliever and you only have 60 appearances,
Well, and you know what, Council? Please, the whole crew, Harold, they crushed him. They said, wait a minute, you're paying this guy $8 million a year, and you could ruin this guy's confidence just because of this one game. Now, Presley's been there before, so I think he'll be a bounce-back type of guy, but it was not another good night for Council when people on the national desk, even though I've said he's done a good job, I've never said he was worth $8 million. And that's what we expect. We expect better managing. I think that, you know what? He was playing the analytics game, and he's going to get the next out and the next out. And before you know it, Carmy dug a hole for the guy.
That was almost unlike anything you're ever going to see.
Ever.
Coming up next, we'll get after a few more fun things going on in the NBA
fun
and NHL
things.
playoffs.
I love fun things.
Plus, I got updated win totals for you in the NFL. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're coming right back. It's Mike and Carmen. We are the Odds Couple, presented by Bet365.
This is the Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike Norris on ESPN 1000.
Hey, spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up next for your cut. When it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want. Plus, they'll save the details in their clip notes for the cut you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Game day in Chicago. You know what that means. Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. It's the perfect call whether you're at the bar, at a tailgate, or cheering from your couch. Wherever you are watching, it's always Sam season. Swing by Almost Home in Wrigleyville to grab a Sam Adams American Light today. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that
may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Yeah, the NBA playoffs are here, and it's about to be ridiculous, unbelievable, unfair, downright nasty, straight up, can't miss, don't blink, grab your popcorn and strap in cinema. This isn't about who's next. This is about who's now. This time is different.
The NBA playoffs, presented by Google. Continue on ESPN and ABC.
This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Welcome back inside this week's episode of The Odds Couple, presented by Bet365. Catch us on X. Mike is at North to North. I'm at Carmen DeFalco. Each and every week, catch up on demand with the ESPN Chicago app. We were talking to Luke Pergandy about some NBA, NHL stuff.
I love that I got the chills bringing up Carolina.
Yeah, well, this might be the year for Carolina. Yep. I don't know. And Anderson's played well, and they look good. Mike and I have been on them each of the last couple years. I had a ticket on them each of the last 2 years. Unfortunately, they came up a little bit short. Maybe this is their year. They had a nice rally late and then an overtime winner, and they are a small favorite, as Mike mentioned, in Game 2 in the nation's capital tonight. And then you got this Oilers team that I don't know that it's very sustainable. It's kind of like the Knicks. Like, they're down in every game, and then they come back and win. I don't know that that's the best recipe, Mike, but they're doing it right now. Oilers in Vegas, this series I think is going to be great. Game 1 was pretty good.
But I'm not going to tell you Edmonton can't beat them.
No, I wouldn't either. I mean, the Oilers have ripped off 5 straight right now.
And the odds aren't bad, 128 plus 128 tonight.
But boy, they keep falling behind in all these games, and then they've got so much firepower. They've been able to rally and win.
Do you like appetizers?
What's that?
Do you like appetizers?
I do.
What do you like?
My favorite.
Calamari?
Sure, of course.
Okay.
I love it.
Calamari. Okay, I'm going to give you calamari. I think I told you last week, and Luke talked about PCA.
Yeah.
Mike Murphy thinks he's going to be a Hall of Famer if he plays 15 years, and I agree with him. He's starting to go. His odds are much higher now. I'll say this. If at the beginning of the year, I wasn't saying if they lose him, we're screwed. You know?
You don't want to lose him now.
Now you don't want to lose him.
You don't want to lose. He or Tucker, you don't want to lose.
And by the way, I love Birdie at third. Not. Just put Lopez there. Put Birdie at second. He's not a third baseman. You know, he makes every play look hard to me. Go with the best defensive guy there and hope the bats can carry you. You know?
Yeah. You know who should be playing there is Alex Bregman.
Oh, my God. Don't
Who's off to a great start.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me started on that. By the way, and an old friend of mine, too, my Park Ridge Kenny brought up something, Cameron. I want to get your opinion of this. You know why people have LeBron like 10th or 11th all time in a lot of polls now? Because of this latest loss, he's gone down a little bit. Some people have him second. Some people have him third. Mostly the 30 and under crowd. Magic Johnson in the Game 7 played center at 6'9", 225 and won the championship with 42 points and 15 rebounds. LeBron James shot threes at 6'9", 250 with a center that he could have stopped. Okay? And they lost. So he stood out there with Doncic. That's why a lot of people now are starting to reevaluate certain players in the league, even though LeBron has been fantastic. It's all about now, what have you done for me lately? What could you have done to prevent this? He was out there firing threes. I know he had a couple good games like that. But you're seeing what defense does to certain players now.
Yeah,
I don't think I don't think he could have pulled off what Magic did.
No, I don't think so either.
You know what? But I was surprised because I never looked at the dimensions and thought they were the same. I thought that, Magic was only 225, but he was more fluid.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and LeBron's much thicker. And
and he had the inside game.
Yeah.
Where he didn't need dunks and stuff.
Right.
He could do that. I just found that interesting also. It's going to be great. The NBA right now I like because they're playing like they did in the 80s.
Absolutely.
That's
great.
how they played every night. That's why that Horford's still playing for the Celtics. That would have never happened in the mid-'80s, folks.
Yeah, probably not.
They would have worn them down eventually because they played defense like they are in the playoffs every night in the mid-'80s.
Got some updated NFL win totals we can look at post-draft.
I feel good about this. Let me clench my fist.
The last thing that we need to know for the upcoming season we'll know next week, Mike. It's the schedule. So we'll get an idea about, any sort of rest advantage or disadvantage that these teams have, how daunting the travel schedule kind of looks like. We already know the Bears' schedule is tough. Not only are they in one of the tougher divisions, even though I think there'll be a little bit of a market correction. I don't think a 15, 14, and 11-win team will exist in this division. They're in a tough competitive division. They've got a brutal road schedule. They have to play at Cincinnati. They have to play at Baltimore. They have to play at Philadelphia. They're going to have the Steelers and the Cowboys at home. So the schedule is difficult. Updated win totals here. Bears at 8.5. The over is plus 105, and the under is minus 125. So the only thing that's changed post-draft is the juice is a little bit different. Has come down a little bit on the under.
The same.
Yeah, I would
maybe
agree.
No more cautious of late. But let me ask you this, Carm, and maybe Shay could jump in if he's over here.
He's
I don't
here.
know. He's been handling things. I just saw this. I tweeted this out on the front page at North to North because I wanted to keep this for this show. With the Bears drafting Ozzie Trapilio, good kid.
Ozzie Trapilio, yeah.
Kieran Abadgaji.
For last year.
Whatever. And Braxton Jones, still getting high praise from coaches. Who are you starting at the left tackle on 25? If that's it, and one of them's wearing one of those mushroom helmets, if there's still a question about left tackle, that's a big problem.
Well, it's got to be one of those guys.
Right?
Unless it's Darnell Wright. That's the...
Well, they didn't even list him.
It could be Darnell Wright.
Well, you're going to start moving now. Robbing from Peter to give the paw, maybe.
It could be.
Let me ask Shay to jump in here since he's been busting his tail to get this thing on board today. Shay, what's your take on, hey, back in the day, I said Jimbo Colbert's not walking through that door. They wish he was, but he's 65 years old.
I wish.
You had a steady guy at left tackle. If you're still questioning your left tackle, is that a problem?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
My thing is right now there's maybe one left tackle in football that I would say is dominant, and it's Jordan Mailata, and everybody else is kind of just run-of-the-mill at the moment. I don't know. My gut kind of says it's going to be Ozzie Trapilio at left tackle or Darnell Wright at left tackle. I for whatever reason, I can't wrap my head around them starting Braxton Jones.
Me neither.
The way that they operated
coming
this
off of
offseason.
surgery.
Absolutely.
I'm having a hard time with it. But, yeah, I mean, not having a left tackle is a problem. It's the most important position on the O-line. But at least they addressed the other positions enough that whoever's starting there should have an easier time.
Yeah. Things change, though, guys. Just like Shay and I were talking last week about the Cubs. Hey, Mike, it's in the bag. Just, everything got to stay good. Everything's got to be the same. And within, hours, you got two of their pitchers down. You got Steele down, and now you got, what's his name?
Shota.
You got two of, and they really didn't have a for sure ace. And you got three teams now chasing them at Cincinnati, St. Louis, and you got really the whole division chasing them except Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Pittsburgh and St. Louis, I think. And I would expect some point St. Louis to maybe try to unload some of their guys.
Well, they're all tied three teams at 19 and 19.
Yeah.
So it's not like a forgive. And now you're missing two of your best players. So things do change. My deal with the left tackle position with the Bears is that if you don't have a if you're still asking, and then you guys even added that the other type of situation where you could start moving guys.
You can move them, yeah.
And now you're robbing from Peter to give the paw. Is the offensive line, is it being overhyped right now? Maybe. But I mean, you got to be at least encouraged by some of the guys they picked up. I mean, like Tooney and these other guys. So we'll see what happens. But they still got to play, man, and there's still question marks.
Yeah, and the Bears are the long shot in the division. Their odds aren't too much greater or too much longer. I guess
it's a decision, isn't it?
I would at 8.5. I'm not touching them, but I would probably bet under.
That's right. Surprise us.
I'm not doing it, but I would probably bet under. if you forced me to make a pick, I would.
Yeah, I don't know what I'd do, but we got to see what's going to
under.
transpire there. But yeah, they need some guys to step up too, some skill position players, and they're worried about the running back situation.
They're plus 425 to win the division. Lions are your favorite at plus $1.40. Okay. Coming up next, Jim Miller's got ponies for us, and then we'll give you best plays rolling into the weekend. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. We are the Odds Couple, presented by Bet365.
This is the Odds Couple
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on approved credit.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
This is the Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Entering the home stretch on this week's episode of The Odds Couple presented by Bet365. Mike and Carmen with you each and every week on the ESPN Chicago app. It's time for some expert handicapping, and we can recap the Derby and look ahead at the Preakness here a little bit. Next weekend, we bring in the one and only expert handicapper from Hawthorne Racecourse. He joins us on the Yingling Guest Hotline. It's Jim Miller.
Jimmy!
Well, boys, it was a sloppy Derby. There was a lot of rain. There was still a rather large field. But, guys, it was actually a pretty cleanly run race. And the fact that the best horse won the race, there really wasn't a whole lot of trouble for anybody like we saw last year. And now it just kind of goes on to the Preakness where you're probably going to see a short field and probably not a whole lot of horses coming back from the Derby either.
So no sovereignty in the Preakness, right? I mean,
Right.
So much for any of the pageantry and prestige of winning the Triple Crown. It doesn't really matter much anymore, I guess, in terms of the overall health and well-being of the horse and its ability to continue to make money for these owners in the breeding shed, right, Jim?
Well, and that's really the thing about it there, Carmen. Kudos to Bill Mott. He's a Hall of Fame trainer. He knows what it takes. I mean, this is the guy that trained Cigar, the horse that won 16 consecutive races. So he knows what he's doing with a racehorse. And Sovereignty is a horse that's always kind of had those races spaced out a little bit. So when you look at the calendar and say, okay, well, do I really want to come back in 2 weeks and really have to test him in the shorter race in the Preakness when he's a horse that can close a little bit more ground? Or do I wait until the Belmont, which this year is going to be run at Saratoga because Belmont Park is under construction, so it's also going to be 1.25 miles, the same distance as the Derby. It just is much more logical to go that route. And then, like you said, the breeding shed is there. That's really where the money is in racing right now. I think it's a very smart move, a very wise move, and I do think it's going to pay off for them when the Belmont comes around.
Right now, the breeding shed is just a dream to me.
All of us.
It would have been great.
That's just the bar you want, Mike.
That's exactly right. I dream about it often. Anyway, let's talk about two things with the jockeys. I mean, jockeys don't get enough credit for their athleticism, number one. Sometimes I read about Kincaid, Lafitte, Pincay, and these guys. They used to eat a half a peanut for breakfast and this nonsense in the steam baths and throw up and everything else. But here's where I would have been screwed. First of all, with a muddy track, you're giving me 6 sets of goggles. I probably would have pulled off the whole set after there's an art to this stuff. Are there good jockeys in mud? And are there people that know the bad jockeys in mud? Or does it depend on the mount? Because nobody knew what some of these horses were going to do anyway in the mud.
Well, and that's the thing about it. Nobody knew what a lot of these horses were going to do anyway in the mud because there hasn't been a whole lot of mud in really any of the preps leading up to the Derby this year. So that was one of the things you did have to take into consideration. And you think about it, Mike, you talk about that, those 6 sets of goggles. All right, you're a rider in a horse in the largest field you're probably going to ever ride in. Yep. You're going 35 miles per hour on a 1,000-pound animal, balancing yourself on 2 pieces of 2-inch wide steel, making split-second decisions. Oh, and you have a whip in one hand, and you're trying to pull off pairs of goggles to keep a clean set in the other hand. People don't necessarily realize just how much goes into riding a race. These guys are incredible athletes. And really, that was one of those things where I said it was a very cleanly run race. It's kudos to the riders for that because it was. Everybody gave their horses a shot. Nobody really hurt their horse's chance. It was just one of those where that's kind of how the race unfolded, and the best horse won.
All right, where are we wagering this weekend, my friend?
So we're going to start to get ready for the Belmont Stakes, actually, as we'll talk about Preakness next week. But all 3 races Saturday, Belmont at Aqueduct. So the races are under the Belmont meet at Aqueduct Racecourse. We're going to bet them all across the board. So race 9, going to bet the 8, Hey Birdie across the board. Race 10, we'll bet the 10, My Main Squeeze across the board. And then race 11 is the Peter Pan. This is a prep for the Belmont. We'll bet the 8, Captain Cook across the board. That horse could be a major player in the Belmont if it wins the Peter Pan.
All right, so the Belmont meet at Aqueduct because of the construction at Belmont. Race, these are all for Saturday, folks. Race 9, the 8-horse across the board. Race 10, the 10-horse across the board. And race 11, the 8-horse across the board. Is that right?
That's right, boys. We're going to make some money this weekend.
All right, Jimmy, we'll talk Preakness next week. Thanks, bud.
All right, guys. Good luck.
Jimmy!
Our guy Jim Miller with a little handicapping for you this weekend, which leads us into best plays.
Yeah, we didn't do bad last week.
No, not at all.
And we were jumping around and stuff like that. We've been doing okay. But you know what? Golden State was a bad pick. I mean, I was surprised as anybody, you know.
I did not think they were going to have to go to a Game 7.
No. And so anyway, let's go. Carm, you start us off.
We talked about it to start the show. None of us can quite wrap our heads around how the Celtics have blown 2 20-point leads. One's bad enough, let alone 2 in back-to-back games at home. They go to the Garden for Saturday afternoon's game down 0-2. They get a little extra time. I don't know whether to sit and stew about it or just try to cleanse their minds and get right and figure out how to get back in this series. I'm going to go with the latter. I think the Celtics bounce back here, and maybe I'm crazy, but I will say Celtics minus the 5. Knicks have played better away from the Garden for whatever reason.
Yep.
That place is going to be rocking and electric. I get it, but the Celtics cannot continue to shoot 25% from 3, and I don't think they're looking to change the way they play. I think, and I even heard Brian Windhorst say this morning that just from some of the people he talked to in Boston last night, their group feels like they've gotten a lot of good looks, and some of the looks they wanted, they just haven't made them. Okay, they're not going to change the way they play. They're going to bomb away from 3, and I just do find it hard to believe that they're going to continue to shoot just 25%. I don't know if they're going to win this series. I think they're going to, at the very least, kind of get back into it with a road win Saturday. I'll say Celtics minus 5.
Okay, Carmen, I got that. Listen, folks, you could bait us, too. Hey, Mike, why'd you give me this game? You're not expected. You could just, like I told Carmen last week, I don't pick these games because I probably would have picked Houston. Sometimes the system fails you, folks. It doesn't always work. I like Minnesota. I've been saying Steph Curry over the last 5, 6, 7 years stole LeBron's heart. He's the best player in basketball. He changed the game. Prove it now. But sometimes Steph has an off game. They go, well, he had an off game. Well, let's see how you do without him. I got it recorded that Minnesota's going to win this game by 15 tonight.
Okay,
so
good.
I'm taking Minnesota first as one of my first picks. You got another one?
That's it for me, my friend.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. And I'll be off them forever if this happens, okay? That's the way I am. I'll give you another chance. Carolina. I'm taking you, and I'm taking the under 5.5 in this game.
Carolina and under. I like it.
Okay, enough. Show Carm. Show her. Remember that?
Yeah.
Show you you can do it, okay? So
like
please help me out. Now, we talked about the breeding shed, and sometimes I don't know what happens in this guy's private life.
The what shed?
The breeding shed.
The breeding shed.
My goodness.
That's where the horses go.
Well,
Shed.
yeah, I understand that, but usually it's my bedding shed. I don't know. What have I gotten up to?
Well, bedding, B-E-D-D or B-E-T-T?
Hey, however you want to spell it.
Well, that's it, baby.
All
well,
the same
sometimes
to
you
me.
spell it, exactly right. It's always a gamble. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, here's one of my favorite people, future star, stage screen, and hopefully radio. If he, he's just on fire. It's my guy. It's Shay's betting shed. Shay Norland. Shay?
I got one pick today, and I'm joining Carm, sort of.
Okay.
Carm never goes, okay. You know what he says? Me and Carm say, okay. Because that's a bad sign sometimes.
I am not going to lay the 5 with Boston on Saturday, but I will take what I perceive as value, where you're getting Boston at just about even money to win the series.
Yes, you are. You basically are.
I'm in on that.
Okay.
I agree that they won't continue to shoot this badly. They are going to stay who they are.
Yeah.
And part of it is they look a little tired, which you would be too if you played 180 basketball games in a 2-year span, not even counting all the times they've been to Eastern Conference Finals before.
They're getting pummeled by the home crowd team right now, the media and everybody. They're hearing it for 2 days.
Now you get 2 days off. You get out of town. You get away from all that stuff, and you just go play ball. And I don't think the Celtics are going to win the finals the way that they're playing right now, but I still think they're going to win this series. I'll take even money to win this series.
It's not a bad call. There it is. There it is, folks. All right, so we got plenty of action for you this weekend. Enjoy it. We appreciate everybody being with us just a day early. Congrats again to Mike getting the award tomorrow, the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Barrett Sports Media Conference here in Chicago. We'll be back on schedule next week, Mike, on Friday.
Yeah.
Thanks to Shane Orling for helping out today. Thanks to Eric Ostrowski, as always, our executive producer, and thanks to Luke and Jim Miller, and thanks for listening to the show, everybody. Enjoy the weekend. Mikey, congrats again, and we'll talk to everybody next Friday.
So long, everybody.
All right, boys.
All right.
Shay,
what time you get? I know you worked already, so I'm not going to push it. But what time do you think we'll be up today?
Well, because I worked already, I want to get the hell out of here, so I'll do my best to get it up pretty quickly.
Thank you, buddy. I love you. See you later.
See you, buddy.
See you, Mike.
Bye. See you, Carm. Thanks.
This is The Odds Couple on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
It's the Cap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear next Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Yurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series next Friday at 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
The NFL schedule will be released Wednesday, May 14th. Coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm John Ryder. Quarterback Derek Carr retiring after 11 seasons due to a right shoulder injury, with surgery not being an option. He spent the first 9 years of his